Not saved. Essays after Heidegger. Peter Sloterdijk. Translated by Ian Alexander Moore and Christopher Turner. Preface. Essays after Heidegger. The subtitle of this collection of lectures and essays simply means that the author, through no fault of his own, finds himself in a time after the thinker, such that he can take up the man and the work historically and compare them with other eminent figures of the 20th century's intellectual history, of which the essays reprinted here on Luhmann and the older critical theory furnish examples. Somewhat less trivially, the subtitle wishes to indicate that not everything which concerns Heidegger's work belongs to the past, rather, it is always still possible, advisable, fruitful, and perhaps scandalous to pursue Heidegger's indications and follow up on some of his suggestions. This circumstance can be most readily observed in the human park speech and even more so in the domestication of being, which completes it. Lastly, the formulation essays after Heidegger means that a theoretical terrain is opened up after Heidegger that one only encounters when thinking with Heidegger against Heidegger. To cite a turn of phrase of an erstwhile reader of Heidegger, as well known as it is inconsequential, one has freed oneself from the master's hypnosis, so as to arrive, not least thanks to his strengths, at a position that, according to everything that we know of him, would have displeased him. This stance, both near and distant, is most readily expressed in the introductory piece The Plunge and the Turn, which essays an intimate portrait of the thinker and at the same time, as from a great distance, sketches him into a tableau of old European intellectual culture. We need not comment on the title itself. The God who could still save us is taking his time. If anything estimable has resulted from the fact that Heidegger is becoming infamous on account of books that have exposed and incriminated him, such as Victor Farias's Heidegger and Nazism, then perhaps it is because the question concerning the possibilities of drawing on a blameworthy thinker was thereby radicalized. More than is customary, they compel later authors to give an account of the conditions of didactic relations between the philosophical generations of the 20th century. By their one-sidedness they testify to the fact that in the ongoing age of suspicion the relations of power between distrust and trust are still out of balance. Whoever wants to draw on Heidegger today must pass through a flaming wall of suspicions without being certain in advance that the discoveries on the other side of the fire are worth the cost. The present speeches and essays are on the lookout for the place where the bond of common learning can perhaps be rejoined, beyond accusation and apology. This would be nowhere more helpful than in the social philosophy of the present moment, which only tentatively emerges from the shadows of extremism. One has still not paid sufficient attention to the extent to which the terror of grand politics has stamped the intellectual physiognomy of the past century. We are still waiting for a suitable presentation of its reflection in the terror-mimetic constructs of grand and critical theory. In a few passages in the present book, I allude to what such a presentation would have to achieve. One beyond this, I attempt to conceptualize which efforts are needed to free thought from its fixations on standards from the age of extremes. Heidegger's accomplishment, and because of it the indispensability of his voice in the conversation of the present age with the future, in my opinion, consists in the fact that, under the title of The Question of Being, he worked for his entire life on a logic of commitment that, even before the division of ontology and ethics, remained on the trail of the antagonism between liberating and compulsory tendencies in the Dasein of those who die and those who are born. Heidegger's investigations thus belong to the ascendance of a problem that is the most serious thing to be thought today, that is, they belong to the development of a theory of participatory relations that is combined with a critique of emergency reasoning. Ernst Fall Vernon feed. Point 2. The essays in this volume are collected renunciations of exhaustive detail. They present findings from the 1990s, with the exception of the text What is Solidarity with Metaphysics at the Moment of Its Fall, whose oldest parts can be traced back to a lecture held in Rotterdam in 1989 on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of Adorno's death. They originated between 1993, Aletheia or the Fuse of Truth, and 2000, The Domestication of Being, and were as a rule contributions to conferences and symposia. Hence all of them are elliptical, if one defines the ellipsis as the art form of precipitousness. Only the third text, for substantive reasons, comes a little closer to the conventional ideal of exhaustive detail. More recent editions have been included in footnotes and as additions to the texts. In addition to the speech rules for the human park, which achieved a distorted renown by being taken out of context, a few other texts from this collection have been published here and there, among other places in a French anthology that contained older versions of the speeches The Plunge and the Turn, Wounded by Machines, The Time of the Crime of the Monstrous, and the Siren Essay. Point 3. I would like to mention that the two introductory pieces, the one on Heidegger's Thinking in Motion, 1996, and the other on Luhmann, Devil's Advocate, 1999, had their baptismal debut at the Freiburg City Theatre. They trace back to invitations from the Institute für Soziale Gegenwartsfrage and the Institute for Contemporary Social Questions, which during the second half of the 1990s conducted a series of matinees in collaboration with the Statiskbühnen Freiburg urban stages of Freiburg and what was then Südwestfunk Southwest Radio under the title Denker auf der Bühne, Thinkers on the Stage. For these impetuses and for including me in such stimulating contexts I am grateful to the organizers in Freiburg, especially Christian Matheson. As a token of this I have retained certain rhetorical figures in both texts, including the address ladies and gentlemen. Only in reading the texts can one learn about their internal coherence. I would like to note that I find satisfaction in being able to present together what belongs together. The speech rules for the human park, which for extrinsic reasons I have reprinted nearly unchanged, with minor improvements of a stylistic nature, benefits from this in particular. It now appears, as planned, alongside its neighboring essays Aletheia or The Fuse of Truth and above all Wounded by Machines. The note The Time of the Crime of the Monstrous also belongs in their vicinity. The micro-historical critique of humanism in the human park speech is now to be considered together with the macro-historical definition of humanity in the Wounded essay. The remarks on anthropotechnics are recontextualized with references to Western culture's calendar of truth and the continuum of the phantasms of a technological imitation of nature. The anthropological and techno-philosophical implications of the human park speech are developed more broadly in the central essay of this volume, The Domestication of Being, the Clarification of the Clearing, which was initially written for an international colloquium on questions of biotechnology that took place at the Centre Georges Pompidou in Paris in March 2000. For the concluding section of this essay, The Operable Human Being, was delivered as a lecture and discussed separately in various forums, such as at Harvard University's Center for European Studies in Cambridge, at a conference on questions of the biotechnological formation of the human being at UCLA and the Goethe Institute in Los Angeles in May 2000, at the Philosophical Seminar of the Universidad Autónoma in Madrid in October 2000, and at a forum organized by the newspaper Le Monde concerning technophobic and technophilic tendencies of modern society in Le Mans in November of the same year. As well as a meeting of the Working Group Wissenschaft und Verantwortung Science and Responsibility, held by the Carl Friedrich von Weizsäcker Gesellschaft in Munich. On the whole, The Domestication of Being sums up a series of lectures and seminars from past years that were devoted to historical anthropology, paleopsychology, media theory, and the philosophy of cybernetics. In the third section of the lecture on critical and exaggerated theory there is a reference to the hyperbolic dynamic of philosophical texts, which can perhaps be read pro domo. If, following the rhetorical tradition, one understands hyperbole as a proper exaggeration of the truth, 5. What then is philosophy other than the search for the proportion between that which is exaggerated and that which is not exaggerated that would be convincing for the present day? 1. The Plunge and the Turn. Speech on Heidegger's Thinking in Motion. 1. Prelude in the Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, a few years ago, while walking around the campus of Bard College, one of the academic institutions in the state of New York favored by students from the upper middle classes, which is situated 100 miles north of New York City on the eastern bank of the Hudson River, I discovered almost accidentally the resting place of Hannah Arendt, that admirable and provocative philosopher, whose early love for Martin Heidegger is today not only a secret that has been disclosed, but was also able to be portrayed as a chapter of recent intellectual history lately in Rudiger Safransky's rightly much praised biography of Heidegger. Hannah Arendt's grave is distinguished by its unusual simplicity, if one may speak in such contradictory terms, a stone slab on the flat earth with her name and the dates of her birth and death. One step to the side is the gravestone of her husband, the philosopher Heinrich Blücher, just as simple, taken back to the Trinity, name, dates, stone. What touched me about Hannah Arendt's gravesite was the extraordinariness of its location. I do not mean the inconspicuousness of the place, nor the dignified lack of fuss that these two stones on the earth evinced. What astonished me was the fact that I found myself obviously at a campus cemetery at which the earlier presidents of the college and a number of professors, who no doubt had felt especially connected to the college, were laid to rest. A small island of the dead in the midst of the college grounds, a locus amoenus, planted with conifers and evergreen bushes, a meditative enclave, hardly 100 steps from the library. Apart from that, the small cemetery was an almost unmarked space, without surrounding walls, as if, for the inhabitants of this region, there were no reason to distinguish the living and the dead in such a way as to necessitate a wall that would divide them. Thus a cemetery of professors. I must admit that a certain amazement overcame me at this sight, an amazement that in retrospect I would like to call old European, and that was perhaps equally both disconcerting and exhilarating. At the time I was in the process of beginning to contemplate whether I should take up the expected call for a professorship in Germany. Here in America it was now discreetly shown to me how far one can go as a professor. Up to that point it had not been clear that a session of the faculty senate could last an eternity, assuming that one had been a member of American academia during one's life. What European professor would today be laid to rest at a university's own cemetery? What university in the old world possesses so much esprit de corps and community spirit that it would be embodied as a virtual community of dead and living teachers, as was so clearly revealed by the small campus cemetery on the Hudson River? In today's Europe, who would be so identified with his teaching position that he would take up the call beyond the end and wish to be interred among only colleagues and schoolmasters? In light of Hannah Arendt's grave, a few aspects of American spatial planning have become somewhat more understandable to me. I have learned to observe at least 3 boundaries more attentively than before, boundaries that in the United States were sometimes drawn differently than in the Old World: the boundary between the city and the countryside, the boundary between the university and the city, finally, the boundary between the cemetery and the world of the living. It became clear to me that the philosopher, in allowing herself to be laid to rest next to her husband, a charismatic teacher who had belonged to the college for decades, had not chosen to be buried in a village, as did her former teacher and lover in Marburg, Martin Heidegger, when he decided on the cemetery in Meeskirch as his last resting place. According to statistical criteria, there is no more remote province than Annandale-on-Hudson. One can scarcely imagine a place where the village, the first thesis, as it were, of humanity vis-a-vis nature, contrasts with the countryside so tentatively and almost helplessly as it does here. And yet the campus cemetery is not a village cemetery. The campus is the university abstracted from the urban body. The university, for its part, embodies in an ideal form the place where cities are most of all urban. Campus, academy, university, college, these are the names of institutions or spaces that testify to the eruption of the world that has been extended by theory into cities. They indicate where plain human settlements were used for great purposes. Where universities and academies are established, provincial towns change into cosmopolitan cities. The United States of America, the hyperbolic European colony, has even managed to disconnect the logical heart of the city from the urban body and to isolate it under the name campus, field of studies not seldom like a backdrop in a countryside in which professors emerge as the first human beings. I would thus like to say that Hannah Arendt's grave, in a manner different from that of Martin Heidegger's, in spatiological terms, lies in the midst of the cosmopolitan city, in the center of that academic space in which Western cities could become cosmopolitan cities and native sons could become world citizens, so long as they did not misuse universities as extensions of provincial life. Viewed in this light, the emigrant Hannah Arendt never left European soil behind. When in the 1930s she immigrated first to France and then to the United States, she simply relocated from a tainted province to a more open zone, from a Europe in the hands of the Nadisto, a metropolis that was manifestly called New York but whose latent name could be nothing other than Athens. Athens was the real country to which Hannah Arendt immigrated, on the one hand because the first academic city symbolizes the reformatting of thought in the transition from the village to the city, on the other hand because the Greek right to hospitality kept the necessary resources available for Jewish and other exiles. Thus it comes about that the philosopher lies interred in one of the noblest cemeteries on earth, on the fringes of the campus that signifies the world, in a corner that we may not even call a village, in a hamlet that, because it is a part of Athens, nevertheless bears in itself the universitas. Ladies and gentlemen, I would not have permitted myself to reminisce on Hannah Arendt's transatlantic last resting place in this typifying manner if I had not intended to characterize Martin Heidegger's place in the history of ideas and problems in the century that is now coming to a close by way of contrast to this choice of place. I would not have ventured this suggestion were I not of the opinion that Heidegger's position becomes immediately and vividly discernible when we think of the imaginary line that leads from the grave on the American campus to the grave at the Messkirch Cemetery. I do not hesitate to claim that Heidegger's burial arrangements also testify to something that is philosophically significant. If the master from Germany did not choose any other site for his last resting place than the rural town's church cemetery, whose native he wished to remain under a gravestone adorned not by a cross, but rather by a small star, then there is a piece of information here that is ignored only by one who preemptively refuses to believe the lessons that lie in that decision. One must explicitly note, as though it were a proposition, that Professor Heidegger's grave is not found on a campus but rather in a rural cemetery, not in a university town but rather tucked away in a little town with a pious name, not in the vicinity of lecture halls and libraries where the philosopher had been at work but rather not far from the houses and fields of his childhood, as though the tenured professor at the illustrious Albert Ludwig's Universität refused moving to the urban world. Even in extremis. In what follows, I sketch a philosophical physiognomy of Heidegger, the thinker of motion, which takes its point of departure from this discovery. The thinker, whom many, without doubt rightly, consider to be one of the movers of philosophy at the end of this 20th century, is someone who in terms of his personal dynamic refuses to move, who can only be at home in the vicinity of his original landscapes, and who even as a professor never actually relocated to the city where he held his chair. It is not hard to see the contradiction to which this diagnosis would like to call attention. For if Western philosophy, as was sometimes claimed, actually emerged from the urban spirit, if it was an eruption of the city into a world function and an eruption of great world dimensions into the local soul, then what are we to make of the theoretical temperament of a man who never concealed his aversion for the city and his stubborn attachment to the spirits of the rural world? From where does this odd professor speak when from his chair in Freiburg he claims to inquire beyond the history and fate of Western metaphysics? What province does Heidegger mean when he takes it to be a relevant philosophical act that he of all people remains there instead of following the call to the big city? Is there a provincial truth of which the cosmopolitan city knows nothing? Is there a truth of the field path and the cabin that would be able to undermine the university, together with its refined language and globally influential discourses? I will not attempt to answer these questions here. Only this seems certain to me: Heidegger was not a thinker on the stage, at least not if one proceeds from the everyday understanding of this formulation. Point 1. He is not a thinker on the stage in a twofold sense. On the one hand, because the theater and the stage are at home in the religion of the city and in urban culture, thus in the political formation that, although a professor, Heidegger obstinately opposed like a visitor from the country, at best like an ambassador from a region without cities, or from a community of shared problems that is grounded not in space but rather in time. On the other hand, because every stage, metaphorical and real, implies a central position, an exposure to the front and center of visibility. However, that is a position that Heidegger, even at the height of his fame, could never have seriously sought, according to his whole mental disposition, because his place, inside and outwardly, remained that of someone on the margins and a collaborator. He does not think on the stage but rather in the background, at best on the side stage, or in a Catholic context, not before the high altar but rather in the sacristy. Because of influences that are older than his thought, he came to the conviction that what is visible and prominent, what is right in the middle, lives from the inconspicuous preparation of assistants backstage and in the wings. He too is such an assistant, and that is what he wants to be, a pioneer, a second, someone who blends into a greater event. In no case, or at least only momentarily and awkwardly, is he the hero standing center stage. Heidegger is never actually a protagonist who exposes himself in exemplary battles to the heroic risk of being seen on all sides. Moments of apparent deep emotion cannot change anything in this regard. A hidden power was at work in him, which was neither exhibited nor explained, let alone admitted or apologized for. When distressed or embarrassed, he tended to fall silent, and no God gave him the words to say how he suffered. It seems important to me, in everything having to do with Heidegger's spiritual physiognomy, to take into consideration his father's occupation as a sexton. If, in his biographical studies, Hugo Ott has plausibly argued that much in Heidegger's thought is only understandable as a metastasis of southwestern German Old Catholicism circa 1900, then we should add that it was not so much a priestly Catholicism, thus a Catholicism of the high altar and the nave, that formed Heidegger's disposition. It was rather a Catholicism of the side aisle, a Catholicism of the sexton and altar boy, a religiosity of the quiet assistant on the periphery, desperate for acceptance. One could only in a very precarious sense characterize Heidegger as a thinker on the stage, by imputing to him the dream of an impending state of exception that would convey him to his destiny. One might perhaps do that if one lends credence to the suspicion that the sexton's son was incapable of doing anything other than daydreaming that, one day through a wondrous, deeply grounded reversal his diligent father would be transformed into an acting priest, so that, on a fateful day not far off, all power would issue from the sacristy. One would have to further assume that the fantasy must have arisen in the son that he himself had been called to take up the heritage of an official sexton. Only in this sense can Heidegger's hazy political philosophy, above all his gauche agitation in the 11th month of his rectorship from 1933 to 1934 and his ministrations for the fateful chancellor in far-off Berlin, be interpreted as thinking in the form of a high mass on a phantasmal stage. Here, as sexton in charge, he would have thus become a liturgical revolutionary, who administers to an unredeemed people an astoundingly ancient sacrament, non-Catholic hosts and pre-Socratic wine. In this heterodox rite, that which was previously inconspicuous would be brought forward triumphantly, what was an accessory would become the main thing, the courtyard would be transformed into the central structure, the sacristy would become the lecture hall, and the lecture hall would become the logical chancellery of the Reich. To make such a dream seem plausible, only one additional assumption is necessary, which, so I believe, has quite a bit going for it. This can be obtained by interpreting the Catholic Mass in terms of theater studies. In these terms, the Mass and High Mass are mystery plays of a Catholic kind in typological proximity to, and with a historical line of succession from, the Athenian Dionysia. If this is granted, then the Mass would appear to be tragedy returned to the right once again, the dedramatized goat song, static and without the aspect of expression, as unsuitable for upswell as it is for subsiding. In light of this analogy, it becomes conceivable why the Mass could never have developed into a Catholic religion of the theater. Catholicism recoils from the introduction of the second actor into the Mass. It never found the power to repeat Aeschylus's bold innovation, after which the dramatic genius of the Greek playwrights, who were at that time called theologoi, was first able to break ground. The goat song, in Catholic terms, had to remain hierarchical and centered on priests. It could not renounce the monarchy of the first actor in the Mass. No second individual separated itself from the chorus. It is thus obvious why Catholicism neglected to transition from the drama of the Mass to a theatrical culture of the cathedral, perhaps to the detriment of European civilization as a whole. Now if it is true that Heidegger half-consciously and subconsciously arranged to take over the sanctuary from the position of the sacristy, in order to set a monstrous sexton alongside the undermined priest, a thinking sexton who at the same time held the rectorship of a mobilized university, then, seen from a distance, this would correspond yet only on the stage of the dream to an Aeschylean reform of Catholicism and the introduction of a second actor into the Mass. Thus it remains the case, Heidegger is no thinker on the stage. That is not a surprising statement, but rather boils down to the well-established observation that European philosophers, even 20th-century ones insofar as they stand within an academic succession as a rule presuppose philosophy's break with the theater that was carried out by Plato. None are thinkers on the stage and all are satisfied not to be, because they have been able to inherit from Plato the calm conviction that God stands in a relation of privilege to thinkers in the academy or the peripatos and no longer reveals the truth to imaginative theater persons who are full of lies. How it could come about that European philosophers were able to understand themselves ex officio as thinkers on a non-stage, and that they were able to do so for more than 2,000 years, merits a short explanation. I want to suggest one such explanation by recalling the fateful Athenian years of 387 to 386 BC, in which two initially inconspicuous events occurred in the city, which was grievously scarred by war, pestilence, and civil war. They both had world historical consequences, and both were intimately connected with each other events, incidentally, that to my knowledge have nowhere been considered in terms of their connection. The first is well known, because it belongs to Plato's Vita and directly concerns the prehistory of the ancient academy. The second is almost unknown and concerns the moment when the theater became historical, if one can speak in such terms. In the year 387, Plato returned to Athens from his trip to southern Italy, where he had sought contact with the Pythagoreans. It is the trip that is also known as the First Sicilian one and that brought the philosopher, who was at that time 40 years old, into the acquaintance of the king of Syracuse, Dionysius I, an acquaintance that resulted in the philosopher supposedly later displaying a nervous reservation about everything that reminded him of this name. Back from Syracuse, Plato bought a piece of land in Athens, as far as we know, on the edge of the city, which was dedicated to the demigod Academos, in order to open a new kind of school on it. Legend and reality may coincide in the fact that this undertaking was immediately an extraordinary success. Even if, based on their own experience, folks today will scarcely believe it, the first of the academies was a place where the word school must have been tantamount to enchantment through instruction. Only thus can one understand why Plato's garden developed into a magnet for gifted young people who dreamed on the one hand of transfiguring knowledge and on the other of public careers, mainly youth from Athens's middle and upper classes, not a few with homoerotic tendencies, as it corresponded to the didactic concept of the institution. For the moment, I do not want to say any more about this school's success than that it is supposed to have been forcibly closed down, after nearly 1,000 years, by a Christian emperor from Constantinople, only to be reanimated after an interruption of another 1,000 years in the Florentine Renaissance. Incidentally, one may draw from these dates the conclusion that in Europe the idea of a community of thinkers is considerably older than the Christian Church, which wants to be a community of saints, or at least of the faithful, and is much older than the modern state, which presents itself as a community of beneficiaries of bourgeois legal relations. The only social formation of the European tradition that could make the ancient precedents of the Academy a matter of controversy and in certain respects even the claim to priority regarding questions of the public use of reason is that of the gathering of people for debate in Athens, which perhaps represents the oldest attempt to give collective intelligence a political form. Accordingly, the quarrel between school wisdom and popular intelligence has also been institutionalized since Plato. The second event occurred a few months after Plato's acquisition of the academic garden. It belongs to the secret dates of European culture. One has to suppose that long debates had preceded it, debates which could not possibly have remained hidden from someone as interested in literature and almost desperate in regard to politics as Plato, although these discussions in large part may have been played out among a group of elite Athenians consisting of the so-called Korgoi, rich citizens who were responsible for the financing of the goat song, the tragic festival in honor of the god. In the year 386, almost the same time as Plato's installation of his logical erotic school, these Korgoi, the sponsors of the Athenian theater, made the decision, to the acclaim of the citizenry, to allow the restaging of pieces in the future that had been particularly successful at earlier festivals for Dionysus. It is almost impossible for contemporary human beings to appreciate the consequences of this decision, precisely because no modern reader or author can be transported back to a time in which the rule obtained that each piece, the most poetically perfect as well as the most cathartically effective, was only allowed to be played a single time. Recalling this prescription suffices to indicate that old European dramatic poetry did not begin under the auspices of autonomous art and literature, but rather as a practice of the political cult and as a civic religious community effort. When, in the year 386, the Athenian citizenry decided to allow the restaging of pieces across the board, certainly also under the impression that the standard of pieces produced in the cult suddenly began to decline after the heroic age of Sophocles, Aeschylus, and Euripides, they were acting as cultural revolutionaries in the genuine sense of the word, though with hardly any knowledge of what they were doing. Athenian citizens set an ambivalence into the world that has inhered ever since in all courtly, later bourgeois and ultimately museumized and mass-mediatized cultic and aesthetic practices, namely, that what was religion becomes an aesthetic phenomenon, while art presses ahead to supersede religion. To supersede religion, however, means to parody it, that is to say, to undercut its seriousness or its irreplaceability. The right to restage ancient pieces of the cult brings in its wake something that today might be called a revolution of the media landscape, and, so that we rightly understand, the media at that time were always and above all religious, or, put better, religio-political and group-forming media. In them lay the power to attune and stamp human beings in such a way that they could become halfway consonant participants resonating within their social ensemble. Through what is designated in Europe by the Roman-tinged term religion, all ancient societies regulated their tonal synthesis, one could even say their mytho-musical integration and their moral balance. With the decision of 386, the Athenian cultural politicians ran the risk of altering the tunings in their city in an uncertain and potentially dangerous way. It seems that Plato was the first one to grasp the significance of this intervention and to react against it with precise insight into the new conditions of cultural formation Bildungsbedingungen. He thereby became the first conservative. He immediately braced himself for the danger of a nihilistic aesthetic education from the semi-religious, mythic-overistic repertory theater. The Republic is the great testament to Plato's resistance to the divergence of the polis into deregulated educational relations. What, to the present day, we call philosophy, is directly and indirectly a consequence of Plato's novel media offensive. It signifies the invention of the school from out of the spirit of resistance to the unbounded theater. And one readily understands, precisely as an admirer of Greek stagecraft, what the philosopher had to do, if one submits oneself to the wonderful effort of again working through the greatest of the classical pieces that have been handed down to above all in view of their theological messages and their possible influences on those youth who at the time of the intact tragic cult were eo ipso excluded from the one-off stagings and who, according to the new circumstances, would now sooner or later obtain access to the pieces. One probably does not say too much if one notes that even today's reader of tragedies finds himself in a landscape of metaphysical horror populated by questionable gods. Whoever looks at the piece Ajax by Sophocles gets to know a goddess, Athena, who with impenetrable malice taunts the deluded warrior and derisively, willfully drives him to his doom. Whoever devotes himself to Aeschylus's Eumenides encounters a god, Apollo, who had incited Orestes to matricide in order to subsequently demand, like a scrupulous defense lawyer, acquittal for his client. Whoever studies Euripides' Bacchae witnesses the manifestation of a Dionysus who finds satisfaction in bloody vengeance and thinks it right to evince his divinity by having one who denies it torn to pieces by a pack of women in estrus, until at the end a mother carries the bloody head of her own son across the stage like some mad proof of the god's existence. Such images may have struck a public of adult spectators like numinous flashes of lightning during the time of one-off stagings, provoking a shudder and lamentation, Phobos and Helios, as a reminder of the superiority of the divine over the human and as a warning to mortals of their dispensation under an incommensurable power. But who would keep the corrupting influences of such repeatedly performed representations of divine violence under control? Who was supposed to compensate for the damages to the body politic when dismay and spiritual devastation escalated on account of the theater's compromising of the gods? Plato appears to have been the first who attempted to envision the political pedagogical seriousness of the new situation, even in its far-reaching consequences. Just as society today has reason to be worried about the plague of information that is disseminated by the mass media in the form of endlessly repeatable images of violence and solicitations of prostitution, so Plato saw a great danger for the body politic in the emergence of the all-too-human, indeed, bestially engaged gods in the media of his time. His battle against the poets, the theater theologians, was actually a politico-theological safeguard for the city under threat, aiming to offset the blasphemous laying bare of the divine in the newly established theater with repeat performances. 3 At that time, so one can surmise, the epical idea of a philosophical school opened up before him, a school that offered itself to the god as a new medium through which the god, as it suited him, could become manifest in his restored perfection, as unconditioned truth and goodness, with conscious disregard of the gruesome interventions of the poets' gods in the human world. The task for Plato is thus to shed light on revelation, and this is entrusted to philosophy for the future. Among the Pythagoreans, the pious logicians, Plato had just experienced that the philosophical sect of truth-seekers wished, in substance, to find itself on the right path but settled into injustice because the form of their doctrines was split off from common life. On the trip home Plato had a momentous thought: where there was a sect, a school should be. Truth finds its way back to the city through the school, hardly different than the Trojan horse, but manned with subversive interrogators of customary life. In the name of truth the sect of teachers makes a bid at power. Philosophy as school power, however, is above all one thing, a new medium, more precisely, a new medium of theophany. Plato instantly brought to prominence the acute danger of the collective neglect of the affects that a mere education by myth and drama evoked. As a new medium, philosophy is an emphatic non-theater, its program is the non-portrayal and the non-laying bare of the god on the stage. Its ambition is to provide the god with a purified, internalized, and logicized channel for more subtle epiphanies. That is the reason why, as was just said, philosophers all the way to Heidegger are for the most part and as a matter of course thinkers on the non-stage. For they are, as long as they are good for anything in their field, admittedly and happily academic. If someone should ask what a happy academy might be, then the answer is, nothing other than a school that is animated by the conviction that it is the preferred space for the manifestation of the god, the improved temple, the illuminated oracle, the theater overcome, the mysterium rendered precise. In this sense, the oldest academy is completely happy. It is assured of its new theophanic mandate, as though it were an evangelical secret. It would proclaim it loudly, were it not evident that strong words obstruct subtle manifestation. That is why from Plato's day, at the latest, onward, the god learns to keep silent and to hardly ever manifest himself, except in an intimate presence that dazzles without speaking. 4 His true name is evidence. Hence, the rumor of an unwritten doctrine in Plato is consistent. It involves the discrete theophanic competence of the academic pursuit. Plato's garden is full of gods. To those who are fortunate, the god allows himself to be shown in the resonance of an exact thought. That all has a clear point. After 386, philosophy surpasses tragedy as the medium of divine manifestation. This is the intellectual historical sense of original academicism. As powerfully as Attic tragedy may have treated of gods and heroes, over the long term it will still be philosophy that keeps open the theophanic space at the heights of the civilizing process. it is likely that what one calls the history of religion and intellectual history is for long stretches identical with the shifts of theophanic space in cultures. This space had its most ancient focus in oracles and transcults 5 before it gained among the Greeks, as well, the Dionysian theatre, and later occupied the academy as we have characterized it here. Its legacy was appropriated by the Christian Church and melded with the mystery theology of the sacrificed God-man, from which a melancholy hybrid, Christian Platonism, is supposed to have arisen, which proved its viability all the way up to German idealism. The process of shifting the theophanic realm is not concluded with the transition to Christianity. If one looks back into European intellectual history since the late Middle Ages, it is hard to escape the impression that, beginning with the 13th century, it continually increases in momentum after the mystical, the evangelical, and the early Protestant movements had begun to bring the language games and cultic practices of a God breaking through from within to the urban masses. New spaces are progressively opened up for receiving new manifestations of the absolute in the European civilizing process all the way into the 20th century. Such spaces were established in the innermost depths of individuals and in shrines for works of art. They were frequented by political secret societies and neo-religious sects, and placed on the fringes of the affluent world. One wished to discover them in trash, in misfortune, in excrement. But one can interpret this movement as broadly as one wishes. To speak of thinkers on the stage would only first be meaningful when it could be shown that the theatre had been instituted with a new theophanic function. However, that is a demand that, with the exception of Richard Wagner, does not seem to me to be met anywhere in our time. I must admit that, after everything I have suggested here, I can only honor my responsibility for the formulation thinker on the stage if I make clear that it was reserved for Friedrich Nietzsche. 6 I see in him an erratic figure who emerged as a theologian of an undetected God. Nietzsche had reason, if not a factually correct then at least a psychological one, to pose as the belated medium of the divine life that goes by the name of Dionysus, because he combined in himself the Dionysian extremes, existence under continuous torture and the overcoming of torture in the euphoric states of art and thought. For him and, as far as I can see, only for him, is the formulation of thinker on the stage appropriate, and even for him it should not be taken literally, since it is not a matter of imputing to him a direct relation to the theatre, but rather of characterizing an existential tension and its world of expression. Even Nietzsche is not a thinker on the stage, but rather a thinker who is a stage. He has the experience that a God who is not one, the fragmented Dionysus, manifests himself in him as a clairvoyant, frenzied life raging against itself. Nietzsche was a theatre for powers that battled within him and whose struggle is supposed to have made away with the unity of his person. Now one may think what one will of Heidegger's fundamental attunement. One may highly esteem his share of the manic resources of philosophy and not underestimate his familiarity with depressive phases. Still, in his whole bearing he lived far removed from Nietzsche's cycles of torture, secure as he was in a disciplined and grim normality. Hence for the last time, and set against the backdrop of the case of Nietzsche, Heidegger is not a thinker on the stage. To the plunge. Now, in order to segue from this negative result to a positive definition, I would like to suggest a formulation that summarizes, in a compact expression, Heidegger's spiritual physiognomy and his philosophical project. Heidegger is the thinker in motion. His original thought or virtual action Tatenlung, as it were, is the leap or letting himself go into a Disposednessbefindlichkeit in which he findet nothing more in himself and under his feet than movement. In his case, kinetics precedes logic, or, if one will allow a paradoxical turn of phrase, motion is his foundation. The impulse of his discourse is to express movement or rather, to follow actual and unavoidable movement with the motion of discourse. Thus, like no philosopher before him, he deserves to be characterized by this unfamiliar and not fully clarified formulation, the thinker in motion. What that means and where it leads I explain in what follows, at least suggestively. I forego supplying another commentary on Heidegger's mythos of his path of thought and limit myself to a structural observation of the form of his thought. Thanks to the concentration on the architectonic or formal side of Heidegger's thought, it can be shown that his professed path of thought is itself only the incessantly repeated and modified elaboration of a schema of motion that remains the same. From this perspective, the motions of thought of the master from Germany can be characterized as a primordial complying that comports itself by corresponding to a threefold ontological movement. If I see things correctly, and if I may avail myself of these extreme and almost lyrical abstractions, in Heidegger's thinking and in general there are three universal and fundamental motions, three kinetic features of being that are operative at all times in human existence, yet in each case differently according to cultural and epochal nuances. I here call these features, first, the plunge, second, the experience, and third, the reversal. Their permeation of or incursion into existence happens always already, in each case and everywhere, without it being the case that anyone, including the classical hermeneuticists of fate, had ever observed this in a sufficiently clear light unless we say that it was precisely Heidegger who began to do so. 7. It was this thinker who like no other before him laid emphasis on the fact that Dasein is always already set in motion and pervaded by motion and cannot be secured against pervasive movement by anything. Its movement is the ground of its historicity and its relation to the open. Varying the famous formulation of the lecture What is Metaphysics? From 1929, one could say, Dasein means being held into the incursion of motion. It now thus appears as though Heidegger expressly turned to this sweeping contingency Zufall and developed a form of philosophical discourse that corresponds to Dasein in the grip of contingent incursion. Zufalligen Überfalls, a discourse on the plunge, a tale in the fall. Whoever attempts to think in motion must show what it means to provide an example of the fall. Thus thinking becomes the serious case Ernst fall of movement. 8. Now, the one thinking must resolutely and calmly project himself in his discourses in his own person, since he no longer imitates an unmoved mover. Philosophy is no longer possible without speaking of oneself. Heidegger chooses this gesture with exemplary resolve, like an ontological gym teacher who provides guidance to his subjects who are stuck in their principles and worldviews by giving them exercises to be able to consciously abide in movement. All discourse that develops along these lines emanates from a kinetic cogito, I exist, therefore a movement precedes me. I do not stand firm, for I am thrown. It is given to me to think, to the extent that and for as long as I correspond to the incursion of movement. I am the fall, because a movement, a history, an interconnected fabric of contingency and necessity has carried me along and brought me here, into this situation, this insecurity. Thinking then means, developing a reflection within the incursion. Discourse is the gathering of the fall. In speaking in a thoroughly interrogatory way we retrieve Wiederholen, the contingent movement that has borne us to this place. That is not all. Through the retrieval we deepen the contingent fall so much that it begins to verge on a necessity, perhaps even a truth. Thus does retrieval become the mother of reflection. Reflection responds to the unavoidable, the irreversible, the singular event. If I think and think again the fall that I am, I can no longer give myself over to theoretical illusion, the old dream of a distance without cost is shattered. The autistic phantasm of a contemplation that commits the contemplator to nothing has come apart. I have convinced myself that I am entirely permeated by movement, that I am included in the primal features of motion. I can no longer act as though I had not fallen into this, my situation. We no longer begin with stationary appearance, with the idea, with things, with the subject, with the system, with consciousness, with the facts, with what is objective, with timeless values. We can only begin with essential movement in ourselves, with our temporality, our temporariness, our situatedness, and relatedness. Thus everything for us starts with Dasein, which is interpreted as being in the world, and this is correct so long as we read this formulation as follows: to have reached, through the incursion of movement into us, the place at which we most often disperse and only in exceptional moments gather ourselves together. Philosophy is a discussion of our situation. In the trinity just indicated, the first feature of movement being in the fall or plunging precedes the other two features, experience and reversal or turning, in order as in fact. If, for a time, Heidegger made much ado about his decision to again use the Greek name for human beings, i.e., mortals, from a post-Christian position, this was a consequence overtly drawn from his analysis of the first mode of movement as falling or plunging. Whoever speaks in the early 20th century with a fundamental conceptual emphasis on mortals must for better or worse mean those who fall, and that pertains both to the fallen and to the fallible. 9. It is no accident that not only Protestant theologians recognized in Being and Time the formalization of their enactment of faith, also some who belonged to the generation of those who fought on the front were able to be of the opinion that they encountered here for the first time a language that was at the level of the monstrosities that they had experienced. Readers of Being and Time know that, instead of fallenness gefallenheit or plungedness gestörtheit, Heidegger uses the expressions entanglement Verfallenheit and thrownness Geworfenheit for the mode of movement discussed here, turns of phrase that keep the ex and anti-Catholic Heidegger at a distance from Roman dogma and bring him close to an obscure Gnostic approach. Point 10. As one occasionally observes again since then, it is above all casts of mind who are critical of the world and apocalyptically disposed that interpret their sojourn in earthly gloom with this feeling of plunging. Only he who shares in this perception can know what thrownness means in its obscure limit value. The expression belongs to the series of real philosophical concepts with which some thinkers, in the reflective aftermath of the French Revolution, sought anew and in their own way to make sure of what would henceforth be called the firm ground of facts. That is no longer the soil upon which from time immemorial the human being moves and stands, but rather that upon which he has plunged after his upsurge as a subject. In this quality, as the limit of the plunge, the harshness of the factical as it is experienced in modernity brings to mind the resigned agents of praxis. The naked that is only informative for failed idealists and constructivists after the retreat from exaggeration. The world is everything that, after excursions into illusion, stands out awful as being the case der fall. Yet human beings for the most part do not sense their fall, since according to Heidegger they hardly ever experience anything other than existence in the mode of everyday entanglement. This movement of Dasein in its own being, we call its plunge. Dasein plunges out of itself, into the groundlessness and nullity of inauthentic everydayness. At the same time, turbulence makes manifest that the thrownness has the character of throwing and of movement. Falling is conceived ontologically as a kind of motion. Point 11. When the philosopher uses the expression thrownness Geworfenheit for the first mode of movement, it speaks for this turn of phrase that one can compose active forms from it, throw-werf and projection entwerf, and this inversion is what interests this young serious thinker. The active concepts lend themselves to a heroic modification of the passive structure of falling. With them the supposition can be expressed that, under conditions that are still to be explained, a fall could come to be taken on from one already suffered, a projected fall, indeed an existential commando operation, as it were, in which the one thrown appropriates his fate for himself. This suffices to motivate the preference for thrownness over the potentially synonymous, though more strongly Christian and angelically laden word fallenness. For the Heidegger of Being and Time, the taking on of a fall by the one falling occurs as a result of a macabre meditation of a monk soldier, as it were, in which the one thrown into the world lets himself fall all the way through to his own anticipated death. Like the Logos, death, as my most personal possibility, possesses a gathering power. From the prospect of his own annihilation the meditator returns to his present as though from a baptism by fire. Only now can he take himself on, trembling in the certainty of being not a natural outgrowth, but rather a projection. Point 12. This change of expression affords us the opportunity to mention that even in the overarching kinetic primal features of being as Dasein in the plunge into what is factically dispersed, in the experience Erfahrung in the context, in the reversal from what one has experienced Verfahrenheit, a difference emerges that opens up a relation to truth and authenticity. It makes all the difference in the world, at least that is Heidegger's initial wager as to whether Dasein resumes its fall in an uncollected fashion and thereby gets entangled in its dispersal into being in any old way, like a sleeping passenger who without waking up dozes through the trip from the entry point into the world until the final station, or whether Dasein becomes intimately aware of its plummet, lets itself be penetrated by the simultaneous awareness of its groundlessness and determination, and ultimately makes from the plummet it has suffered a plummet that it has taken on, indeed even perhaps a throw of its own, makes from the fall a project, makes from being the subject of an incursion the decided correspondence to something that has been fated. Let us hold fast to the fact that for the Heidegger of being and time this taking up of the self is to be understood above all as resoluteness or letting oneself be summoned out of one's lostness in the they 13, this reticent self-projection upon one's own most being guilty, in which one is ready for anxiety we call resoluteness 14 at this time. Resoluteness appears to be the remedy for succumbing to the contingent. To renew again and again the distinction between a banal lostness and projecting oneself in resoluteness, that belongs, to begin with, to the ethical task of existence in the midst of prevailing arbitrariness. Because the demand to distinguish is raised so explicitly, it is appropriate to observe that Heidegger's transformation of metaphysics into onto kinetics, the illumination of movements that touch on the sense of being, cannot possibly lead to an indiscriminate capitulation to everything that is historiographically in progress. Point 15. In movement brought to reflection there emerges a primary difference that is on a par with the cardinal difference of bivalent thinking in the logical field, that of truth and falsity, and with the cardinal difference of bivalent judging in the moral field, that of good and bad. There is a false movement and its counterpart, the true movement. Thus philosophical kinetics opens up a third dimension of difference that is to be addressed even before the logical difference of the being true or false of statements and the ethical difference of the being good or bad of activities. Even movement demands its own power of differentiation or judgment. Ertiels, 16. A power of changing direction, if one may put it in such terms, that manifests itself in turning toward and away from objects, persons, and programs, in engagements and disengagements, in correspondences, or lapses. Point 17. There is dispersal into the inauthentic and into what dissembles, notably in the unbearable lightness of being, and also the gathering into the authentic and unavoidable indicated by the unalleviated weight of the world. There is, in its tendency, a false letting oneself be taken along by hustle and bustle and reaction, and there is, in its tendency, a true participation in being drawn to the work and responsibility that shapes and makes whole. Both tendencies or traits must be understood as equally powerful modes of movement. Nevertheless, the primordiality of being drawn to dispersal in that which is false is, in Heidegger's presentation, given such a significant status that the counterpole of gathering in that which is true is glossed over by him, as a rule. We even have to acknowledge that false motion, the initial plunging or the dispersing thrownness, is the more comprehensive magnitude because it comes about proximally and for the most part Heidegger's warning formulation simply from the continuation of the primordial accident fall. To let the initial fall simply fall further from contingency to contingency, that leads to the ultimate entanglement, and this is precisely the normal case normal fall that, according to Heidegger, simply leads to that which is false, to indecision, to inauthenticity, to being driven by public and anonymous forces. The inclination to remain within the obscured hustle and bustle is the origin of the pull toward inauthenticity. Conversely, true or gathering movement can only emerge as a precarious counter-movement from out of false movement. Or, to change the image, true movement occurs as though a parachute opened in the initial fall, a jolt then runs through the Dasein of the one who is plummeting. As he became aware of his situation in the plunge, he would give another meaning to the rest of his fall's distance, by making into a resolute project or into an opening up to that which is possible and essential something which would otherwise remain a trivial drifting about in the contingent that is determined in some fashion or other. Incidentally, it is never really clear in the early Heidegger whether Dasein can actually attain in its own most resolution for itself the capacity to choose a recognizably different direction, or whether that which is here called a project or a resolution is not merely an internalized falling and a somewhat more conscious continuation of lines already drawn. Indeed, in one passage that has not escaped attentive readers, Heidegger speaks of the fact that authentic existence is merely a modified way in which falling everydayness is seized upon. 18. If that is apposite, then the existentially interpreted difference between false and true movement, plunge and project, can certainly be formally applied, yet it remains a difference that one can never actually carry out, at least not in a way that can be verified, and concerning which no one in the falling world can judge according to identifiable criteria, let alone have at one's disposal. Ontically, we have not decided whether man is drunk with sin. 19. Furthermore, it ought to be noted that this first determination of Dasein as a plunge or a plummeting movement covers vertical distance, indeed in a noteworthy inversion of the customary direction of metaphysical traffic, from the top down in the plummet, in the descent, in coming down. In this extraordinary sense, Heidegger is a theoretician of the descent. For him the human being is a being that initially and necessarily comes down to itself and lands beside itself. In the case of the human being, to descend from also already means to fall away from. He typically falls so far that he is dispersed at rock bottom, down among things, routines, and mechanisms, among minerals and the living dead. In surrealism one would have even said, among the citizens. The baseline, down to which entanglement sinks, is called everydayness, or in a more acute expression, uninhibited hustle and bustle, 20, which means the same thing as our everyday preoccupations. 21. In the hustle and bustle the human being misses himself from the beginning, because he understands his own mode of being from the things and procedures into which he has plunged and in which he has become entangled. In the light of things and routines the human being appears before himself as something present at hand and carried away like everything else. In this primordial fallacy the tempting essence of Dasein as such is borne out. Finite, conditioned existing clings to something about which it can be concerned and in which it can become entangled. Entanglement levels the difference between the mode of being of existence and that of what is present at hand. It is the initial tendency of the human being to conceive of himself as human material and a piece of the environment. In view of this flight into undifferentiation that has already begun, anarchistic letting oneself go and submissive functioning are the same thing. Before Heidegger, only Johann Gottlieb Fichte formulated a similarly conceived circumstance with comparable radically when he wrote in a polemical appendix to his Foundations of the Entire Science of Knowledge, 4. The majority of men could sooner be brought to believe themselves a piece of lava in the moon than to take themselves for a self. 22. The early Heidegger would have agreed with this, under the condition that two modifications be made to Fichte's thesis. On the one hand, the observation that this entanglement in things and procedures is the spontaneous result of ordinary Dasein, for, something smacking of lava adheres to everything that is thrown. Because our existence has always begun from an unfamiliar side, in a certain sense it continually comes too late, it encounters that which is present at hand and must grapple everywhere with what is earlier and unfamiliar. Even if a good God had made us in his image we would not be spared from having to experience that the lava was there before us and that the difference between the moon and the human world is not always easy to pin down. On the other hand, Heidegger would agree, but on condition that we talk not about a self, but rather about the being that is existing and held out into the open, an ontological ecstasy being that we usually call the human being without thinking twice. With this, I have nothing more to say about the mode of falling for the moment. According to Heidegger, the turnaround or reversal must now at once be added to the analytic of movements. From the first, one would now have to transition, immediately and without detours, to the third motion. For the great ontokineticist, in the case of two possibilities only one will follow, either the unturned plunge all the way up to the ultimate entanglement or, alternatively, the turn within the plummet. All thought for him, whether he presents it as resolute in Schlossin's thought in the early work or as serenely released Gelasine's thought in the late work, comes down to showing beyond this how the danger of entanglement is also already able to engender a turn to one's own most possibility, the contemporary surrogate for classical necessity. The turning to that which is existence's own and own most has the character of an ontological conversion, resurrection from inauthenticity, being born again in angst and trembling. Hence Heidegger's continual concern for an introduction to essential thinking by propedeutic ecstasies. Hence also the propensity for a certain monastic seriousness, as though thinking were the highest ascesis when it lets itself be claimed only by being itself. In any case, it is not an opus dei that the thinker aligns himself with, but rather an opus intus. Hence, in particular, the peculiar desire for hardship and difficulty, or for that compelling compulsion which Hugo von Hofmannsthal, a distant relative in the spirit of striving for the serious case Ernstfall that necessitates authenticity, discussed in his 1927 Munich speech Das Schrift am als Geistige Raum der Nation literature as the spiritual space of the nation. Without the total convulsion of the one thinking there is no prospect of radically seizing hold of oneself or, said in view of Heidegger's errant year, there is no decided self-inclusion within supposedly gripping fate. Without the decided devotion to reversal there is no share in the works of authenticity. Thus one could modify an English dictum and say, man's calamities are being's opportunity. 23. 3. Experience. In this sense, Heidegger is a neo-theologian, and theologians who speak of new gods, whether they are gods who are concealed or who have turned away, are inevitably in a hurry with their message. One recognizes old theologians by the fact that they have time and that the God no longer urges them on. Heidegger is in a hurry to come from the predominant, false, dispersing motion to the true, gathering one. For more than a half a century the thinker meditated on the fundamental movements of Dasein and remained true to his kinetic a priori in this whole time of storm and calm after the storm. With ever new attempts, in modified attunements, with altered conceptual postulations, he repeats the question, how does Dasein, from its initial plunge among things, come to decided selfhood, from shallow thrownness to a deepening retrieval, from contingencies non-essence to that which is unavoidable, from the miscarriage into dispersal to being born again in one's own most gatheredness, from the provisional beginning to another beginning? Whoever gauges a reference to Heidegger's modernity in all this could be assured of it by the fact that, according to him, what is decisive and fateful can also and above all manifest itself as a foundering that is taken up. That these figures of speech have something that moves in them and are not without enchantment even in their bald abstractness is not hard to see. I will take up Heidegger's talk about the plunge and the turn once more by setting its profile against the background of analogous figures of speech in Plato and Augustine. Nevertheless, in the double figure of fall and reversal or of thrownness and seizing hold of oneself one thing becomes immediately clear. Heidegger is obviously not very interested in the fact that between the potentially symmetrical features of being, that is to say, falling into the world, along with the dispersive tendency of entanglement, and reversal, along with the power of gathering that makes one whole and authentic, there is a middle stage that eludes the symmetry of the way there and back again and is neither plunge nor reversal, neither a lapse of the self nor its embrace. Whoever does not allow himself to be misled by Heidegger's disinterest in that which is medial and horizontal must then insist on the fact that the fall of those who exist into the world does not happen only nor even primarily on a vertical scale, it does not only, and does not chiefly, have the features of a dramatic loss of self. Rather, most people rightly understand coming to the world as an extension on a level plane. We encounter the second movement, which normally appears so comprehensive that, in its everyday interpretation, most human beings since time immemorial have taken it to be the whole thing, as an entrance into worldly horizons. Reaching out into space belongs to Dasein from the start, whether literally, as with biological growth, or metaphorically, as with involvement in a cultural production of worlds. If one wished to speak in Heideggerian terms of this subject matter, which is rather foreign to Heidegger, then one would have to say that existing means always already being taken in by a pull to enter into the world, insofar as it is a house, and by a pull to exit into the world, insofar as it always also signifies that which extends further beyond the domesticity at the beginning. Dasein in the second mode of movement has the character of relocation and exodus, of colonization and settlement, of curriculum and a course to more distant goals. The comprehensive concept for all the modes of this movement is expressed by the German word Erfahrung experience, whether this be understood colloquially as being conversant with things that have been seen from many sides, or interpreted philosophically as the result of overcoming naivete, of sacrificing an initial judgment, or of revolutionizing a thesis. The most salient feature of the motion of experience is that it is constituted in a cumulative fashion. In it one thing comes to another and forms a context Zusammenhang. One can read off from it that even the horizontal scale possesses gathering power. Contexts, thus understood, are horizontal structures, insofar as experiences form nets, series, vicinities. Whoever continues in an experience that has begun relies on lateral movement, on variants, and plurals. Along these lines, human beings acquire world experience and, insofar as they are not closed off in anxious dispositions and hardened in the feral virtuality of psychosis, are able to get settled in the world house shared with others. This is a feature for which the Greeks possess the word oikiosis, which means Einhausung housing in Swabian German, a word which, not for nothing, was quite pleasing to the world house husband Hegel. Heidegger wants to know little about this feature, however, since the normalizing, civilizing, perhaps even promiscuous dimension of this concept does not fit in with his interpretation of being, which is concentrated on revolution and is calibrated to what is immense, ungeheuren and serious. Not for nothing did he still lecture in his late work on homelessness Heimatlosigkeit as a world fate and affirm abiding in the uncanny Unheimlichen as the human being's fundamental truth in the modern world. He addresses his audience as though they could at any moment be struck by the vertical blow of the immense. Even his late praise of dwelling intends a form of traffic with the uncanny that has been transformed into something peaceful. It is obvious that this had to lead to a contraction of the image of Dasein's movement in the horizontal dimension. For the philosophical kinetic guiding concept for the entrance of Dasein into the fullness of that which is experienceable cannot be formulated if one only sticks to the aspect of the plunge or of thrownness. It would be more fittingly defined as coming to the world, an expression that is suited to form the cipher of movement for the not falsely solidified human being from the perspective of a permanent birth, and birth is always already a synthesis of vertical plunge and horizontal entry. Mortals are to be characterized more fittingly as those who come to the world, in view of the technological, criminal, creative, and tragic potential of this eccentric species. We could also say that they are those who go far die weit gehenden. Experience, which is persistently augmented, progressively integrates the contingent and singular into that which forms a context. It is the embedding power par excellence. The more that the thinking of experience is conscious of its own power, the more decisively it holds the vertical at bay with the horizontal. Two aspects are of interest in the formulation coming to the world. On the one hand, it accommodates the horizontal movement of existence with an expression that indicates both the fall and the exodus. On the other hand, with this formulation Heidegger's resistance to every sort of anthropology can be marked off and dealt with from the heart of the matter. With the help of this formulation, we can, without fear, abbreviate the human fact, the discovery that human beings stand in the clearing, and define those who exist as beings who relocate, who do not escape their own respective extension. These beings, which foundered as animals and from the beginning were culturally and technologically conditioned, live as coming to the world, are world-forming and historical, because they follow a pull into that which is further, a pull which, for its part, stems from far away, from a naturally and technologically historical distance, which they themselves cannot understand without further ado, and perhaps not at all. 24 As soon as human beings enter into the history of states and advanced technology, they discover within themselves that they are creatures who, aside from domestic and tangible concerns, are sympathetically drawn in by great, elevated, and distant matters. Even when they want to remain modestly within their own affairs, that which is great and without measure gives them no peace. When it comes to human beings, they are condemned to becoming masters and to suffering from their rise to power. Power is not something that only befalls its subjects and victims. It strikes its agents just as much and puts them in situations in which capability means suffering. When human beings reach this point, they begin to feel the pull of needing to transcend their suffering from power. That can initially be observed in the case of the Egyptians, the Babylonians, and the Persians, in which here the Greeks, there the Jews, slaved away with their intelligence that was critical of empires. Subsequently, This holds even more for the Romans and their successors, the Byzantines, the Europeans, the Russians, and Americans, who acted according to the imperial script. To the degree that it becomes apparent that something in the human being accommodates itself to these impositions of that which is great, elevated, and distant, during the times of cities and empires they end up in a kind of growth whose dimension bears a name among us as respectable as it is uncanny: spirit. That means the complex unity from out of which power is engendered, maintained, and increased, and also from out of which it is reconsidered and tempered. Thus, when human beings become decisively greater, they grow in regards to spirit. By complying with the demands of growth, they become grown-ups, as we rightly and yet for the most part cluelessly say. At issue here is the connection between relocating and adulthood. Historical coming to the world cannot be carried out without relocation and departure. Hence relocation to a greater dimension that is compelled or fated geschickt by history geschickt must trigger a crisis in the human being's essential nature. It assumes the form of a permanent crisis, which for 2,500 years has been called education. It is a crisis of reform in the human being's essential nature. For this, the Greeks introduced the expression paideia, which literally signifies an art with respect to children, a word which has to be construed as an alarm. It signals that from now on we must do something with our children that was not yet recognized in simpler times. We had to realize that, under present conditions, our offspring would no longer adjust to the state of the world if we merely let them grow up alongside ordinary adults and put our trust in unspecified imitation. The young do not reach the standard if they are not formed in their formative years by a master or educator qualified for just such a thing. Only in this context can one assess what the discovery of education means for European civilization. 25 The expression testifies to the chronic conflict between human beings of an advanced culture over the goals and methods of their formation. In an extended world, in empires and city governments, the moment had to arrive when the meaning of becoming an adult became controversial. Now, the adulthood of the ruler means something different than the adulthood of the servant, the adulthood of the priest something different than the adulthood of the warrior, the adulthood of the statesman something different than the adulthood of the private citizen. Obviously, the adulthood of the Athenians has a different character than the adulthood of the Spartans, that of the Greeks a different tendency than that of the Persians. Beyond all these differences, the adulthood of the philosopher wants to achieve different results than the adulthood of the many. Philosophy, as Plato designed and institutionalized it, is nothing other than seizing the opportunity to put oneself at the head of the revolutionized situation of education. If philosophy could become a form of life sui generis, this is only because it very ambitiously promoted the ascesis of becoming an adult. In the strife between the few and the many, which is still today for the most part merely misunderstood as a result of an elitist pretension, the downhill gradient between the educated and the non-educated is concealed attention that permeates the era of regional advanced cultures and opens up a cleft everywhere between those who know and those who do not, which is emphasized, bridged, and occluded at the same time by the formal relations between master and pupil. To be sure, in present times, this tension changes its forms of appearance and multiplies its fronts, it proceeds under cover of egalitarian conventions, and is whitewashed into the equal communication of citizens with experts, it is translated into the peaceful coexistence of those competent in one thing and those competent in another. Yet there can be no talk anywhere of its resolution. Early on, one could recognize a dark side to the pedagogical revolution, after the threshold from which education becomes a theme and is contested as a procedural control of the path to adulthood is crossed. Thus in early advanced cultures, the expressions plebs, rabble, simple folk, and proletariat take on their sense, because these expressions characterize human groups that, on the basis of their ad hoc irremediable, miserable conditions, can often just barely become adult enough to procreate in their hopelessness. Whereas those who are well off and ambitious want to make their children adults precisely through the education which is now possible and for which the latest technicians of culture are ready at hand. Philosophy, as the centerpiece of the educational procedure, advances the excess of becoming an adult. Yet because it proceeds in an essentially exaggerated manner, it opens up the possibility for education to veer into a return to childishness at the level of the concept. Such is the danger of all schooling when it is hived off and made independent. Nevertheless, philosophy, as long as it avoids scholastic aberration, makes it possible to take on an elevated charge of authority because it takes its suggestive power from its claim to stand at the peak of the pyramid of adulthood and to give the most knowing directions from there, a position that was contested for the first time in the 20th century by psychoanalysis and systems theory. For this reason, philosophical pedagogy, following Plato's trail, could demand for itself the privilege to educate not merely the youth but also the educators. In moments of its greatest self-confidence it goes so far as to wish to empower the powerless and to hold a mirror before the powerful. Plato educated Aristotle, Aristotle educated Alexander, whom Plutarch still reckons among the philosophers and reclaims for the school. 26 Thanks to philosophy, education becomes a delirium with institutional status. It experiments with the question of whether the most serious philosopher might not be the one who has been the most successful in the endeavor to become the best educated individual of his culture. What would the description of the complete philosopher look like? What would the ascetic of comprehensive paideia have to achieve, according to this view? How far does this leader of children and conqueror of childhood go? By what means does he offset his own childish dispositions with a method of procedure that is directed against his very self? How does he translate the dream of complete and conscious life into a versatile praxis of speaking and teaching? In any case, he would have had to have demanded of himself that he climb the steepest ladders and travel the longest paths. He would have undertaken the most comprehensive journeys in both the physical and the moral realms. He would have been to the ends of the earth, dwelled among gods and stones, would have investigated the minima and the maxima, interrogated the dead and the living, pursued all the thoughts essential in his time to the extreme and in detail, distilled what is knowable and what is not knowable in himself. He would have watched and learned the effects of enchanters and the arts of technicians, been intoxicated and sobered in encounters with uncommon human beings. In his expeditions he would have become master of his art and master of himself, and with his mastery would ultimately have overcome even temptation. And he would now be here among us again, in the city, which would only now become completely city-like through his instruction. The philosopher would have returned because he would have wished to explain, in the most open place in the world, in the academy, both himself and his connection with the world of experience, with physis and with what lies beyond it. And he would remain here in order to offer himself as an example of being well educated, of its radiance and its limits. When the philosopher opens his school he calls on those who are uneducated not to remain where and in such a state as they are. It is his mission to show citizens and youth the way out of their caves, to become aware of their family prejudices, their tribal neuroses, the cages of their opinions. He may already presume a cultural political situation in which numerous individuals discover their interest in keeping a distance from the delusions of an identity bound to a place. However, in order for the philosopher to be able to reach out from the city into the periphery and to the heavens, one would need to presuppose that he had grown up entirely in the space of the city. His exodus from the city into the cosmic can only be played out on urban soil. The deterritorialization of the spirit depends on a territory upon which citizens pursue their interests, have their opinions, argue over what is just, and already even pull back from business pursuits. Whoever wants to set out for that which is beyond the city must first have been entirely urban. With this fanciful sketch, ladies and gentlemen, with this almost ridiculous curriculum of the philosopher educated to the end, I have outlined what Heidegger, the Freiburg professor of philosophy and educator/inspirer of a generation of young thinkers and scholars, never did nor ever attempted. At no time did he reach the dimension of the city, neither in his disposition nor in his discourse. His entire life long he remained somewhere outside the gates, among the inconspicuous and uncanny things of ancient nature, among trees, grass, subterranean tubers, the belfries of small churches. His clearing is a forest metaphor, not a reference to the market, to the bourgeois space for debate. And because he never made it to the city and the city center, to the agora, to the forum, because of this, that which extends beyond the city, that is to say of state politics, contemporary cosmopolitanism and intercontinental traffic, remained even more foreign to him. What ocean-going ships, what capital and media are means of extension, means of crossing over, means of relocating, onto kinetic transporters, literally, that which carries one over and out into the horizontally open he in no way understood or esteemed. He did not gaze out a window onto the Atlantic Ocean, as contemporary Europeans are obliged to. He did not make good on the discovery of America in his thinking. He saw nothing fateful and worthy of repeating, nothing to be interpreted ever anew in Magellan's trip around the globe. In short, he was not a man of exodus, above all not a thinker of globalization, and even the path from the village to the neighboring city where his university was located was something he never traversed with his whole heart. He became a master without journeyman years. The paths into the wide world that are formative for modernity are unpleasant and suspicious to him. At bottom he considers them to be but continuations of the plunge in the horizontal. He ultimately believed that he had dealt with them by chalking them up to bad and framing G.E. Stell. For an acquaintance who was about to take a trip overseas he wrote down Lao Tzu's dictum, "He who does not leave his home knows the world." That is not without cleverness, insofar as it seeks to make a sovereign comportment out of an inhibition. Whoever has breathed city air and felt the connection between the spirit and the polis will not let himself be deceived. In Heidegger there is something that did not relocate, that turned away from the world, that harbored a rage for remaining where it was. One can enumerate what his old here/there consists in: the silhouettes of the village and the alleys of the small town, meadows, forests, hills, and chapels, classrooms, school hallways, book spines, the banners of the Kirchweih, and bells tolling in the evening. He grew up in a Catholic, agrarian tribal culture. He remained bound to it up to and including the days of his fame, even when he presented himself as the raging anti-Catholic and donned the professor's cap. In any case, what counts philosophically is not the rooted bond to the original Alemannic scene. What counts philosophically is accommodating oneself to it ostentatiously and letting the primordial region prevail through one with flamboyant calm. Dwelling within this becomes a theorem for the thinker to put into practice. His reflectiveness endeavors to reformat the world spirit into a Greek Swabian local spirit made monstrous. The village funeral is Heidegger's existential. It is always already there in him, like the goal of his finitude that he recognized early on. He wants the region to guard him like a goddess who bears those devoted to her in her bosom. Occasionally he commits to writing, especially in his late work, sentences that sound as though he wanted to found a religion of his first countryside. Thus does remaining become a deed, an expression of the resoluteness to turn away from dispersing forces. In keys both jarring and soft he professes his wish to endure within the natal space. His remaining appears to him to be an achievement of being, which brings forth and yet retains those whom it wants to have near. He would ultimately like to become, in his own person, a bell in the tower of the first region, summoning the gathering. And since a bell cannot ring itself, it seems being itself will have to pull the cord. In this enfolding into his provenance, the distinction between true and false movement again asserts itself in an unavoidably ambiguous, disputable, and controversial way. Heidegger ultimately attributes all real expeditions into extended space to a false going out that is governed by the dynamic of dispersal, while the truly spacious pull into that which is more encompassing would have to come from being itself. The best chance for encountering it, so he believes, lies in a patient disposition that is at home in the ancient land, with birch trees and bees nearby, the works of Aristotle and the sayings of the pre-Socratics within reach. When he teaches the leap into the open, he means an open that is right here. He behaves as though he had to wander around ever more deeply in the region where he was born. What he calls dwelling involves an unending practice of thinking of oneself as belonging to a place that is not indifferent. He meditates on his own countryside as the epicenter of a task to be performed and as the domain of an obligation. And thus, as we anticipated above, he becomes someone who refuses to relocate, who intellectually elevates rustic reserve above urban unrest. He even goes so far as to refuse the horizon, because this still smacks too much of spaces that open up behind it and bears witness to a subjectivity that, certain of its accomplishments, impertinently peers out into them. Corresponding to this is his rejection of every bad public sphere Öffentlichkeit, and the thinker hardly recognizes a good one, certainly not a political one with many debating voices. The 32 parties of the Weimar Republic's parliamentary system are in any case not highly esteemed by him, for whom they are only organs of collective confusion and circulators of idle chatter. He may at best allow the publications of being in the artwork to serve as positions that mark the public Öffentlichkeit in space, indeed perhaps first genuinely open it up Eröffnen. Dasein, according to Heidegger's unswerving intuition, has nothing but dispersal to look for in horizons and public spheres. Without having been there, he lectures to students and friends. Big city life only serves to create a sense of excitement and animation, the outward appearance of alertness. Even the best intentions are stifled by sensation and show. 27 In cities, Heidegger expects to find human beings who have run away from necessity, are too free, and have been let loose into arbitrariness, who do not know what they want and should do, and hence for the most part settle for the first available option. In urban forms of life he senses the irony that is more suspicious and hateful to him than any other kind, perhaps because it also presents a temptation to the phenomenologist himself. It is the temptation of the distance that the philosopher demands by his own example, insofar as he takes an analytical holiday from life, the temptation to float freely and detach oneself from the Dasein that is anchored in a situation. In irony, subjectivism asserts itself, a subjectivism which is only familiar with contingent, gratuitous devotion to things and persons, together with the correspondingly arbitrary aversion to them. The city engenders forms of life in which everything washes together into the uniformly distanceless, 28 into a gathering within the false. The metropolis houses the ironic masses of underwhelmed human beings, who are hooked on opportunities to be overwhelmed because they have no idea of what a work is and what being carried away by that which is unavoidable makes possible. That the majority in cities are also not merely dispersed, but have duties and must face emergencies ernstfallen both privately and publicly, the philosopher of gathering will know nothing of this. For this reason he remains in the province where he wants to belong, where he celebrates the fact that he has stuck to the matter of native uncanny being Heimatlich unheimlichen Sens. In this respect, Heidegger, the one who remains there, is a thinker in inhibited, restricted, reserved motion. That is the reason why one can learn nothing from him about the movement of existence in world-opening relocations and departures, or rather can only learn something about this ex negativo. The thinker in motion, strangely enough, hardly has a word to say about that which is binding in research, travel, and experimentation, about making friends, undertaking business ventures, working something out, about reformatting and translating, about connecting texts and traditions, or forming alliances and teams. With this attitude, he is only one among many critics of modernity who let an inexperienced and hostile silence be heard when it comes to speaking about our best powers, about bricolage, intersection, collation, compromise. 29 The whole spectrum of operations that constitute organized knowledge as a profession and community building as a social plastic art. Heidegger's depth is without breadth. Lateral movement interests him as little as advancing on a level surface. He has no theory of research and no positive idea of the encyclopedia. One is able to hear his stunning variations on the philosophical axis powers, namely, Greece and Germany, yet no word on other fatherlands of reason, and only a little on other primordial regions of reflection. All of these sources of multiplicity disturb his adherence to essentialization, gathering, and being taken. For him, experience as such is already too covered with ontological dust, with contingency that cannot be taken up. 30 Whoever seeks experience is seen by the thinker as already pulled into the undertow that draws one into that which is arbitrary. But to the extent that Heidegger presents himself as indifferent to horizontal movement, he squanders the chance to say something fitting about a motif that urgently concerns him from out of the matter of thinking. Hence, as an ontokineticist he has only done half the work. Certainly, he spoke monotonously, like no other, of going on the path and of leaping into the open, yet that always holds only for the place among beings where his birth had thrown him. His paths are supposed to lead nowhere else than where existence already is in each case. When Heidegger uses the metaphor of the path, even this is to undermine the sense for directions that point elsewhere. He leaves aside the pull of historical departure into the expanse and into what is farther yet, as though it were something that does not concern him. To the end he limits himself to interpreting the ethos of moved Dasein as a sojourn in an assigned location within the world. He takes the homeland to already be so deep that a single lifetime is not enough to reach it. Hölderlin's words, that spirit loves a colony, and his other statement, that yearning always seeks the unbound 31 remain dead letters for the man from Meskirch. Sometimes he deigns to insinuate that love is a kind of being enamored which draws human beings into the expanse, indeed uncovers for them beings as a whole in a certain attunement. But he does not encounter real strangers, empirically distant others, by an extraversion of his own. He finds human beings in an almost exclusively indirect way via the equipment that points to them and to which they belong. In order to have an experience with them, others must have already moved toward him. When Buddhism, in the form of Japanese visitors, comes to his house, he offers it the right of hospitality. On the other hand, the love of space as decisive movement, the trip as a proper accomplishment of life, which heads out and meets up with strangers as other, the main journey outward, the exodus to a better land, even becoming an adult on other continents, none of that is Heidegger's thing. Whoever would like to portray this as an advantage could point to the fact that such thinking cannot be bent on conquest and proselytization because it is constituted in an anti-expansive fashion, corresponding to its reflective and gathering pull. It would be, according to its nature, a thinking for a post-proselytizing, post-scientistic, post-universalistic, post-voluntarist epoch. But there is no such epoch. We understand that, for Heidegger the thinker, the dimension of the city remains inaccessible, because he lacks a theory of experience or of horizontal movement. Hence, he also cannot have a theory of knowledge or of the sciences. The verb thinking is reserved for the reflection attained in plummeting and its reversal. Hence the dictum, science does not think, and how could it, since it moves entirely within the horizontal? To be sure, for him, the sciences do take part in entanglement in a certain way, insofar as one can go astray precisely in experience and in abstraction, but how this would lead to a turn or a decided turning against their own operation must remain unclear for the time being. The direct opposition of science and reflection initially affords no help to the sciences. Heidegger mistrusts experience as the lure of the arbitrary, which permeates the sciences just as it governs the cities and directs the masses. Since he cannot move to the city, he at no point in time achieves the urban idea of the political, because for him the political mainly belongs to experience and its non-essence unwissend. For him, the factors of political life, competition as the encounter of free rivals, the society of friends, the play of polyphonic opinions at the market and in the public assembly 32 remain alien from the ground up. These findings draw narrow limits on all attempts to read a political philosophy into Heidegger's work. When Heidegger becomes political, he does so in an unpolitical, and extra-urban way. The word that seizes hold of him is extra-parliamentary and supra-parliamentary. In his appearance, the disposition of an aristocracy of the knowing, which is of Platonic provenance, is mingled with the pride of the older German professionate in its extraterritoriality vis-a-vis princely power and popular opinion. The only access to the political realm that is opened up to Heidegger is through the state of exception in which, so he believes, the declaration of a common state of emergency would bring an end to private, corporative, and party political talking past one another. The only political gesture that Heidegger has at his disposal is that of coming forward of one's own accord in the moment of danger. Here a positive end framing is articulated that is oriented to the works assigned by fate. In this respect he indeed remains committed not to the ideas but to the emotions of 1914 when, like millions of others who were carried away at the same time, he had come forward of his own accord. Under the influence of this model of experience, the thinker, in March 1933, can remark to a female friend that he senses an unusual gathering power in contemporaneous political events, however much may be obscure in them as well. He believes that obligatory communal works result from the fated emergency as though of their own accord, because it is the emergency that gathers the many and dictates what they are to do. The proper emergency is the true dictatress, however much her dictates ask to be carefully interpreted. Only he who has been dictated to from the highest pole and for whom the highest resources for understanding are granted from the hermeneutic pole can be called to become the leader Führer of emergency altering notwendenden 33 works, for his own land, for Europe, and for the whole world that has been riven by gigantomachies. That there could be a task here for philosophers, if indeed the role of a national security advisor of being is to be assigned, who could blame a member of the profession for this idea? But Heidegger fails to see that, to the leader of the Germans who were brought into line under Gleichschaltung, things were not dictated in the way that the philosopher had anticipated. At no point in time does he grasp that the fascist politicians only serve as a container for collective infatuations and as canvases for self-fabricated projections onto them, yet as long as the thinker himself is acutely endangered by self-infatuations and projections, he cannot recognize the bloated character of the movement. The difference between the state of exception and infatuation remains unclear to him for a while. Thus it was able to happen to the philosopher that when he wanted to be summoned by the German and European emergency, it was only infatuation that had called him. In any case, from 1934 on it is evident to him that the supposed people's community is philosophically useless and must be replaced by another guarantor of commitment, a community of the artwork, let us say, or a gathering of recipients of signs from concealment that has emerged into unconcealment. The essay on the artwork is the testament to this change. Still, Heidegger's politics, both earlier and later, continue to have either a superpolitical or a subpolitical quality. Whoever seeks a theory of the political in Heidegger will find a poetics of the state of emergency. 34. I am not saying that these moments of narrowness and failed attempts would have been completely incomprehensible. In all of their circuitousness, not getting the matter at hand, and ineptitude, they pretty much reflect the ordinary fate of German professors in the first half of the 20th century. This becomes extraordinary by the fact that it belongs at the same time to the endgames of heroism, whose passing takes shape in as convoluted a fashion as did that of the classical metaphysics of ancient Europe. Heidegger's lapses would be fatal for philosophy under the assumption that one could not find what is missing and what corrects for this elaborated elsewhere. The gap would be disastrous if, among a number of others whose strengths lay where Heidegger's gaps yawned, Ernst Bloch had not existed, Heidegger's contemporary from the decade of Expressionism and his genuine antipode in philosophical matters. With as much conceptual intensity as sensitivity to image and sound, Bloch developed a philosophy of experience and departure that Heidegger neither wanted nor was capable of. Bloch also develops a political ontology of the state of emergency, which admittedly is a permanent one in class societies and gives rise to a continual influx of emergency-altering phantasms into cultural and political happenings. In response to the pressure of the emergency, he expects that it might be transformed into a propulsive moment in the history of the species by means of the power of dreams and judgment belonging to collective dissatisfaction. High politics is here interpreted as the setting into work of anticipations of a better life. Bloch's work was set on interpreting the existence of human beings in their essential history, the time of Exodus, entirely from the second mode of movement, from the impulse forward that is nourished by dissatisfaction and opulence all the way to the entry of the entire species into its planetary commune at the promised end time that was the goal all along, a commune which he wanted to recognize as the first true community. Bloch's strength as an ontologist of movement lay in the fact that he merged experience with the turn or revolution differently from Heidegger, who was only able to think the plunge together with the turn or the counter-turn. Here as there, philosophical thinking is calibrated by that which is most extreme and most serious. Hence it is typical for Heidegger to lament the emergency of the lack of emergency, the meaning of which amounts to, those who plunge for the most part have not been shaken enough to be blessed with an actual alteration of emergency notwenda, while for Bloch it remains characteristic that he points to the emergency of false alterations of emergency that lead more often to a right turn than to a left turn. The errancies of those who go astray on such levels quickly become extreme. Those to whom Heidegger's grotesque over-interpretations of National Socialist pseudo-communitarianism appear reprehensible will be just as little prepared to endorse Bloch's somnambulantly perverse Ubelenin ibi Patria. 35 When Heidegger and Bloch once met as older men at a podium, the two metapoliticians could almost only speak of minor issues. The poets of the extreme were both too shy to come to an understanding on their division of labor. For the turn. Ladies and gentlemen, I am now coming to the conclusion and thus, if one may believe the title of this lecture, to the main point. I want to say a few words about the third mode of existence assailed by movement, that is, about reversal, the turn, revolution. Only in regard to this motif can we finally explain what it is that the synchronous perspective makes visible in the Heideggerian structure of movement. Here again we encounter, as in the case of his analysis of the fall and the plunge, a Heidegger at a singular height. Here, he is the thinker who had no interlocutor among his contemporaries in the 20th century. When the middle Heidegger begins to think the movement of Dasein within the reversal or the turn, he enters into a dialogue with his only two equals in the Western tradition. He finds himself, beyond modernity and the Middle Ages, alone with Plato and alone with Augustine. Only with them could he come to his principal issue, to the question concerning the third of the essential features of Dasein's motion. Only with them is there to be talk of movement as counter-movement and gathering back in that which is authentic in the manner in which this theme must be talked about cautiously, rigorously, perseveringly, and with the awareness that here we are dealing with what is most extreme. Indeed, only in conversation with Plato can the question of the turn to truth be retrieved, a question that the founder of the Academy had laid out in his teaching, and only in conversation with Augustine can it be clarified in the manner of a retrieval why our heart must be restless until it should find rest in the great other. Plato, Augustine, and Heidegger are the only thinkers who, with a fundamental conceptual seriousness, have accounted for the fact that revolution takes place in being itself. The connection between being and revolution is such a deep one for all of them that it is almost impossible to say what truth is without having to first say what revolution, reversal, and conversion are. Neither in Plato, nor in Augustine, nor in Heidegger can there be talk of a turning in truth or a turning toward truth without an upheaval of the total sense of being. Thus the observation is justified that for these thinkers the sense of being cannot be expressed without regard for a counter-turning or revolutionary movement. Plato, like Augustine and Heidegger, proceeds from the fact that human beings initially and for the most part live away from the truth and are caught up in an immemorial drift into error and endarkenment. In their eyes, erring is the most primordial possibility of Dasein, and not only in the sense that human beings can be doxically on the false path in regard to this or that issue and of most things understand nothing, but also in such a way that they find themselves altogether in a false position and to a certain degree stand with their backs to authentic reality and truth. When Heidegger notes that the human being is the away Dasweg 36 or that Dasein, in falling, lives away from itself 37, in the language of the early work, existence that is falling prey already has of its own accord the character of an evasion and a flight. 38 He ought to know that, over the graves that separate the moderns from the ancients, he has the two old masters at his side. For them erring is the first movement above. We characterized this primordial pull into that which is false as falling or as the plunge into dispersal. Human beings could correct their deviating propulsion in the stream of untruth only through an integral turn in the drift, a change of direction in the pull of their Dasein as a whole. Only after such a fundamentally precipitous reversal would they be in the position to turn to the source of truth again, living against the life they had lived to that point and thinking upstream. When one philosophizes in this way, knowledge is first and foremost a matter of revolution. It depends on a crisis of movement that is as difficult as it is important for salvation. In this crisis it is decided whether human beings will continually drift further away or whether they will find their way back to the true relation. Plato's revolution means a reversal of the soul or guiding it to turn around in Greek, periagage. It implies nothing less than the total reversal of the direction of life's journey. Whoever recalls Plato's allegory of the cave knows what that means. There we are asked to imagine what would happen if the slaves in the cave, who are physically bound and beguiled by the appearances projected on the wall, everyday human beings in the agora, and users of media who are dependent upon rumor, were unchained, turned around, and led out to the cave's exit. If this were the first time they made their way to the exit, they would for better or worse note there the mechanism for the production of appearances, and thus suddenly realize that they had fallen for mere projections. What has our life been to this point? A blundering about in sensuous delusions, an illustrated illusion, a binge-watching of videos that signify the world. How is that possible? It is possible and does not cease to be the most powerful possibility of all, because according to Plato all appearances in the world, all images, sights, and sensuous things are produced by a mental projector, which casts ideas onto canvases of mobile matter, thus onto bodies. The world as a whole, this much becomes clear after the illuminating reversal, is a totalitarian simulation. Existence is the acquired incapacity for beholding the ideas. It banishes us to internment, half phantasmagoria and half detention camp. If one breaks free of the play of images and seeks a way out of the cave of projections into the open air, then near the exit one passes by an eidos projector, at the sight of which we finally realize, so that's how appearances are made. The smaller source of light in the cave's interior, i.e., fire, is, along with the archetypical objects that pass by, responsible for the shadows that signify the world. But the fact that this fire itself is only light from the light that stems from the sun of the good, this is something which one only gains an intimation of outside in the open air, when after stepping out from the cave's exit one becomes aware of the sun itself. We can say that the Platonic reversal is an event that is carried out in two stages. In the first step, it draws attention to the human intellect, which fabricates truths for everyday life. Even the modern critique of knowledge retains this much from the Platonic break with naivete. From the second step on, it points the way to the transcendent intellect, that which is radiantly true in itself, which inundates the finite intellect from above with a limitless shower of light. Modern thought has for the most part let this portion of the idealist lesson fall to the wayside. The allegory of the cave aims at liberation through a critique of knowledge. According to Plato, through the turn that leads out of the cave, one learns the truth about appearances and is radically turned around. Whoever undergoes this has the experience of how a revolutionary irony overcomes him. Then the knower almost automatically joins the ranks of an ironic world revolution that we know under the stale name of idealism. If, following Plato, the philosopher also plays the pedagogue, then what he actually wants to be is a pedagogy, someone who turns souls around. The ordinary guides for children, teachers, and others who also take money bring young people where they for the most part want to go anyway, to career stages and the orator's rostrum. The one who philosophically turns children around directs them to a goal that they did not initially strive for, because on their own they could not have gained an intimation of what is there for them to be achieved. He is a psychagogue who leads his pupils to the love of truth. He familiarizes them with the light shows of the a priori by releasing in them an insurmountable irony toward the entangled, stupefied, possessed life that is supposedly one's own. He does all that by informing them of the other side of the images, their eidetic mechanisms. Let us note that Schopenhauer still evoked this radically ironic level when he put on record that the doctrines of Plato, Shankara, and his own philosophy at bottom said one and the same thing. With regard to Heidegger, when he reads Plato's doctrine of truth, it is not with a free eye but rather with a Catholic lens that has been monastically ground, an Augustinian lens. Plato's idealist revolutionary irony is completely lost in the gloom of Augustine's theological interpretation of world history. Augustine, too, thinks of the world as an errancy in which the truth that was lost early on only again breaks through by means of a late, saving turnaround. Since the fall, thus almost from the beginning, human beings have propagated in their bloody cities and empires like a phony but relentless procession in space and time. Everything that procreates, kills, and expands itself is a descendant of Adam and an heir of Cain. Only in Orthodox Judaism does a glimmer of undistorted life smolder among Abel's offspring. For Augustine, God's incarnation in the midst of the flood of peoples and empires is the revolutionary axis, only he gives, potentially, another direction to the compulsive and murderous parade. Naturally, the God-man's revolution far exceeds the revolution through theory, since a saving turnaround is not to be accomplished by a mere critique of knowledge, with a merely philosophical assent to the highest principle, with a merely analytic peep behind the apparatus of images, or a merely ironic deification of the one who knows. That at least is Augustine's belief. This gives him a feeling of superiority over the most elevated passages of ancient wisdom. He purports to know that his revolution, the Christian one, is the true one because it is of greater scope than that of the philosophers. His worldly point of departure is not, as with Plato, ignorance, but rather despair. Because he is permeated by despair and because he allows himself to be completely influenced by it, Augustine reaches the conviction that human beings must be not enlightened but rather redeemed. Redemption is the gambit of a deeper revolution. Viewed from this perspective, the virtues of the ancients are in fact merely glittering vices, as theological jargon puts it, and their knowledge is only an elegantly concealed ignorance. Incidentally, it would be rash to believe that the surpassing of philosophy by true religion has become irrelevant in the post-Christian situation. In the 20th century, especially in the Jewish Renaissance, true religion answered back with the claim to once more surpass the philosophical mythos of truth with the ethical mythos of communication or justice. Augustine thinks of world history as a process of double turns that is to be portrayed in terms of the conceptual pair, conversion and perversion. Perversion signifies the initial turning away from the loving devotion of all life to its divine origin, a turning away that carries out the earliest revolt, thus the turning from the center and the orientation to an epicenter that, after the contortion, has been warped toward itself. How does this happen? Satan, the radiant angel, gazes into the mirror and considers himself to be objectively, overwhelmingly beautiful, and why not, since nothing in him is to be found other than what shares in the best? Yet, in his turning out well, he wants to acquire a piece of private property. He would like to take his image into possession like a bit of start-up capital in order to emerge magnificently as his own master. Consequently, he will seal himself up within himself and begin anew on his own, without God. By sealing himself up he turns his back on the origin, on the common ground of the being and happiness of all creatures. From then on he lives in despair, which is expressed as the wish to radiate in and of himself. This turning away from what is better is the devil's motion. It provides the archetype of contrived, false countermovement as the self-privileging of a creature that once belonged together with its other, with its origin. Egotism begins with self-warping, and with inherited egotism begins the history of perdition. 39 Thenceforth, all human beings strive after untruth, as though by nature. According to Augustine, world history is what results from all local movements of the devil, or the self-regard of individuals who imitate the first egotist. Whoever has been seized by the initial misdirected movement, i.e., according to the opinion of the Church Fathers, naturally begotten humanity as a whole, remains by virtue of the original perversion caught up in an overpowering motion away from God. That brings about a fundamental relationship that goes by the name of peccatum original, or the first secession or turning away from the initial, common good. Sin is not only a moral affair but also and just as much a kinetic one. It carries out the away from the good, and initiates the malign turning toward the divided self. It is decisive for Augustine that this secession can no longer be overcome by the fallen human being through his own power. The separation from God is an act whose result, i.e., separateness, turns into a fixation for human beings. Whatever they subsequently undertake, whether it be intended for better or worse, always drives them further away. Even if they clearly were to feel that they were on the false path, they would no longer know how to find the right one on their own, or if they did find it, they would still not know how to proceed upon it. They never again emerge of their own volition from the tendency towards separation. Being drawn into perversion, self-concern, and the fury of obstinacy are stronger than every remorse, every homesickness, even in human beings with the best of intentions. Humanity before Christ thus drifts ever deeper into a hopeless situation. It is forcibly pulled into the maelstrom of sexuality and into the conduct of violent peoples. That would continue until the end of the political and sexual cataract, until the last act of procreation, until the last corrupt birth, until the last war between states, if the abandoned God had not resolved to do what was necessary for the repatriation of his creatures who had turned away from him. For Augustine, true religion emerges from God's intervention into the perverted course of the world. In this way, and only in this way, does a reversal, a conversion, metanoia become possible. God himself is the subject of the counter-movement, for if human beings could convert to the faith that emerges as true after Christ, this is not because they would have changed on their own but rather because God would have helped provide for their conversion from out of their perversion. If human beings succeed in finding their way back to the belief in the God of truth, the success of this capacity for belief and theologians following in Augustine's footsteps to the present day assure us of this is in no way the personal contribution of the subject willing to believe, but rather an effect of God, who allows belief in him. Here the fundamental term of Augustinian theology, i.e., grace, becomes operative. Grace is the emanation of a divine subjectivity that supersedes or mediates human will by giving it what it cannot achieve on its own. It allows what human capacity and human will cannot make happen. It triggers the counter-movement that could never again have come about in the tendency of the first movement as such. The concept, or the model, of grace returns in Heidegger transformed into the kinetic schema of Releasement Gelassenheit. As little as grace can be compelled by the mere demand for it, so little is it within the discretionary power of the human being to will to make himself serenely released. Nonetheless, grace cannot be granted without an appropriate human effort in regard to it, and releasement is unattainable without an intense loosening of the subject. Heidegger devotes an abundance of monotonous thoughts to it that revolve around the motif of the transition to another attitude. Thus not only does grace return in Heidegger, the theocentric figure of movement does, too. God lets conversion happen is rewritten as the centerpiece of the Heideggerian doctrine of the turn. Only the turn turns, the counter-movement has its pivot in being. It is only the availability of being taken along by the counter-movement that has been granted that allows the human being to reach his own most possibility, to reach resolve, being seized in a valid way, the gathering, the revolution, the work, authentic poetry, the primordial intimacy of strife, the counter-resonance in Beingsinn, to reach ultimately even sparing protection Skonung, the mirror play of the fourfold and authentic way-making movement Beweging. 40 The names for the motifs of turning things around are so numerous because to the end Heidegger considers ever new interpretations of the movement that offsets the plummet. He remains perpetually searching for something that would be deeper, more comprehensive, and more appropriate for being than any revolution that is understood profanely. The motif of counter-turning, as we have seen, is already formally in play from the time the young Heidegger pressed for becoming authentic Vergentlichung. It is realized in a politically somnambulant way as long as the thinker believes that he can insert into the national revolution his own prompting to be carried along by an affirmable world fate. It increases in volume and radically when the thinker, disappointed by the National Socialist movement, begins to teach that it is no longer a matter of issuing new directives, predictably in vain, to a deadlocked human drive, but rather that what counts is to prepare an integral dislodging of the human 41 whereby for a while the gesture of the leap was supposed to indicate how releasing oneself to being carried along could be effected by an occurrence of turning. The meditation on the counter-turn achieves its most clarified form in the late work, when existence is supposed to will nothing other than its serenely released deliverance Gelasene Überignung to the appropriative event Aranis. The expression releasement now stands for a guided and affiliated freedom that escapes arbitrariness. It would be that freedom that does not remain ironically underwhelmed and hollowly self-referential alongside or above everything, but rather that lets that which is encompassing and binding tell it what is to be done. Hence it can now be maintained that authentic thinking is on the way into the underway. 42 Heidegger sometimes speaks as though, In his own case, the actual proper movement on the way turned out successfully for him. 43 At this stage philosophy as such is overcome as well insofar as it still remains caught up in the business of the will to provide foundations. The turn to kinetics as first theory which is latent in the thinker's work from the beginning is explicitly carried out. It points out or declares how the human being, together with everything that is present in him, belongs to a game that gives and takes, disperses and gathers together, clears and conceals. Levinas will later present an ethically emphatic version of this belonging Eingehoren that parades above all a Herkennungshörigkeit to the plea of the other in need. If the mythos of Heidegger's path of thought, which was cultivated by Heidegger himself and repeated by exegetes and philologists, still gives some insight into his work process, then it is in the progressive abandonment of the will as an agent of reversal, beginning with the heroic apprehension of the self that was demanded at the outset, mediated by the leap into belonging to Zugehörigkeit, the appropriative event, intensified by the will to non-willing, and ending with the inclusion in the play of the fourfold, which turns this way and that according to its own laws, and with the gathering power of the region. Where, initially, it appeared that reversal could be compelled by a decisive application of oneself Selbstverwendung for revolutionary authenticity. Later it is emphasized with increasing insistence that the human being as an agent of the reversal is never under consideration. For, if the agent were at the helm, then irony would remain in power as the actual mistress, who haphazardly turns to the tasks she has set for herself, only to turn away from them just as haphazardly. In the end, even in Heidegger, as with the African church father, human obstinacy and the will are supposed to relax and adjust themselves to a letting be that has been allowed by being ein vom Sehnsucht lassens lassen. Heidegger's pastoral has its place here. In order to become the shepherd of being, the human being must guard against his own non-releasement Ungelassenheit. Only after overcoming self-assertiveness can he correspond to being, which gives itself over to his protection. The saving power, if indeed it does save, occurs in an essentially tardy manner even for the philosopher, such that one day he will look back at his decisionistic years like Augustine at his youth before conversion. Was all this not just a preparatio philosophica decreed long ago? As Augustine at the turning point of his life story recognizes the epochal transition from paganism to Christianity, so Heidegger sees in his own path of thought that is pregnant with error and yet still chosen the hinge for the turn from the epoch of the forgetting of being to preparing for a renewed recollection of being. What was the story of a life becomes transposed, here as there, into a salvation historical or onto historical wide photo shot, to the discomfort of those for whom such elevations of self-modesty appear to be presumptuous. In any case, Augustine is at an advantage over Heidegger in the fact that he carried out retractions of his writings coram deo et publico, while Heidegger tended to rewrite rather than to re-examine his ambiguities. Nevertheless, after everything that has been traversed, that which is one's own can only be attained by the one who knows how to wait until it is fatefully sent. Only what is more primordial than the human being, thus the certainty which has ultimately been filtered out, may bring about the counter-movement to the fateful drift in human constructs. Heidegger's late style leaves no doubt that he regarded himself as the favorite of the reversal sent by being. Even when he stubbornly presents himself as an assistant and as someone who merely prepares the way, his language betrays him as someone who discovered and was discovered in propria persona. The sojourn in a chosen preserve has come into being from out of thrown being in the world. And so, as Augustine had already answered the Christian question in such a way that something like a homeland was possible even in the midst of the human being's homelessness in the world, insofar as he summoned a monastic community on the fringes of the Roman Empire to life, a monastic community which still exists today, so too does the late Heidegger. As a wanderer and a meditator found a reflective habitus that determines the rules of the order of the so-called fourfold, rules of an order that is oriented to a carefully protected nature, an order that reclaims the region for its saving Geheilt Heiland and sojourn within it. If it were up to the founder, even things and the gods would have to keep to the law of this strict idyll. Here a tendency toward pure ministering can be fulfilled. In the meditative preserve, human beings voluntarily behave as weakly as they did before the introduction of advanced technology. The second impotence, so its representatives believe, complies with the new turn toward being. Now it can be understood why it is still ultimately Catholic theologians who find a formalization of their mode of belief in Heidegger's late writings. 5. The twist. The modern world considers what concerns the human being's voluntarily accomplished reversal to be its most powerful word for movement, revolution. But Heidegger, who reads Plato's doctrine of truth with the eyes of Augustine in his theology of conversion, meanwhile knows, though, as I said, not from the start, but only after his own failed attempt to be a partisan of the supposedly fateful national revolution and its labor, its work, how things stand with the subjective, agitated revolutions compelled by the will. His own errant devotion to a false emissary opened his eyes to the ontological quality of total revolutions in practice. However they proceed, they always end up in the most recent chapter of the drift toward perversion. In contrast, according to a later insight, salvation, or its preparation, can only lie in letting be and waiting, along with letting sentences that have been faithfully sent resound. We never come to thoughts. They come to us. 44. For secular ears, that is difficult to hear. And yet, in the Augustinian interpretations of human hustle and bustle in the worldly community, an experience resonates that can also get under the skin of 20th century activists who have become reflective. In this epoch that has unprecedented faith in agents, the question was indeed always formulated anew: who or what is the true subject of the emergency-altering revolution? All answers ended up doubling the problems for which they arose as solutions. Is it the working masses? Is it the party? Is it the people? Is it the race? Is it intellectuals? Is it the marginalized? Is it women? Is it the Green Party? Whatever was suggested and orchestrated, it was always the old Adam, the human being in the familiar drift, the human being who knows nothing new, who comes forth and exposes himself in his upheavals. We have seen the underside of the revolutionaries. Ambivalence has swallowed everything and spat it back up again. Since 1945, the axiom of the so-called postmodern situation has exposed for anyone who wished to know, that nothing actually begins and that nothing actually ends. We are finished with nothing, we bring nothing new into existence. There is no ancien regime and no new society. There is neither a true origin nor an authentic retrieval. All the way to the end there are no cuts, nowhere do radical discontinuities emerge. What remains are approaches, mixtures, transitions, shifts, reflections, series, drifts. As far as the eye can see, similarity rules the scene. What used to be called the just milieu has now become the just mélange. The center relies on unlimited combination. Of course, other differences emerge that are big enough to battle for the better state of affairs, differences such as that between open societies and tyrannies, between just and unjust distributions of goods and opportunities, between free expression and being compelled to lie, between art and deterioration. Without these differences there would no longer be goals orienting our action at all. But, in the future, where should a more encompassing, fundamental turn, a difference about the whole, come from? Who would form the subject or emissary of a turn that would be more than a private conversion, a localized counter-steering or a collective evasion? What could again reverse the prevailing sense of being, which amounts above all to the distortion and ultimate consumption of everything? The answer that Augustine had to give is obvious: the decisive turn was God's revolution, and this took place for all time. Whoever participated in it would be sheltered, to the extent possible, from the prevailing meaninglessness. But what if this turn from above did not help the world in its profane plunge? If even the turn devours its children? If Rome's perspective, to put it harshly, was clerical fascism? If Geneva's perspective was puritanical paranoia? If Wittenberg's perspective was the helpless private religion that still cowers under the worst authority? Admittedly, Augustine would have pointed out that the upheaval of the world's course by the incarnation of the Son of God only provisionally had a mundane sense. Indeed, he would have revealed in his inmost circle that in God's revolution at best only a few chosen individual souls are saved from the depraved multitude, while the world and its corrupt human cargo are on the whole something that is not to be retained even by the Creator. However, when modern thinkers of upheaval, whether therapists of alienation, world revolutionaries, mythologists of being, or critical theorists, spoke of countermovement and otherness, they did not think of chosen individuals who would be spared from universal entanglement and blindness. They were concerned with a kind of movement that would come to the aid of human world productions as a whole in their vile course. They intended a countermovement that would remove the destructive pull from the current drift. Here the question must have impressed itself upon them of whether the world's process in general can be controlled by activity. 45 Insofar as they more or less unconditionally affirmed this, the ideologists of praxis authorized leading roles for themselves in the activist century's theater of revolution. The catastrophic results of these authorizations are presently being drawn up. Yet although the disillusionment regarding high-strung concepts of action is well advanced, most of those who are not resigned today still agree in conceiving the survival of the world as something that depends on true countermovements. The world deserves a turn. Who can give it one? The course of the world needs profound corrections. From where can they come? Before making any effort to give a concrete answer, whoever has learned to mistrust the conceptual figures of total politics will pose a counter-question: what kind of turn are we talking about here? What does the expression true movement imply? How is this demand for total upheaval justified? Isn't it time to put these fatal singulars out to pasture? Where the saving power comes to the fore, doesn't the danger increase, too? Don't we have to beware every expertocracy of salvation above all else? The rightness of these objections ought not to be contested, and yet, they cannot permanently mask the lack of response. On the whole, they only increase the ambivalence. In the twilight where indifference encounters polysemy, any distinction between true and false movements seems to have vanished. We participate in mass sports but have no idea of the movement that would aid the world as such. There are extreme athletes but no longer any credible revolutionaries. The intelligentsia of the late 20th century must have seen that revolution was no longer the right name for the true counter-movement. The list of disappointments is so long because being tempted by total politics bore many names. It was not the revolution of councils, it was not the conservative revolution, it was not the national revolution, it is certainly not the permanent revolution of the process of capital. The Green Party difference seems to have been leveled before it could even have a chance to be a turning force. Whatever was undertaken in the gestures of total politics was always just false and more than false. That which discrete politics was capable of remained at best ambiguous and polysemous. What names, then, could still today, after everything, bear an integral turn or the sum of individual corrections that would restore to the world's course a certain orientation to truth, be it only in the minimal sense of delayed self-destruction? Heidegger's late disclosure, that only a God can save us, only makes clear once again that for him the human being as the subject of the turn does not come in for further questioning. But perhaps a crypto-Catholic and final metaphysician cannot speak otherwise. For minds of such provenance, everything right up to the very end hinges on what is entirely other and one, that is, the last great singular. But where should someone who does not accept Heidegger's answer seek the pivot for a possible turn of the world's course in realms that can be experienced in praxis? How should we think of a cooperation with something that could still be of help? Ladies and gentlemen, now coming definitively to the end, I would like to indicate at least an indirect answer to these questions. To this end it is necessary to recall an adventure of movement that I believe was the most momentous one to occur in the history of Europe's intellectual endeavors. When, led by Portuguese sailors, the Europeans began to look out toward the Atlantic in the 15th century and began to think beyond it to a virtually different coast of the ocean, the seemingly insurmountable problem arose for them that one could indeed allow oneself to be carried away from Europe's western coast by familiar winds to the open sea, but then, by any human reckoning, there would no longer be a way to turn back to home port. Faced with this difficulty, a thought occurred to the Portuguese marinheiros, to the ship captains in the time of Henry the Navigator, a thought of which one says too little if one calls it a bold idea. Observed from a historical distance, it is the most unsettling thought of modernity, the most propulsive idea outside of the religious domain, the most ingenious and dangerous notion ever conceived by modern Europeans. The Portuguese sailors became engaged, in a metaphorical and real sense, to the prevailing winds. They devoted themselves first in thoughts, then in actual ships to the breezes that continually blow out from Europe's western coast to the ocean. With them they transgressed the limit beyond which there can no longer be any reasonable hope for a return, and let themselves be borne into the open by trade winds in an unconditional commitment of their ships and their life. In the midst of maneuvering, the sailors were seized by the insight into the movement of the winds over the North Atlantic. They began to understand, at first intuitively but later in an experienced, practical manner, and later still in a theoretical sense, that the Euro-American winds form a system. Over the North Atlantic there revolves, mostly in a clockwise direction, a whirling of air masses that produces in more southern latitudes a relatively constant current from the northeast and elicits in more northern latitudes a continuous, often stormy western current. The European television viewer today sees this structure in their so-called weather reports on almost a daily basis from the perspective of satellites, without suspecting that they have the climatic political secret of globalization before their eyes. In order for the wind to air their sails, the marine heroes of the 15th century had to plummet into the invisible whirling vortex whirlpool and expose themselves to its motion, come what may. At the same time, turbulence whirlpool makes manifest that the thrownness has the character of throwing and of movement. 46 It was their idea, which gradually became clear, to drift out to sea for as long as it took until, vertiginously far afloat after a tenaciously adhered to western course before the northeastern trade wind, they pushed forward into the western wind zones of the Atlantic, from which the wind's propulsion would allow them to return home again. This bold maneuver, which was soon so common that hardly anyone noticed it except for captains, received a sonorous name from the Portuguese sailors, volta do mar, the seas about face. It is the turn on the high seas, so to speak. One can say of this turn that, through it, the practical potential of Heidegger's philosophy of movement was realized on board a ship. Complying with the wind and being exposed to the play of its laws were responsible for the fact that, from journeys into the open sea, the whole model of the journey there and back again was able to come about. 47 Without the seas about face, America would not have been discovered by Europeans. Without it and its inverse application for the Southern Ocean, there would have been no European navigation of the world and thus no globalization of world commerce from European centers, no immigration of Europeans to the two Americas, no colonization of Australia, no Spaniards in the Philippines and Mexico, no Portuguese in Goa, no Dutch in Sumatra, no English in Africa and India. Without it there would have been no British Empire and no Anglophone Commonwealth on every continent, also no United States of America. In short, without the maneuver of the seas about face there would not be a modern Europe and a new world as they have appeared over the last half-millennium. Far be it from me to glorify the expired Eurocentric era. Remembering that a nautical figure of speech, which inspired sailors and made philosophers wonder, lies at the center of terrestrial globalization, in which the Earth was elaborated as a geological monad, belongs to a full critique of this epoch. The Volta do Mar embodies the main features of Dasein in motion, letting oneself fall into the initial tendency, egress into the expanse, the deliberate turn that brings back. It appears to respond from a distance to the doctrine of the resolute non-sailor Heidegger that the turning point lies concealed at the heart of danger. Ladies and gentlemen, I would not have recalled this history of seafarers if I did not believe that a metaphorical clue to the current world crisis is contained in it. There is today once more a neo-Portuguese intelligentsia among us that thinks out beyond to other seas to be sailed on, which are again to all appearances impossible to traverse. While the majority of human beings today in the Earth's zones of affluence worry about things that correspond to the issues of a society that has remained quasi-medieval, about continual economic growth and the permanent position of businesses that are blind to consequences, about vested rights to thoughtlessly destroy and customary rights to plunder nature, the contemporary Portuguese are already occupied with a new about-face of the sea. Here it can only be a matter of a turn into which the tried and tested heritage of revolutions hitherto attempted and foundered flows, a turn of technology against technology, if you will allow the fatal singulars once more, a turn of capital against capital, a turning of war against war, an overhaul of the sciences by the sciences, a turn of the media against themselves. The turning movements achieve a complexity that goes beyond mere upheaval. Inversions supersede the revolutions that are seen to be impossible and unfruitful. Twists take the place of reversals, with them a new dimension of kinetic intelligence becomes visible. Through the concept of the Twistverwindung 48, which was introduced late and remained obscure, Heidegger gave an indication of a fourth kind of movement that goes beyond the play of the first three. Only with it could kinetic thinking be adequate to the demands of complexity. One will say that this is all too difficult for human beings. It is characteristic of Marinheiros that they do not believe in talk of tasks that are too difficult. In their experience, tasks are not given if solutions are not provided by the state of things. The ocean only became a problem through its answer, the seafaring ship. The sailors of the future will navigate in contexts in which there can no longer be revolutions of the old style, but rather instances of unscrewing oneself from ossified and distorted structures and ways of running counter to deaf and fatal routines, movements of turning by which the sense of active, conscious, shared life in the multifariously mobilized world is necessarily changed. Regarding Heidegger, he behaved in his province as though from there he could resist the course of the world in a manner that was at once collected and outlandish, a course which was leading ever deeper into an epical winter. Wasn't his village a secret outpost of the Civitas Dei? And isn't this the reason why his grave could not be located on a campus or in a city? This grave belongs to the counter-world, the nonconformist, questioning church that is concealed in the shadows of the visible, pontificating one. One could believe that Augustine of Thagast and Heidegger of Meßkirch lie at rest next to each other in a kind of counter-bracing conjunction. From where they are, it is possible for one to try, in a manner that is as serenely released as is possible for intelligences who see what is immense, to wait as the unconverted world is instructed in its progressive self-annihilation. Heidegger's statement that the earth, seen in terms of the history of being, is the errant star also seems to be spoken from this reserve. It is the star that is missing the turn. In another passage, from Heidegger's 1947 collection of sayings, Aus der Erfahrung des Denkens, from the experience of thinking, one finds the obscure line, to head toward a star. This only 49. Perhaps these two statements give us the code word for a maneuver yet to be attempted: follow the star, reach the earth. 2. Luhmann, Devil's Advocate. Of original sin, the egotism of systems, and the new ironies. Among the features of modern theorizations in the human and social sciences, there is one that stands out ever more noticeably: the increasing demands on the contemporaneity of their audience. Thus in the humanities, since at least the end of the Second World War, it is not merely a matter of etiquette but rather of substantive content that their representatives are compelled to note that they have made their way through the Freudian corpus. The title of a book by Jean-Bertrand Pontalis, Après Freud, 1965, signals in a characteristic way this habit of theory's self-dating according to its position after a master. Giorgio Colli formally took the same line in his study, Dopo Nietzsche, 1968. A series of authors from the 19th and 20th centuries have likewise functioned as thresholds who imposed an obligation on those coming later to proceed from the level they had marked out: Marx, Darwin, Saussure, Heidegger, Levi-Strauss, Adorno, Chomsky, Foucault, Girard, and others. The problem that arises in every list of this sort can easily be explained: the obligation to be connected to contemporaneous and advancing generations will be a precarious matter, and the history of the human and social sciences, with their pursuits increasing progress, always also presents a history of refusals to be connected and a history of theoretical choices that are politically, institutionally, or personally motivated. In the following, I would like to bring together a few arguments to show that Niklas Luhmann's work embodies a real and radical propagation of the patrimony belonging to modern theoretical culture. Luhmann is thus, however, his objections against the idea of authorship may have sounded an author in the precise sense of the word, because he made his name as a propagator of the existing stock of art achieved before him. For that reason, the expression after Luhmann does not signify one of the customary dismissals of past positions in the name of a mere passage of time, but rather of this I am certain an authentic liminal formula. After Luhmann, that is the name for a break, an epoche, in the traditional sense of the word, which indicates both the caesura and also the time following it. Whoever lives after a propagator must, as a descendant, achieve something more. In the future, in order to reach the pinnacle of art, one will have to note the Luhmannian lesson. Likewise, in order to mention the magnitude of the thresholds in whose authority in philosophical matters I believe it will be necessary in pertinent theoretical ventures to testify that one thinks after Heidegger, after Martin Buber, after Gotthard Gunther, and after Gilles Deleuze, where the first of these names stands for a movement that during this century arrived at the question of being, the second for the opening up of philosophical thought to the existence of the other, the third for the eruption of cybernetic logic and polyvalence into the stagnant stock of old European bivalent reason, and the fourth for philosophy's breakthrough into the horizon of the virtual, concomitantly with the transition to the constellation of brain and world. I have just now used the expression Luhmannian lesson, without failing to recognize that I have thereby taken on a debt which the following reflections will hardly be able to pay. In a work of the scope treated here, it is clear from the outset that even a patient recipient can only comment on more or less private excerpts from a universe of discourse that is hardly straightforward. Only recourse to an analogy is left to us here, an analogy that I hope honors Luhmann without sickening his readers, namely the reference to the phenomenon of learning language. It is a truism that, while acquiring language, no two children in a given population are confronted with exactly the same sentence tokens, because every natural language is employed by its users in a manner that is tinged by incalculable variegation and idiolect, and additionally not seldom in an erroneous manner. Yet almost all children abstract the grammar of their native language from the most diverse collections of sentence patterns in a more or less precise way, so that they can someday approach one another as linguistic adults, at least in their milieu or their social class. Things are quite similar in the Luhmann archipelago, where on the basis of non-identical multitudes of readings one sometimes finds a kind of Luhmann grammar, on the basis of which one can communicate, albeit in a half-consonant manner, with other tourists in Luhmannland and even a few actual inhabitants, should one encounter them. In recognition of these difficulties and drawing on the cited grounds for hermeneutic optimism, I would like to offer a few remarks for the record concerning what, in my eyes, constitutes the Luhmann event in the field of the social and human sciences, and why the formulation after Luhmann designates a standard, and not merely a contingent time frame after the death of a scholar. One circumstance of accusation. I thus speak of Luhmann as a devil's advocate, a formulation that allows one to surmise that I intend to map the Luhmannian impulse within the perspective of the history of morality and metaphysics, more precisely within a history of theologically determined constructions of the world picture that was indeed interrupted by the beginning of modernity, yet has by no means reached its end. The sense of these constructions was, as remains to be shown, to hinder the reduction of worldly evil to the sphere of divine first causes by means of an overinterpretation of human freedom and the concomitant moral overburdening of the human being. The expression devil's advocate, as is well known, stems from the vocabulary of the Roman Catholic Curia, or, more precisely, it emerges from its popularization. The Advocatus Diaboli is a figure that has been translated into popular language and that derives from the Vatican's process of canonization or beatification before the Congregation of Rites. Its model is the so-called Promoter Fidei, whose task it was to put to a stern test the arguments of parties who pleaded for the canonization of someone who had passed away, a function whose ironic aspect was perceived more keenly by those in the streets and plazas of Rome who were not theologically educated than by the parties to the process, who remained caught up in the seriousness of the procedure. With the same irony, those who were on the outside labeled the role of the proponent Advocatus Dei. If one adds what is well known about popular opinion's views of lawyers, then one also knows what is necessary about the connotations of these characterizations. In any case, It is evident that the devil must have an interest in hindering new entrants to the communio sanctorum in every single case, since from the adversary's perspective there is already today too great a crowd of those to whose corruption he can no longer contribute. For him each new entrant to the cloud of witnesses formed above his head is not only a nuisance, but also a compelling occasion for attempts at subversion. It is the devil who, always with good reason, wants to prove that potential saints were not real saints, an interest that is not lacking in irony, since the agent of hell ultimately always plays the game of the other side with his negations and subversions. He is condemned to this office, as long as he respects the prohibition on conducting the process as such ad absurdum, in which case the real saints would disappear with the ostensible ones. One may here perhaps draw the conclusion that the devil is ultimately no less pious than the priest who plays his role in the process. The irony of this controversial opinion lies in the fact that the above-mentioned defender of the faith, who adopts the role of a contestant, must be an especially adept theologian, since only then does the procedure for the discovery of holy or blessed dignity in a proposed candidate lead to a valid result of canonization, an early and typical kind of test, by the way, for what in later times would be known as the unforced force of the better argument, though one here recognizes more clearly than in modern versions of the problem that the argument which contributes more effectively to the confirmation of the desired consensus will each time be held to be better. Here, too, consensus is always already a sacred consensus and rests on the merciful influx of a higher rationality into the terrestrial procedure. That one behaves as though one heard the arguments of the other side equally, and as though consensus were the result of a procedure that reliably leads to the truth, always belongs to this perspective. The piety in the procedure that is here manifested betrays the faith in processes as mechanisms of selection without fault or reproach. In them the logos itself makes the selection, and it cannot even do otherwise, because the only option still open for it is to become a process, since the option of becoming a human being has been exhausted. The faithful party's process that is disputed in a bipolar manner before the court is a case into which the Holy Spirit, liquefied in such a manner, cannot go. He deigns on every occasion to waft within the outcome of a process, just as though he no longer blow it where he listeth, but rather where the procedure lets him point one. For that reason, were we Catholic faithful, we might take delight in the certainty of never getting involved with the unworthy when we drew on the intercession, in our favor, of canonized saints near to God. Indeed, the procedural filter guarantees that no false saints appear in the ranks of the communio sanctorum that are officially listed, and thus spares us diabolic simulacra, in the same way that in communications according to the Habermasian rules one may take delight in the certainty that, after the final cut, there can no longer be any dissenting theoretician, any pluralist, any constructivist, and above all any artist present in the circle of those communicating in a truly rational manner. Point 2. Apart from that, there can be no doubt that the figure of the devil's advocate at the beginning of modernity was freed from Roman formalities and quite simply transformed into an emblem of useful negativity. As the Advocatus Diaboli ultimately had only one task in the process of canonization, allowing the positive affirmation in the final judgment to emerge all the more brilliantly, so the modern negative version had to prove to be a part of that power fully employed in Germany until just recently, which continually wills evil and continually accomplishes good. This logic illuminated a contemporary German Franciscan priest to such a degree that during the Sacred Congregation of Rites of the Holy See in 1960 he requested a beatification procedure for Judas Iscariot, without whose faithful betrayal the Passion would never have occurred. We do not know how this request turned out. This proposal could have succeeded in Rome only if Hegel, Schelling, or Soloviev had been chosen to be official philosophers of the Vatican and thereby become the modern seconds of Aquinas. Yet, as we know, the Holy See opted in favor of Husserl. It requires no great effort to render plausible the reason why, in what follows, I abstract the model of the devil's advocate from its historical sources, in order to redefine it for a role within a field of problems that is described in a historically and objectively different way. It is here a matter of the opposite of procedures of canonization, namely, far-reaching procedures for accusing the race of Adam, altogether procedures in which the members of the problematic species were, from time immemorial, pressed into the position of being overcharged defendants. The trial that is at issue in the history of Christian Western ideas, and in whose phase of revision I see Luhmann appearing as an associate defense lawyer, is nothing else than what the human being and his transcendental corrupter, the devil, were brought to by Pauline and above all Augustinian Christianity, insofar as they described the race of mortals as creatures who were under the bondage of peccatum original, or original sin, from an early moment in their history. I must emphasize that it is above all the adjective that counts in this term. For the observation that human beings are fallible creatures, or that they, if you like, bear within themselves a disposition for sin and for occasional and rebellious deviation from ethical norms, a disposition for hybris, as the Greeks put it, this observation would be all too conventional if, on account of the addition of the adjective original, it were not also maintained that a load was built into human fallibility from the beginning, thus a metaphysical legacy that would burden the conditio humana. From Augustinian times Christian anthropology has been characterized by a grave tendency toward hyperculpabilization. One has long been able to state this calmly without being accused of views hostile to religion or neo-pagan, slackening moments of neurotic apologetics aside. If, along with all the well-known reasons for the modern shift away from the old European tradition, another one is to be provided, one less noted yet very compelling, then it would undoubtedly lie in the circumstance that what has called itself the Enlightenment since the 18th century has carried out a permanent referendum on the deculpabilization of the human being, or at the very least has initiated something like a petition spanning generations, which seeks a new vote on the fundamental guilt of the human being, a petition that in the interim we are able to regard as the moral critical library of modernity, with contributions that stretch from Montaigne to Cyron and from Bacon to Luhmann. It should be noted en passant that it is Odo Marquard who has formulated the logic of this petition. Point 3. In the fundamental discursive order of Old Europe, I note that Old Europe was an expression casually coined by Nietzsche, before it was a key term of Luhmann's, for it is thus not so much the devil who must allow himself legal counsel in the procedures, but rather the human being who needs counsel in view of the immense burdens of guilt that have been loaded down on him by his Christian accusers between Paul and Augustine all the way to Pascal, Dostoevsky, and more recently by Levinas. For, as the European history of ideas and religious worship shows, the human race, after being driven out of paradise and after the God-man's crucifixion, finds itself in a double bind, to begin with, that of being caught forever with the children of Adam in the first rebellion against the commandment, and then that of having participated with the Romans and other imperial and powerful human beings in the death of God. Both suffice to bring the culpabilized race into deficit, in terms of the economy of salvation, and, to be sure, to such an enormous extent and with such a hopeless overdraft of all accounts that, without action to reduce the debt by the crediting agency, the human being will never again get out of the metaphysical debt trap. The productive power of human morality could never be enough, on this interpretation, to manage the debts of the race in the afterlife. For that reason only a transcendent advocate for the human being is in a position to satisfy the highest creditor. In the New Testament, Christ is consistently characterized as Parakletos, a term that is sometimes translated as comforter but more correctly as advocate or intercessor, yet apart from that, as is well known, one finds it used mostly for the Holy Spirit. It is obvious why this advocatus hominis must be God himself, because only a transcendent advocate can settle a transcendent debt, just as it is clear that he must at the same time be a human being, because human beings can only plausibly be represented in whatever court by someone who belongs to their race. The procedure is not without risk for the client. An immense debt to the advocate, because of his representation, can easily come about from the immense debt owed to God. The construction of the procedural mechanism, the way in which human beings toto genera are to be brought into the red, deserves and needs to be looked into anew. It is developed. This can be shown relatively easily from an almost inevitable side effect of the impulse for rationalization, which was carried out in the ecumenical forms of ancient life and thought by Hellenistic philosophy. This achieved a relatively stable compromise between cosmological idealism and anthropological skepticism in the era of the Stoics and the pragmatic doctrines of happiness, and thus a situation that already clearly looms in the standard Aristotelian distinction between the sublunary places affected by death and lack and the ethereal realms of superlunary perfection. The moral difference between what is above and what is below remains suspended in a quasi-physical distinction between the perfect motions of the heavenly spheres, which are stable in their circular motion, and the imperfect motions of the zones near to the earth, where only finite, fatigable, straight, and crooked lines are possible. Evil, as though it were an exhausted good, was also planted into these zones as the natural endowment of finitude. In this way, ancient philosophy succeeded in concealing the paradox of a nature contrary to nature within the concept of nature. To be sure, Christian theology could draw on these solutions, yet it could not stop there. It is what, with metaphysical acuity, construed evil as something more than anti-natural, namely, as anti-divine. It careened into this lane by joining the question of the origin of the turn contra deum with the question of the human being's chances for salvation. In so doing, the human being veered close to the molten core of a possible original evil, and did so for reasons that were almost mandatorily imposed on the basis of the architectonics of a metaphysical theological discursivity in the space of early Catholicism. The hyperculpabilization of the human, which was concentrated in the concept of original sin, is a product of the increasing employment of arguments in favor of human freedom to explain the motivation for evil in a universe entirely created by God. When historians of dogma explain that the theological crisis worsened when the question unde malum, 5 became more acute as a consequence of Gnostic provocation, they also already indirectly confirm the significance of free will in the introduction and imputation of evil. Since, with regard to evil, the customary monotheistic reduction to the first cause is of course forbidden, since the latter is kept free of all responsibility for what is bad, failed, and evil by an unwavering partiality for good, the search for a non-basic secondary source imposes itself. Evil must be grounded epigenetically, so that the inference from it back to the good origin remains impossible. However, as long as the omnes est bonum principle 6 holds valid, everything not good remains in limbo in a twofold sense: genealogically, because one does not know from which bad parents one is supposed to descend, and ontologically, because, as a being that does not actually exist, it is expatriated in some sense from the range of real and valid beings. It can thus only be motivated privatively and by the will. In this situation, human freedom must serve as a reserve origo from which everything that is not onto theoretically safe flows. This orientation is almost self-evident in a state of the world that, according to the rules of old European rationality, requires a principle-based, monarchical interpretation, thus in view of a world in which and above which there can be no God against God, and there ought to be no origin beside the origin. If it must remain taboo to trace negativity in the world back to the divine first cause, should the whole cultural discourse and logical hygiene of biblical Hellenistic language games not be endangered, then, when such negativity becomes obvious, there accrues to the human being as the creature gifted with freedom a literally superhuman, Atlantean task: he is called on to bear the guilt of an entire world of pain. Human freedom exonerates God from the impertinence of acknowledging a second principle alongside himself as the origin of that which is not intended by him. Thus the old European tradition characterized itself with good reason as humanist, because it had to locate in and only in the human being the possibility to accord with God and nature just as much as the temptation not to accord with them. Just as the Greeks had employed nature as a generic term and hiding spot for what is contrary to nature, so the Christians now use the human being as a generic term and hiding spot for what is inhuman, which is synonymous with what is contrary to God. The human being becomes important because exorbitant and frustrated expectations of order require clarification. For an eon he appears to be a creature that can miss his appointment with God, which, so one hears, constitutes his humanity. It is easier to understand the fact that, above all, problems with the hygiene of the world picture were supposed to be solved by freeing the good, original cause of everything from authorship of evil when we recall the general provocation of dualism in late antiquity and the foul discourse of Gnosticism in particular. Gnosticism famously and overtly reckons with the confusion at the level of first causes, indeed even with the failure of the Creator God, of the stupid demiurge, as though willing and power were not unified up above either. In view of the theoretical architecture of orthodox old European theology and anthropodicy, it can be said that the free human being is constructed and put front and center in order to disburden God of his position, insofar as the free human being must remain on hand as a reserve culprit and ersatz principle for all human and cosmic evil. This leads to an overburdening of the essentially free human being by his systemically conditioned hypercompetence for evil. Because the human being now appears so deeply and quasi-fundamentally sunk in his corrupted state, anything less than an action just as deeply undertaken will not suffice for raising him up again. Christian soteriology is the discursive and cultic trace of this. In its elaborateness one can read off the radically of the preceding maneuver of rendering culpable. For it is not only the case that whoever thinks greatly must err greatly, it is also the case that whoever has been greatly burdened must be greatly disburdened. We should add to this the observation that modernization, in terms of the economy of the world picture, can only consist in reducing the need for disburdenment by lightening the load, an operation that could have counted on Luhmann's approval, although he himself would have hardly taken part in discussions of such metaphysical stuffiness. Furthermore, it would have been typical for him to explain the trajectory of evil less from the impulse to explain, which proceeds from the unde malum question, than from the paradox of the assertion of unity. Without doubt, he would have emphasized that, in order to take up the standpoint from which the unity of the difference between creator and creature can be asserted, the devil must exist, for better or worse. For except for theologians who, if not the devil, can look on from outside at the unity of what is distinguished in that way. From this perspective, the diabolic nature of that which is diabolic is to be interpreted not so much in voluntaristic terms as in terms of topology and the theory of difference, since its source is to be sought in the externality of observation as such. If the devil still wants to mark out a difference for himself in relation to the unsurpassably good one and his world in general, then nothing else remains for him than to take up the standpoint of evil. 7. Having come this far in the development of the problem, it is useful to recall the formulations with which Augustine interpreted and established for centuries the condition of fallen humanity. 8. We find in them the first approaches to a problematic that will press for a new answer only at the peak of modernity, with the renewed emergence of the question as to whether the self-regard of human beings and systems is good or evil. Augustine recognized the strategic significance of the concept of sin for stabilizing the Catholic universe against ancient skepticism, and hence undertook with great ingenuity an ontological deduction of that which does not stem from God and leads away from him. In fact, within the world of creation that is distinguished as a whole by the fact that it has turned out well, it is no easy task to trace the starting point for radical deviations. Nevertheless, it is obvious that the nerve of separation must be found in the human being. It is just as evident that this will now no longer be accomplished with the repetition of the cultically employed term sin for the explanation of issues that stand in question. Rather, it is a matter of conceiving the conditions for the possibility of resistance to divine law, and to lay bare in this possibility the metaphysical foundations of sinful dissidence. Here, the Augustinian analysis comes close to modern expressions. We leave aside whether it does so in appearance or in substance, for it brings about a sort of profound diagnosis of the structures of corrupt human subjectivity and eo ipso formulations that can be heard up to today in the corroborative iterations of the philosophers of dialogue, whether of Protestant, Catholic, Jewish, or psychoanalytic provenance, as well as in those of the founding discourses of an anthropological psychiatry. Since the form of fallen human subjectivity is prefigured in the Satanic one, it suffices for everything else to begin with the archdenier and to observe him in his secession from the divine whole. Here the metaphysical deduction of externality is achieved. We will be dealing with a bit of mythology in which the screenplay for the history of this world begins with its prelude in the beyond. The Augustinian Satan, who represents something like an allegory of negation on a level below the principle, does not resort, this much is certain, to any external motive for his revolt against the origin. He finds everything that is necessary for sedition in himself, to put it more precisely, in his capacity for freedom, his most important endowment. By virtue of this, he can, parodying divine creation ex nihilo, generate his no from the abyss of an unmotivated act of the will. Thus one may not ask why and from where he has acquired his evil will. He wills as he will and nothing more. The will, or, to put it in modern terms, the desire of the dissident, orients itself to itself and not to the big other whom it has before itself ontologically and morally. He thus prefers himself instead of his creator, who is presented to him as both an invisible origin and a visible opposite. Thus he begins with himself in a free, uncompelled way that is therefore only attributable to him, now and forever. And it is just this beginning with himself, although there had been another, older, more dignified beginning to respect, which is, according to the insight or viewpoint of Augustine and all conservatives since, the beginning of sin. Sinning is an operation in which originality and negativity are entwined. Ultimately, to sin is always to begin with the false, even where it seems only to be a continuation. It bears the character of a schismatic fact/act Tathandlung. In Augustine's description, sin achieves an operational precision of such elevated intensity that it accordingly appears as something which every mortal can spontaneously repeat if he had not already discovered it himself. Only now, after the onto-theological guidelines for precisely turning away from God have been specified, can it actually be shown to what degree human beings have been occupied with repeating Satan's operation all along. For, precisely insofar as Satan does what he does, namely, turns away from the big other and orients himself to himself with original pseudo-originality, he establishes the pattern for everything that will be castigated in Europe for millennia as bad self-regard and conceived as an irresistible temptation for mortals, even more, as their inborn flaw. Augustine emphasizes that one may not presume any external necessitations, and certainly not any rivaling principle, behind satanic self-preference. The devil is no vassal of an evil, second God. Furthermore, he may not invoke the defense that, in order to become autistic, he must have had a deficient mother. The devil needn't have had a bad childhood to be disposed in an abysmally bad way. For him, it is a matter of revolt in itself. He wants to turn away or unscrew himself from his face-to-face with the Almighty One as such. Only from unmotivated freedom does he carry out his turn against everything that represents order and divine precept. He realizes himself as the owner-einer of his obstinacy. Eigensin.9 By means of this action, evil is substantialized in the direction of dissident wills. What begins platonically as mere malum privativum becomes, in Christian terms, concentrated in the devil's ego into a malign private sphere of self-authorized and irremediable intensity. The evil one draws his own circle around the second. His circle stands for systemic closure. Point 10 Thus the devil, lord of this world, becomes lord of self-regard. From a later, perhaps more impartial point of view, the additional fact that a premise is concealed in this description imposes itself, a premise that if made explicit would have had to have destroyed the whole arrangement, namely, the disastrous paradox that the endowment of freedom remains bound up with a strict expectation of integration and subordination, so that the human being, like his mythical protector, Satan, could only have used his freedom without culpability if he had decided not to use it. To use freedom means, conversely, to automatically become implicated in uprising and to decide on one's own existential liberation, one could even say on distance and resistance. To exist means to be held into non-communion. The symbiosis with God must be broken, so that existence is realized as external or as thrust out. According to this analysis, which is full of assumptions, from this uprising there emerges the distance that first enables external observation of the unity between creator and creature. This observation remains an external or diabolical one because the devil rejects the idea of asking to be allowed to be the third in the league of two. Thus, insofar as it introduces externality, the principle of distance would be the authentic dimension of the devil. Distance thus becomes the problem child of classical metaphysics. No theory of alienation to this point could relinquish the motif of the guilt of distance in relation to a supposed primal proximity. However, when thought in these terms, the simple fact is disregarded that for the most part otherness neither arises through a dramatic division nor is solidified in the latter's traumatic engrams. Otherness is the naturally occurring and blameless point of departure between groups and individuals who were never anywhere united contingently encountering each other. Only the metaphysical prejudice for unity compels one to think otherness as alienation and thus to deprive multiplicity of its ontological dignity together with its practical innocence. For the turning inward of the creature that frees itself from the innate or at least enjoined devotion to the big other, Augustine introduces a technical term that is equally revealing in kinetic and moral terms, that of the incurvatio in se ipsum, or curving inward into oneself, which exists everywhere human beings fail to live up to the norm of extroversion or turning toward the object and put themselves before their relations with others. Until the present day, the old European specialists in imputing guilt recognized their clients in this flawed stance, even long after they had transitioned from reproaching sins to critiquing narcissism. What does the modern theory of pathological narcissism offer other than a new psychological description of an irrevocably, theologically coded situation? Curving inward into oneself, interpreted in Augustinian terms, for its part has a twofold significance. It indicates not only the current operation of sinning, which could be characterized today as breaking off communication with a counterpart who seeks conversation or is pleading for something, it also refers to the habitualized result of such turning away, a stubborn false position of the moral sense, which no longer can be compensated for by the subject itself, even if its intentions are good. If Augustine, as a phenomenologist of the curving inward of the self, delivers a dark diagnosis of the post-lapsarian conditio humana, and if his assessment of the human being and his prospects for salvation turns out to be almost fatal, then it is because he interprets the fall as a torsion, being fallen as being distorted, and the latter as an internally irreversible flawed stance. After the lapsus, mortals, as imitators of Adam and of Satan, are fixed in their orthopedic catastrophe, they are no longer free to uncurl themselves and by their own powers to restore the broken contact with the good whole and its personal principle, the snubbed God. They are incontrovertibly perverted or rolled up into themselves and are consequently entirely dependent on the responsiveness of the other side. This responsiveness has been represented for an eon under the title of grace. The term gives an indication of the process of, as one says, straightening out the curve inward that can only be carried out by another. It characterizes the corrective to a hyperculpabilization that had to make from the gift-gape of freedom the poison gift of guilt. Admittedly, it is obvious that detoxification by means of grace above all calls to mind intoxication by means of the mea maxima culpa. 2. Fundamental innocentism. According to a not very well-known bon mot of Ernst Bloch, the process of the Enlightenment is characterized by a symptomatic asymmetry. While it was for a long time bon ton for the culture to profess a methodical and perhaps even an existential atheism, the corresponding asatanism remained remarkably underdeveloped. The reason for this is only seemingly to be found in the fact that among moderns, in any case, no one believes any longer in the adversary. In truth, the Enlightenment universalizes the category of the adversarial to such a degree that its religious provenance was able to be occluded and reshaped by a worldly occupation of the evil functional position. The reason or context for this can be explained in simple terms. The process that presents itself as the Enlightenment cannot be maintained if it cannot produce an explanation, which is to be brought continually au jour, of its non-success due to counter-Enlightenment forces of resistance. The Enlightenment is condemned to continually reflecting on its preliminary status and incompletion, a dilemma that it only avoids by making reference to the fact that it is a project, on the one hand, and to the persistent non-cooperation of powerful obstructors, on the other hand. What religious metaphysics had interpreted with the help of a systematic overburdening of the human being's sinful freedom, the enigma of persistent evil in a fundamentally good world, is transformed in modernity, determined as it is by the philosophy of the subject, into the question of why the human praxis of freedom, which had since come to power and was almost universally approved of, still had not brought about a sufficiently good world. The Enlightenment is the progressive interpretation of this problem. Obviously, the meaning of freedom must be interpreted in a radically different way. While in its medieval dispositif it represents the capacity for sin and the possibility of its imputation to the sinner, in modernity it signifies the competence to project, establish, and universalize morally satisfying world relations. When these are not found, one must identify culprits for their non-existence. Consequently, in the modern approach, the culpabilistic matrix continues to remain in use, which is obviously more powerful than the difference between medieval and modern metaphysics. In the meantime, new entities and novel candidates come into play for the position of first evil, upon which is distributed the still imposing burden of the world's evil, the bourgeois system of private property, class rule, the process of capital, the logic of identity, the abstraction of exchange, the death drive, the perverse rebellion of the subject against the symbolic order, the objectivist subjectivism of modernity, logocentrism, the refusal to admit the primacy of the other, the colonization of the life world through systems of power and wealth, and a number of others as well. All of these forms of evil draw their power from their adversarial quality, with which they pervert what humans could, would, or should make better. The peccatum original is transformed into the obstaculum original, into a primordial nuisance, an obscene indolence, an unbearable hindrance, and a perverse self-insistence of unacceptable conditions. The removal of these resistances now shifts to the center of the Enlightenment interpretation of the world in a manner that is as essential as the redemption of the first sin, for the Christian ratio was indispensable. In modernity, not only does the statement that he who thinks greatly must err greatly hold true, it is even more true that he who sees himself greatly hindered has a great deal of clearing away to do. As soon as clearing away and upheavals on a grand scale were put on the historical agenda, theories and praxis of what one called revolutions, in the non-astronomical sense of the word, emerged, that is to say, projects of movement emerged that structurally signify nothing other than attempts to eliminate obstacles standing in the way of the development of a subjectivity striving for complete power. Such endeavors present themselves as the activism of the good. What is modern about fantasies of elimination of this sort is the fact that they are no longer aware of the pre-modern dampening of violence by grace. Marx formulated early on the maxim of a new kind of intensified, radical, humanistically motivated critique of elimination: its object is its enemy, which it wishes not to refute but to destroy. 11. One can champion the view that Luhmann's work on the whole represents a therapeutic confession against the temptation of intellectuals by the violence that clears away. He gave the most laconic of his responses in a press conference: it's not a matter of simply eliminating the other half and putting oneself in its place. 12. The position of advocacy in the process of modernity must therefore be interpreted in entirely different terms than in the Catholic procedure of canonization. Under present conditions, the advocatus Dei is on the side of the subject still hindered in its development, while the advocatus diaboli represents the party of hindrances that are exposed to the danger of being cleared away by the agents of a more expansive subjectivity. During the heyday of Enlightenment journalism, this seems to result in a sufficiently clear scenario that points to progress on the side of God and reaction on the side of the devil. In fact, numerous progressive intellectuals in modernizing societies understand themselves to be paracletic functionaries, insofar as they, through their agitating and acting as representatives, embrace the office of speaking on behalf of groups not yet sufficiently liberated for self-representation. In contrast, speakers from the so-called reaction plead for established interests, which they maintain are more closely interwoven with the regulatory tasks of the whole than the progressivist frivolity is able to grasp. Looking ahead to a possible emergency, conservatives even attribute catacondric functions to themselves by claiming that they have the duty to intervene, as inhibitors of the worst. In the other camp, it is striking that progressive or paracletic intellectuals prefer to read the writings of their conservative or reactionary opponents and take their critique of these writings to be the beginning of all critique. In so doing, they suggest that the elimination of mental hindrances forms their point of departure for the elimination of real hindrances. Critique becomes a euphemism for exterministic reading. Hence during the heyday of critical philosophy the conviction was able to flourish that the theory which detected other theories' contribution to securing the so-called established order das Beste was itself the most important part of praxis. As you can see, the form of thought that lies at the basis of these schematizations is characterized by features of culpabilism and proceduralism in modern scenarios of conflict as well, although the roles are arranged differently than in the medieval procedural order. In particular, it is still interested in a stark conception of freedom but now under the triumphant title of the subject. The position of the agent who bears high or the highest imputations of guilt remains in question. The delivery of exaggerated accusations on account of the neglected or hindered improvement of the world corresponds to the exaggeration of subjectivity. Hence it is understandable why the intellectuals engaged in such processes take up not only forms of rhetoric and routines of old European legal disputes but also just as much the habit of priestly mediation and even more the concern for protecting against heresies. Despite Hegel's remark, applauded far and wide, that philosophy has to guard against wishing to be edifying, the intellectual culture of the Enlightenment is constituted in a crypto-pastoral and paracletic manner, as much as it tries on ever new disguises for its theological designs. In accordance with the respective circumstances of the time, this can be reformulated in neo-Marxist or pragmatic terms, social liberal or humanitarian terms, in neo-Aristotelian terms or in terms of discourse ethics. Walter Benjamin deserves credit for his achievement of articulating the modern compulsion to camouflage pastoral interests in the expressive image of the chess-playing dwarf under the game table of human history. I would now like to show, or at least to indicate, how Niklas Luhmann's intervention into these scenarios brings about a radically transformed awareness. It need not be kept secret that Luhmann's point of departure, biographically and pre-theoretically, is probably to be sought on the side whose guiding interest I just now deemed to be the defense of hindrances against their eliminators. Luhmann begins as an ordinary conservative only to become in time what an Italian column called an avant-garde conservative, one could even say to become a representative of a genre of thinkers who have devoted themselves to the art of not being priests, with consequences that have yet to be recognized. Intellectuals who were close to Luhmann have noted in this respect that in methodological terms he had long since surpassed, from the left, the classical left. Precisely because Luhmann remained existentially an outsider to the rebellious or revolutionary impulse, because, on a fundamental level, it was foreign to him to want to clear away the obstacles opposing the expansive claims of an ascending group subjectivity, because, with an inexplicable modesty with regard to himself and his surroundings, he could find nothing that under all circumstances should be thrown into upheaval and cleared away. Because of these things, he was disposed to disengage himself from all positively or hypocritically paracletic roles. Thus he is perhaps the only actual a-Satanist of this century because he does not clash with any sector or, as he would put it, any subsystem of the social multiverse as such, but is prepared to give each realm its due without being beset by any fantasies of elimination. The consequences of this approach are extraordinarily far-reaching. This can be grasped most clearly in the key distinction that Luhmann characteristically chooses, that between system and environment, a distinction that even indicates a relation in which no side is suited for elimination. In this first distinction a being related to each other of poles is also expressed, which one cannot do justice to by the reflexes to clear away a supposedly adversarial part. But even the concept of system, for its part, already bears the traces of a counter-paracletic irony, since whoever dares to emerge after 1960 in German contexts as a systems theorist must grapple with the semantics according to which systems were the epitome of hindrances that needed to be removed from the Weimar Republic on, in which the abolition of the system was held, in the jargon of both the right and the left, to be a condition for salvation, all the way to the 1970s and 1980s of the Federal Republic, in which the terminology of the Frankfurt School and neo-Marxism in all its varieties evoked more or less discrete fantasies of elimination in relation to that which one wanted to blame on the capitalist system, the logic of exchange, non-ideal speech situations, and similar crystallizations of the adversarial. Paracletic exterminationism comes to the fore most clearly in the radical wing of the student movement, which wrestled with the phantom of armed resistance. Motifs of resistance are also structurally present in the theoretical design of the Habermasian theory of communication, insofar as it distinguished between the life world and the systems that besieged it almost as between salvation heil through what is one's own and perdition unheil through what is foreign. 13. Faced with these terms of reference, in which an occulted doctrine of the adversarial had academically established itself under the self-aggrandizing title of critique, and indeed, tellingly, not in theological departments but rather in sociological ones, Luhmann had to carry out his primary intuition in protracted processes, that, in order to actually investigate systems, one must tolerate them being allowed to appear as what they are, without reproaching them for being a certain way or functioning in a certain manner, and without holding it against them that they are not what they cannot be. It is in this sense that I characterize Luhmann as an advocatus diaboli of a quality that has yet to be acknowledged. The point of his advocacy of the systemic lies in the fact that he desatanizes the realm of what pertains to the system as such and steers clear of paracletic impatience that would like to eliminate what cannot be immediately classified under the desire of the subject and can also not be so easily and indirectly classified under the long march to the rational domination of the world by supposedly higher-level subjectivities. At the same time, I do not wish to say that Luhmann's approach was entirely unprecedented, since, for instance, in the early Plissner, when he emphasized the limits of community, or in Gehlen, when he treated of the birth of freedom from out of alienation, 14 analogous movements of thought emerged that were critical of subjectivity incidentally, with a similar irony regarding the needs of politicizing immediacy and with a comparable attentiveness to the systemic proper sense of great social structures. But never before has the methodical atheism of the modern sciences been complemented by such a thoroughgoing methodical asatanism. It is almost a new tone in the social sciences when one does not begin with a peccatum original, with a first crime, or with an initial plummet into alienation. Something of this resonates in the title of an essay by Luhmann on the transformation of juridical and historico-philosophical interpretations of the origin of private property between the 16th and 18th centuries. Am Anfang war kein Unrecht, in the beginning there was no injustice. If one bears in mind how cautiously Luhmann was accustomed to formulate the titles of his books and essays, then one can legitimately suspect that in the title of this specific investigation of the semantics of justice a hint of confession probably also comes into play. Even more, in the second primary thought of Luhmann's, the theorem of the differentiation of subsystems, the author's concern for the defense of theory against the infringements of ressentiment is noticeable. Considering the century-long history of sociological theories, he had in view the risks that emerge from economistically totalizing descriptions of the relations between social partial systems. The theorem of differentiation also serves as a hygienic measure that is supposed to protect from renewed, wild applications of the schema of base and superstructure. 15. The methodical presumption of innocence in relation to systems in their environments can only be sustained if the analyst maintains a specific kind of abstinence. I would like to characterize it here as a systems theoretical releasement Gelassenheit, at the risk of being tempted to speak Luhmann's name in the same breath as those of Meister Eckhart and Heidegger. At first sight, that would be an incongruity, not to say a far-fetched association. Nonetheless, one could object that one of the sources of Luhmannian releasement is in no way worlds apart from those of the Heideggerian version. Both are characterized by their connections to Husserlian motifs and by their respectively maverick strategies of pushing away from these motifs. When, on occasion, the thesis was to be heard that Luhmann was not really a sociologist, but rather a philosopher behind the mask of the social scientist, that statement was true to the extent that Luhmann repeated, by his own means, the theoretically ascetic founding figure of phenomenology, the bracketing of the vital intentions and existential positions of the theoretician, in order that the world and all I know about it shall become a mere phenomenon. 16. One could even say that he discovered anew the epoche in relation to another host of phenomena. If in the case of the first host of phenomena it is a matter of the conscious life of a subject that investigates its activity of representation as though it were not its own, then in the case of the second host of phenomena it is a matter of the life of the system in general, which is treated with a neutral attitude, as though the agent of the system analysis were not himself at issue. To this belongs the presumption of innocence in the face of systems as such, which first makes it possible to study them without zealotry. Yet as the theorist has to opt out and cannot advance with his expectations of meaning as the measure of all systemic things, so should it be conceded in view of these matters that there is nothing in them that calls in advance for a rejection of a region of being without hope of salvation. Whoever is ready to agree that there are systems and that, if there are, their proprium must be to function as they do within their internal spaces that are constituted differently in each case, he would perhaps also be inclined to admit that the intentions of systems are not evil from the very beginning. In this doubly epical maneuver of unevilizing, we must now target the hotspot more precisely, I mean the question of self-regard, of which we know from the indications given above that it was of crucial significance for the metaphysical procedure of rendering the human being and his terrestrial civitas evil. I must here content myself with the suggestion that the verdict concerning human self-regard is a constant of moral critical discourse in Europe from late antiquity to the present, and here one should assume a continuum of anti-narcissism options, however riven and twisted this continuum may be. There is nothing surprising about this observation for the Christian tradition, but it achieves a non-trivial and conspicuous profile in modern movements of thought, in which the prohibition against narcissism is maintained in a paradoxical proximity with a culture of explicit emphasis on subjectivity. This is the case not least in German idealism, which managed the feat of squeezing beings as a whole through the needle's eye of reflexive and pre-reflexive subjectivity, and yet furthermore of serving as a warning against human hubris, as though German idealism had not itself stoked such hubris. That even Pascal called the ego a hateful word may have been motivated by his closeness to Neo-Augustinian conventions. But what is to be said concerning the anti-egoism of the idealists, who pummel the empirical ego in order to be able to exalt the transcendental or absolute ego? I recall Fichte's excommunication of what he called the self that is animated by its own self instead of God, a self of which he believed to know that it continually desires, that there should be revealed on all sides only the image of his own worthlessness. 17. I refer to Hegel's invectives, hardly still able to be cited, against the ironic state of mind, to which Ernst Beller has most recently called attention and contextually situated, 18, and his raving against everything that he dismissed as empty subjectivity or frivolousness. I refer lastly to Schelling's abyssal considerations in his treatise on freedom, in which the relation between egoism and malice is emphasized. That Heidegger also argues in the tradition of an anti-narcissism or anti-humanism that is coded in Augustinian terms and moreover molded in a crypto-Catholic anti-modernism does not need to be explained again. Incidentally, even Lacan, who attacks the fiction of the strong ego, and Derrida, who would like to dissolve the illusion or deceptive echo of self-presence, continue the practices of the old European critique of supposedly unholy self-regard. 19. In view of this sustained series of rebukes of overvalued and harmful human self-referentiality, the devil's share, even in modern times, clearly seems to be allotted to the side of the subject. An a-Satanism of a second type must now deploy its resources against this distribution of the devil's share and provide proof that the much reviled self-regard of the subject or of other poor devils is not disposed in such an evil manner. One may claim that it is at precisely this point that Luhmann's typical abstinence from moralizing conceptual formations exhibits its best effects. In Luhmann's sober exposition and new description of the whole field of the relational bearing of systems between self-reference and reference to what is alien, he effects an exhilarating de-escalation with regard to everything that has to do with the culpabilization of the human being. The irony of the procedure consists in emancipating human beings from the ways in which they have, for the sake of an architectonic world picture, been overburdened as subjects who are supposedly excessively turned in on themselves, and it consists in allowing them to participate in the quasi-innocence of naturally occurring, systemically conditioned self-referentiality, which we know only presents a necessary and inevitable offshoot of a universal relation of reference, which cannot do otherwise than continually oscillate between the pole of the self and the pole of what is alien, and this with the primacy of the internal that is necessary for the system. In this regard, Luhmann, to his and the reader's advantage, is a student of Husserl in the best sense, from whom he takes up the sovereign precision of the analysis of intentionality without adopting the overexertions that follow from Husserl's program for a subjectivity that does it all. The dismantling of the overburdening of the subject has also at the same time an epistemological and moral theoretical implication, because now self-referentiality conceived as a universal aspect of the system must neither be ascribed exclusively to human subjectivity nor be encumbered a priori with a suspicion of narcissism. Husserl's analysis of intentionality, which is oriented by a spontaneous bipolarity of acts of consciousness between the noetic and noematic poles, and Luhmann's analysis of referentiality, carried out in parallel fashion, which makes the successful pendular movement between endo and exo-reference as such into the condition for the existence of systems, agree in restoring to self-referentiality in general its due share in what one could call, with Nietzsche, the innocence of becoming. In the present context it is better to say the innocence of functioning. The mention of Nietzsche evokes a broad horizon of theories that, since the 17th century, have endeavored to naturalize the human being by articulating an unburdening of the theoretically and morally engendered excessive demands of the human position, beginning with Spinoza's discreet mockery of the Christian moral philosophers, who seek the causes of human weakness not in the universal power of nature, but rather attribute human infirmities and fickleness to some mysterious flaw in the nature of man, which accordingly they bemoan, deride, despise, or, as usually happens, abuse. He, who succeeds in hitting off the weakness of the human mind more eloquently or more acutely than his fellows, is looked upon as a seer. 20. Coming at the problem from a different angle, the English philosophies of moral sense. 21. Find a perspective of disburdening by deducing from the human being's natural sociability that he can be free of excessive tension, as he should be, because he is oriented by nature in such a way that obligation and inclination converge in him, to be sure only approximately, but still on the whole to a sufficient degree. A further front of disburdening is opened up by the French moralists and the 18th century psychology of motivation. Here, beyond the universal disposition to reason for self-preservation, and naturalized self-love as a universal drive is attributed to the human being, and in no way is it stipulated that the self-love is predisposed to evil in every respect from the beginning. The most important motif of disburdenment is taken up by Luhmann from modern biology and metabiology, in which it is shown that self-regard is not something that came into play after the emergence of ego consciousness as if it were a parasitical addition to an organismic being that, beforehand, was oriented in a manner free of reflection, as if it were an unjustified indulgent introversion that distanced itself from an older selfless norm. Rather, self-relations already emerge at the first stage of life, insofar as the latter must be described as the epitome of self-created codes of procedure. The self of the autopoiesis of living, systemic unities reflects the goods of successful creation rather than narcissistic revolt, for organisms are constituted as embodiments of intelligence, in which the double movement of self-relation and relation to what is alien can be observed from the outset. In higher organisms, self-relation can even take on the form of lived self-experience and symbolically mediated self-consciousness. Yet, although organisms present materializations of their design of intelligence and success and accordingly are meant to permanently sample and readjust their own conditions, they are never oriented in such a way as to completely reflect or represent themselves in themselves. To put it in different terms, they are not meant to have within themselves the truth concerning themselves. This fact can be most readily explained by looking at the most sophisticated example. There is no human brain, and for fundamental reasons there can be no human brain, which could know completely how it itself functions, let alone one that, in its ongoing operation, could have before it a complete representation of its historical and structural conditions for operation in the sense of a mind that has here and now come to itself in total transparency. Because the autopoiesis of the system, which precedes consciousness and is turned away from it, has an insurmountable lead on its self-representations in consciousness, it is evident that self-relations always have a certain functional sense, and this with all normality and long before all problems of malign self-emphasis. In this respect, there exists neither a subject that is transparent to itself all the way to its foundation nor a free ego predisposed to revolt and to evil self-indulgence that could function as the central point of a culpable refusal of communion with all other organisms or co-subjects. But without doubt there exist forms of autopoiesis that are badly directed or unsuccessful, which if one wishes to remedy them must be studied with a therapeutic outlook. Here the example of the brain is unquestionably apt. As long as arguments count for something it would have to impress even those who do not so easily escape from the phantasm of the linguistically mediated, integral self-reflection of society in society or from the higher level subjectivities in their history. Luhmann is thus a devil's advocate in the paradoxical sense that he puts the diabolical nature of that which is potentially diabolical as such into question. If what is subjective does not mean what is arbitrary, then the arbitrariness of the subject is not that which is evil per se. In reality there is no arbitrariness that, as it were, attaches to the subject. 22 Luhmann defends the self-relationality of systems insofar as he does not emphasize in them a culpable curving inward of the self and an immoral turning away from the other, but rather calmly devotes himself to verifying that in any case it is impossible for systems to proceed otherwise than in primarily self-referential terms. Consequently, he takes himself to be the advocate of a naturalized or, better, systemically neutralized self-referentiality, which for him simply represents a phase in a permanent oscillation, a fact that he described as bistable oscillation in a lecture that is philosophical in the most advanced sense of the word, namely, his Vienna lecture from May 1995 on Husserl's Vienna lecture from May 1935, Philosophy and the Crisis of European Man. The point of this conception consists in the fact that it displaces philosophy's customary mode of proceeding from a principle, whether it is called God or the subject or the process of reaching an agreement by a pendular movement, supported by memory. In a psychical system Luhmann calls it the bistable vacillation between internal and external reference, in which the problem of an original sin simply does not arise. By means of its own procedure, the oscillation, which makes continuity possible, ensures that the system escapes both dangers that would threaten it in the case of a unipolar orientation. A correctly functioning reference oscillator, let us say a consciousness of human quality, neither entirely loses itself to the world as the reference pole for that which is alien, nor entirely becomes submerged in itself as the reference pole for the self. Rather, by virtue of a permanent self-adjustment it shrinks from both positivism and autism, and indeed precisely when it was supposed to have drawn all too near to one of the poles because of an internal imbalance of its learning process. It thus remains to be observed that turning toward the pole of the world is only conceivable as the system's own accomplishment. It is typical for freely oscillating intelligences that they learn from their extremist episodes. When fixed positivists who lose themselves in the pole of the world, or autistics who have closed themselves up in the pole of the self, or even paranoiacs who are one-sidedly motivated by a bad other that is too close, become prominent, we need no longer search for the trace of sin, rather, we must ponder strategies for reincorporating them into the community of bipolarity. I would here like to allow myself the remark that Luhmann's use of bistable vacillation, with all its technical coldness, bears a certain pathos, which we can understand when we become aware of the fact that it formally converges with Heidegger's explanations of the difference between metaphysically interpreted movement in rest and post-metaphysically rethought rest in movement, and furthermore, that here, in the most discreet way, a Buddhist feature, as it were, is imprinted upon the premises of systems theoretical reason. It is manifest that in Bielefeld, as in Kyoto and Tottenberg, salvation no longer lies in assuring one's own safety in the face of movement by retreating to an ultimate foundation. If Heidegger claims for his thought, which is twisting free from Verwind and metaphysics, to know the answer to the question Plato posed in the Sophist, the question of how being or the whole can be simultaneously at rest and in movement, insofar as he brings the word of releasement into play once again, an expression that characterizes a form of abdication from absolute knowledge, then Luhmann has steered releasement even further out of the zone of pathos, insofar as he emphasizes the discovery that in any case there is nothing left for a consciousness other than to proceed from every one of its internally attained states. At the beginning I used the somewhat awkward expression Luhmann's lesson and at the same time warned of possible implications of this turn of phrase. In the meantime, it appears that at least a fragment or layer of meaning of that which was intended might have become a little clearer. Luhmann, as a resolutely modern asatanic devil's advocate, is the defense attorney for a social normality that is more complex than ever before described, a normality concerning which it is now recognized from the start that it is characterized by a high complexity and entanglement of all systems in imminently unavoidable paradoxes. Luhmannian normality is the normality of the immense, which is given a shape, or rather, numerous local shapes in the self-ordering of that which is alive. Were I thus to provide a comprehensive expression for Luhmann's lesson, I would suggest that his contribution to the culture of theory in the future be characterized as a fundamental innocentism, a hybrid phrase that contains a juridical and a philosophical part. Innocentism signifies a basic attitude that can be encountered among good advocates and therapists, which is marked by the presumption of innocence vis-a-vis subjects and systems of whatever kind. This presumption is supported by the realization that systems and other suspicious entities ordinarily have nothing better to do than to function in the way that they function, including the possible functional variants, and that the burden of proof for the thesis that they could and should function otherwise than they do lies with the accuser, an imposition that does not enjoy universal acclaim because all forms of critical theory proceed from the precedence of accusation and expect the accused conditions to justify themselves before their accusers. This procedure, which one can call Jacobean or fundamentalist, is at the same time also hypocritical, because it is guided by the conviction that the condition described as a deplorable state of affairs would never be in the position to carry out its own apology. Luhmann's fundamental innocentism removes the assumptions from this arrangement by situating his analytic procedures in a scenario that is interpreted completely differently. It operates in a space in which serenely released Gelasiane fluctuations between distance and participation are possible, and in which it may be assumed that critics also participate in that in which they participate, and that they do not participate in that in which they still participate, although they imagine certain retreats and reserves of purity. Thus the hypocrisy of the critic's consciousness, supposedly engaged only for the good, is described as what it is, as a coincidence of hypocrisy and utopia in the literal sense of the word, which means play acting on a stage that is located in a non-place and which nevertheless draws attention because of its capacity to fascinate with aggressive speech acts. 4. Because critical theories have accusations, alarm, and the gesture of excommunication at their disposal, they continually allude to the emergency that demands the moral obliteration of the opponent. He who does not rejoice in such teaching / does not deserve to be a man. 23. Innocentism is not qualified as fundamental in order to add fundamentalist features to systems theory, but rather in order to indicate that as soon as it operates on equal footing with traditional paracletic philosophies and theologies, it has no other option than to begin at just as deep a level as fundamental culpabilism, in which the old European tradition of overburdening the human being manifests itself, along with its late ignitions in existential ontology, in critical theory, and, if I am not completely mistaken, even in a branch of dialogue theories that have lately taken up a noteworthy part of the discursive energies ranging from social philosophy and pastoral theology to ethics. While fundamental culpabilism achieves its success through the allure of evil, which it emphasizes in a manner as critical as it is hypocritical, fundamental innocentism works with the discretion of non-evil. It is concerned with proving that human self-regard is too weak of an address to which to deliver the whole dossier of accusations against the world's deplorable states of affairs. According to Luhmann, there is indeed extensive scope for contingency in the structure of systems, but nowhere can there be talk of so much freedom that so much criminal liability and justification to bring charges could follow from it. It is Luhmann's great strategic theoretical intuition to restore the metaphysically overextended motif of freedom in the structure of systems of action along with their ethical foundations to a standard that disposes one to rationally withdraw from the disposition to accuse. This objection was able, in the long run, to bring about an important change of emphasis in the moral critical economy of modern societies, because the old European practice of understanding evil as a synthesis of the egotistic malice of agents and the adversarial malice of states of affairs was thereby replaced by a discrete investigation of what Florian Rotzer has called, with a felicitous expression, systemic evil. 24 This evil characterizes total situations of misogynous complexity, in which the intentions of personal systems, even when they possess so-called criminal energy, came into play more as marginal effects or, in police terms, as the causality of the little fish. In systemic terms, human beings are not only overburdened, but also and above all overrated when one wants to see the origin of all evil in their capacity for deviating from communion with the prevailing one and in their capacity for contravening its laws. Under the conditions of the old European architectonic picture of the world, this overburdening and this overrating are pretty much unavoidable, as was suggested, a discovery concerning which one would know the particulars in an authoritative sense only if a Pelagian Europe had emerged alongside the Augustinian one through a schism in late antiquity, such that one would have been able to observe a culture of original sin in direct comparison to a culture of discrete distribution of guilt and innocence. The split between Rome and Byzantium/Moscow was in this regard an unproductive experiment. Such internally impossible comparisons can today be substituted only indirectly by contrasting Christian/post-Christian cultures and cultures outside Christianity. Where something of this sort was sought, for instance by comparatists of religion, who brought Europe face to face with Hindu Indians or with Buddhists from the Far East, results emerged that did not yield the better part to European culture in each case and in each respect. The only experimental arrangement in which the contrast between a rather Augustinian and a rather Pelagian evolution can at least be indirectly observed is found in recent times, thanks to the U.S. secession from Europe. While in the Old World, at the end of the 20th century, in particular because of the experience of totalitarianism, a general cultural climate co-determined by skepticism and normative pluralism has played itself out. The United States, although it possesses noteworthy enclaves of freedom, has retained a climate that in broad strata is stamped by puritanical premises, in which culpabilistic, victimological, and inquisitorial mechanisms are intertwined in pre-Enlightenment naivete and psychological refinement. It cannot be an accident that the penal system of the United States is the most intensively and extensively comprehensive one in the world, and that in proportion to the size of the population almost 10 times as many delinquents are jailed in American prisons as in European ones, a difference that is trending upward. Yet, independently of external comparisons, a culture of complexity, as it is today beginning to free itself from its old Western premises, must develop from out of itself the resources to dissolve the hyperculpabilistic, hypocritical paracletic disposition. It can only adhere to the latter where the polemogenic effects of moralism and the sterility of the desire to critically elevate oneself over persons and issues have not yet been sufficiently seen through. 3. Irony Theoretical Addendum. Having referred to excerpts from the work of the sociologist, which I attempted to explicate for my own domestic use under the title of the Luhmannian lesson, I would again like to reformulate what has been said up to this point and to extend it in the direction of consequences that are relevant for a diagnosis of the times, and ultimately in the direction of ethical or therapeutic consequences. The key word for this operation is already at our disposal. I am talking about a culture of complexity, and I would now add that for a society characterized by it a corresponding ethics of complexity must also be developed, thus an ethics that will no longer be determined by the furor metaphysicus, which always seeks the absolute in history. An ethics of this type keeps its distance from the moralism of the need to accuse, which in better cases occurs as a critique that delights in accusation and that has been tamed by a culture of constructive contention, but in worse cases occurs as a helpless dream to eliminate and in the worst case occurs as applied exterminationism. As soon as the overdue redetermination of fundamental attitudes is embodied in individuals and reflected in their arguments, it will become generally evident that there exists a virtually almost necessary convergence between the approach of an innocentism regarding systems and an ethical comportment regarding complexity. In this situation, the intuition that Luhmann formulated early on, which is critical of moralism and according to which so-called critique must inevitably have a polemogenic and miserogenic effect because of its opaque, Old European premises, will cease to be only a piece of evidence for minorities and lead to more extensive recognition as a plausible interpretation of the basic moral relations in a differentiated society. Regarding individuals in the modern European space of thought and behavior, with their clearer intuitions they will adapt themselves to a neo-Pelagian point of departure, in which it is no longer a matter of overculpabilizing individuals and circumstances a priori, without it therefore being the case that a Rousseauian regression of great scope would have to be feared. With their darker intuitions they will rather present themselves as citizens of catastrophes, surveying great risks and total disasters, which are not to be ascribed to the malicious deeds of culprits. This fluctuation between a neo-Pelagianism in regard to the human being and a reckoning with systemically conditioned catastrophes, which can be attributed to their perpetrators all the less the more globally they occur, today already characterizes the scene in the subcultures of a more sophisticated contemporaneity. It seems impossible to remember such a state of affairs without addressing its irony. A state of the world Weltzustand such as this, to use Hegel's term, in which the risks increase while the imputability of guilt and responsibility is on the decline, simply calls for a Luhmannian description. Indeed, the state of affairs calls for an advocate who does not accuse or defend it so much as show why the days of such a condition are numbered for both defender and accuser. We saw at the beginning that an ancient correspondence exists between the speech of advocates and ironic speech. Now we find the opportunity to note that this is not only the case for the advocatus diaboli in the Roman procedure before the congregation of rites, but from the moment when Greek rhetoricians, comedic poets, and philosophers began to concern themselves with the dramatically tense relation between the way speech is conducted and the discovery of truth. Among the early manifestations of ironic consciousness the Socratic version has become the most consequential, of which one gains the impression from Plato's prose that it was a rhetorical tactic in seemingly modest disguise with which the superior inquirer, Socrates, brought to expression his amazement at the purported knowledge of his opponents. Irony would accordingly be a language of modesty, in the face of which immodesty regularly makes a fool of itself. From here the path leads through the Aristotelian distinction between understatement and exaggeration, ironia and alazonia, to the school doctrines of the ancient rhetoricians, which, with a success that reached all the way to the 18th century, defined irony as a figure of speech with which a speaker, in the mode of playful dissimulation, propounds the opposite of what he means, a technique without which no advocate could make an effective plea nor could any Enlightenment author manage an elegant polemic. Faced with this state of things, irony functions over the course of an age as the silent partner of philosophy, one among the many figures of ars oratoria, which subordinates itself to philosophical speech's mission to find truth, and it does so whether it subordinates itself more or less deferentially, as in the individual cases of Erasmus, Shakespeare, Rabelais, and Grimmelshausen, or whether it subordinates itself in a refractory manner, in order to occasionally withdraw from that mission with radical poetic obstinacy. It is no accident that movement only enters back into irony when, with the transcendental turn to German idealism, philosophy itself occurs under new auspices. Because of the elevated operation of reflection after Kant and Fichte, a form of irony raised to a higher power emerges in contemporaneous poetic theories, which was designed, received, and defended under the title of romantic irony, an irony in which the art of intending something otherwise than it appears, or even more the art of removing the base of that which appears, reaches a new height. Irony raised to a higher power anticipates a state of consciousness that we associate today with the term constructivism. It accentuates the sovereignty of the positing and cancelling subject that is conscious of its hovering between productivity and destructivity, a stance characterized in part by enjoyment and in part by depression. Naturally, as one would like to say using the word of the great Austrian ironist, Thomas Bernhard, no longer is it so much rhetoricians and lawyers who use this type of irony as it is above all modern artists. In contrast, it will inevitably be the defenders of the substantial and the institutional, of the serious, the difficult, and the unavoidable, who push away from this form of mindset that is suspected of being merely artistic. The collision between Hegel and Schlegel is, in the history of ideas, a trace of this animosity. In it is articulated the political realist's mistrust in a subjectivity that is supposedly all too captivated by its own ability to operate, which took itself and its hovering between its own constructions for that which is highest and imagined that it saw as beneath itself everything fixed, everything that is accepted as valid, everything ordered and real. Under romantic irony, it is no longer only the urbana dissimulatio that is to be understood, which seemed to be indispensable to the stylists between Cicero and Voltaire, but the capacity to posit and to revoke, with which a creative subjectivity imparts to and removes from its creatures the foundations of their existence. Modernized irony is distinguished, above all, by the fact that it frees the subject's turning away from its momentary engagements as a legitimate mode of playing with things and persons. This is shown not only in the brilliant tension that becomes unfaithful to its former products, because it is bent on outdoing every formed construct by means of a creative process that must move on, infidelity vis-a-vis the object soon takes on vulgar features. The irony of the producer, pendulating between creative work, reformulation, and destructuring, is generalized into an irony of consumers, as soon as everyone feels the freedom to draw to themselves disposable persons, texts, and objects of all kinds for a short time and then cast them off. A consumer is whoever maintains an association with the given that is no longer characterized by belief in its lasting value. The most ironic consumer is the collector, in whom casting off coincides with preserving. Here, infidelity functions as ownership. Among the general public, the standpoint of the irony of the end consumer is used for objects of the designed environment. In relation to discourse it appears as deconstruction. If I may allow myself to suggest that we situate Nicholas Luhmann within the history of irony, this can only happen with reference to the fact that in his work the advent of a third type of irony is indicated, which I will call cybernetic irony. Cybernetic irony presupposes the romantic kind, as the latter had presupposed Socratic irony for its premise. But it prepares a subversive fate for the subject of romantic irony, for the subject hovering between its posits and their cancellation, insofar as it asks of this subject that it understand itself as an epiphenomenon in a system of systems that is much too complex and tenacious to be posited or cancelled by a subject. This does not imply a return to an objectivism of order or to a second humility, which one observed in the 19th century post-romantic realists and in other retreats from hybrid ultra-aesthetic or ultra-Protestant attitudes. As romantic irony undermined the appearance of objectivity by making the constructed given appear and disappear, so does cybernetic irony cut the ground from under the appearance of subjectivity by dissolving the ego and then letting it return. Romantic irony is not thereby discounted, but rather elevated, since even the subject that has returned can again carry out operations that, as before, seem to demonstrate his sovereignty. Only now the subject's position is itself ironized, because the subject that has disappeared and returned remains characterized by the memory of its flickering. The subject of cybernetic irony knows, to be sure, that it constantly misunderstands itself. Indeed, it finds the evidence of its compulsion to misunderstand itself, such as in the theory of the blind spot, so convincing that it would be ready to drop misunderstanding altogether if only it were in its power to do so. But it now makes the discovery that instead of getting away from itself or losing itself, it only falls back into itself all the more again and again, and this is precisely what makes material available to it for a new position of irony, which results from the quandary of being a subject that doubts its ability to be a subject, even more, of being a subject discredited as a subject. Thus a good part of that which until now has been described under the title of humor is shifted to the side of irony, for if classical humor implies a good-natured condescension of the higher self to the quotidian one, then cybernetic irony generates a veering of knowledge from the cancelled self to the recurring self-effect. The subject will thus appear to be something between a local hero and a local loser. 25 It must take itself up and thus show a strength that it does not, according to everything that it knows of itself, have. It is condemned to hold out, although its reserves are used up. Doing theory at the third stage of irony must advance a propensity toward disengagement from fixed viewpoints, because systemic thinking prompts of its own accord a comparative study of illusions. It deals with convictions as though with individualized versions of software. It is hardly necessary to say that such a stance can be generalized, can have a civilizing effect, since it inevitably tempers fanaticism and reinforces politeness. It stimulates a form of communication among thespian citizens, who would encounter one another on the basis of a well-distributed self-distance because each would have begun to conceive of himself as an end consumer of vital illusions and pragmatic arrangements. It is precisely this that is refused by the intellectuals who reclaim for themselves a higher seriousness, because they behave as proponents of a reality of the first degree, of an immediate need or of an untempered fury. The potential of the third kind of irony to shape behavior has a bearing not only on civil forms of communication between tranquilly enlightened abject-lart aufgeklarten actors of modern social systems, but just as much on their logical forms of communication and the philosophical superstructures of such forms. Only at the level of the third kind of irony can the civilizing effect of both preceding versions be appropriately conceived, because it becomes possible to more generally formulate why the older kinds of irony had already been essentially more than merely rhetorical transformations of a semantic stock. Rather, they, like all modalizations of expressions by humorous, grotesque, and hyperbolic strategies of discourse, mark an indispensable contribution at the linguistic level of coding to modulating the risks of fundamentalism, which are inherent to every bivalent logic. Without irony and its checkered cognates, without the perhaps and the who knows, without the subversive smile and the laughter that overturns, without the je quoi and the press screen, without the interplay of the seriousness of reproduction and the parody of presentation, in short without that additional civilizing valence which in everything that is well said goes beyond that which is expressed, the universe of metaphysical productions of the world would, to a still greater degree, remain a hell stoked by dogmatisms and structured by binarisms, which in any case the universe has basically been. The ironic code anticipated polyvalence from the beginning of the era in which bivalence appeared to forever determine the fate of thought. It presented itself as that third which could not be given on the level of propositional logic. Point 26. We can at least briefly indicate now why the alliances between the good and the serious, on the one hand, and the evil and the non-serious, on the other hand, had to turn out to be so inseparable in descriptions of the world that stood under the law of binary metaphysics. Because such projects of ordering always had to do with emphasizing the good as the real, which was to be represented only as what is substantial, valid above reflection, momentous, deeply grounded and continually existing, the volatile, groundless, evil side was always reserved for that which is non-serious. Indeed, even what could not be decided to be good or evil tended to fall to evil because it indicated a third thing that allowed evil a greater share of the real than the partisans of the good were able to tolerate. Yet, from the standpoint of the third kind of irony, if this still pertains to the taking up of a standpoint, an advocate of evil comes into play, who sees through all such occurrences of imputing evil as an emanation of bivalent logics. In so doing, he does not operate with a private reservoir of sovereign derision but rather with a precise attentiveness to the positional differences between subjectivities for which Heinz von Foerster, with his discussions of first and second order cybernetics, has established the formal presuppositions. Their point consists in the fact that subjects observe other subjects in their subjective being, a stance that is suspected to be evil per se, decided ethicists. Intensifications of irony are the unavoidable result of widened observation. They foster the methodically controlled taking up of positions in the face of which the tradition could only secure itself with liberal applications of holy water. Because precisely the third kind of irony takes real differences and distances between persons or personal systems more seriously than the most serious doctrines of communion and communication would heretofore like to allow, it is able to formulate with uncustomary radically the external observation of persons by persons. This irony is cybernetic, because it is involved with the finitude of subjectivities that are viewed externally in the second instance of observation, without it being the case that the observer becomes laden with guilt because of the externality of his vantage point. Observation does not serve to reinforce the stance of wanton presumption in the second observer but rather to attenuate it through the awareness of the insurmountable reality of also being an observer that is forever an observable observer. If Sartre, with regard to the infernal dynamic of the objective interchange of perspectives, allowed one of his dramatic figures to say, "Hell is other people," then Luhmann turns the heat of the observer's hell down to room temperature and recommends this as the office climate for post-humanist conviviality. Human subjectivities here are no longer, as in Hegel, absorbed by an absolute and cannibalistic spirit. I have characterized this elsewhere as the immunity of nobody. 27 Rather, they are located in discrete observations, without ever entirely becoming enclosed and established. The irony of this kind of irony consists in never bringing all sides of the foreign subject before oneself at the same time, never surpassing it and never expropriating it. It is essentially self-ironic, because it always also concedes the partiality of its own perspective in its relation to the other. Cybernetic irony points toward the effects of immersion. Subjects are swallowed up in these effects as soon as they want to be or must be themselves without reserve. Immersions are always introduced when individuals or groups engage without reservation in encompassing situations, for instance when a battle breaks out, in a rampage, in a love affair, but also in the passage through an installation, or more generally in that which fundamental ontologists have called being in the world, a situation for which there is no alternative for human beings in their lifetime. According to the official interpretation. 28 The possibility of the third kind of irony stands and falls with the ironizability of immersions. Their hitherto most powerful philosophical anticipation is found in Heidegger's chapter on the They Kapitel in Being and Time, insofar as existing in the mode of falling prey to the shared world Mitwelt is interpreted there as immersion in a vulgarity that seemingly has no alternative and yet ecstatically from the inside, as it were can be radically turned against itself. In the passage through the total installation of Dasein, a Heideggerian is still somehow capable of more resolute and distinguished conduct than the indecisive visitors en masse. At least, this is what he expects of himself. Still more ironic is the discretion with which Luhmann attempts to show that an individual can in any case never actually entirely immerse itself in its environment or its other and be swallowed up in it unless it were to use the environment like a drug or a cyberspace from which there is no turning back. This amounts to a new systems theoretical formulation of insights that Sartre noted concerning Mauvaise foi. I maintain that the ironization of immersion constitutes a new criterion of civilization. The civilizing function of science fiction 29 and related varieties of speculative technology can be determined from this angle. What has been called cyberspace is the technical production of immersions in view of their exchangeability. It shows the aesthetic flip side of fundamental ontology. One enters, body and soul, so to speak, a space of which one possesses two opposed ontological conceptions, on the one hand, that it is irreal or virtual because we do not look on as visitors, that it forms no part of the public continuum, on the other hand, that we inhabit it as a real space so long as we are visiting it and do not emphasize its virtuality. Past humanity experienced this difference through the alternation between the waking world and the world of dreams, of which the one was described as true and universal while the other was described as untrue and private. Christianity anticipated the irony of immersion with its belief that the human being who reemerges from baptismal water is no longer the same as the person who was submerged in it. The world today collectivizes and technologizes both awakening from dreams and baptismatic irony together, insofar as it offers cinematic variants of and cyber alternatives to beings as a whole in the waking realm. In this sense, cyberspace is the most important irony generator of our epoch. No wonder that it is populated by androids, whose presence makes it impossible to determine on the basis of external observation whether they are genuine human beings or replicas. The art world today wishes to infect the real world with this problem of distinguishing. It triggers a race between humans and machines in the portrayal of subjectivity. In cyberspace, being in the world is elevated to a stage of technical simulatability. A consciousness from then on appears to be something that can be surrounded by an integral fake, which presents the functional equivalent of reality or the world. This concept is what the Wachowski brothers transformed into a vision of neurocybernetic total simulation under the name of the Matrix. Certainly, the world of the Matrix is constructed in a tepid, metaphysically conservative, and thus extremely paranoid fashion, because it is still concerned with the difference between the true world, which is obviously frightening, and the world of appearance, which is constructed upon pleasant illusions, yet the cinematic moving back and forth between both sides elicits a subversive leveling effect because the film, ironically enough, cannot but provide the exact same visibility to both states. The directors of The Matrix are on top of the problem insofar as they shot both sides in color and have avoided the temptation to simulate an ontological difference by alternating between black and white film and filming in color. In this way, a tertium is to be recognized between being in reality and being in the matrix, i.e., being in the film, which is both and at the same time neither. The premonitions of a polyvalent ontology now leap from the Hermetic discourses of Nietzsche, Heidegger, Sartre, and Gunther into the outlook of mass culture. The world of the Matrix continues the discussion of the problem, heralded since the birth of tragedy out of the spirit of music, of whether philosophical redemption from appearance should not be superseded by a redemption through appearance, an alternative to which, upon leaving the movie theater, a further option is fortunately added: redemption from apparent redemption. Systems theory, for its part, speaks a language in which it becomes increasingly less important as to whether it treats of persons or of higher mechanisms. As cyber theory, it is the organon of a polyvalent ontology that has pulled away from the old European distinction of being which is from nothingness which is not, in order to establish higher complexities. For therapy theoretical postscript. In Musil's The Man Without Qualities one finds the sentence, if mankind could dream as a whole, that dream would be Musbrugger 30. The proper name refers to a figure from the universe of the novel, a mentally disturbed journeyman carpenter and murderer of prostitutes, who fascinates the Cockneian intelligentsia with his Jesuinic charisma. The murderer Musbrugger is enveloped by the empathy of the well-educated and of advocates who are certain that nothing more can be done for their client. Musil's intuition allows the age of bivalent reason to be summarized and jumbled up in an autistic individual who marks the limits of inclusion by love, insofar as he killed women who, by their manner of being, caused so much trouble 31 for him, but even more in the procedure of justice that had to hand down an inadequate public verdict on the solitary act of the confused man. Musil's arrangement exposes paranoia as the truth about truth at a time when getting serious about it still seemed to help. It would be nice for a moment to take the liberty of formulating a variation on Musil's hypothesis: if the modern world could be thought as a whole, Luhmann would have to emerge, provided that his version of systems theory articulates the auto-therapeutic corollary of modernity, i.e., withdrawing oneself from the compulsory constructions of reason, paranoia and its totalizations in high politics and large-scale consensus. In the course of our reflections, we have already spoken about the most important agents of Luhmann therapy against the monomaniacal risks and side effects of old European forms of thought: the repetition of the phenomenological epoche in relation to systemic magnitudes, the supplementation of methodical atheism with methodical asatanism, the deployment of elevated ironies against the elevated pretensions of totalizing subjectivity, laying bare the polemogenic character of supposedly critical theories and good morals, and the replacement of established descriptive routines by new, incongruous approaches. The most significant feature in this program, nevertheless, is the bracketing of that which was traditionally understood under the term normality, and even more the suspension of the belief in reality as such. Only at this point can we understand what is implied in the demand assumed by Husserl, that in the future reason must provide itself with a fundamentally self-critical constitution. To this end, Luhmann notes, reason is self-critical not because of its European heritage but only if and insofar as it can exchange its own belief in reality, and thus insofar as it does not begin to believe in itself. The tests of its validity are found in therapy, which attempts to attain less painful solutions and itself maintains a disengagement in matters of reality. They are also found in claims to communication, in claims to a subtler language that functions even under polycontextual conditions. Self-critical reason is ironic reason. 32. To describe the belief in reality as an interchangeable magnitude, it seems to me that with this turn of phrase Luhmann has accomplished the most explicit approximation to the concept of the third kind of irony as the form of dealing with dissolvable immersions. It is surely no accident that this turn of phrase occurs in the context of therapeutic reflections on foundations. Luhmann, in agreement with the principles of radical constructivism, here says that therapeutic practice may no longer be understood as the successful adjustment of the subject to a supposedly objective reality, but rather as the exchange of an unlivable construction of reality for something less unbearable. In this arrangement, irony does not at all appear to be the subject's setting itself above virtue and reality, but rather irony itself becomes a virtue and modifies the real, insofar as it cancels the mechanisms that produce the effect of reality, a being locked into an immanence of misery and a totality of struggle. This effect was elsewhere traced back to a deficit of self-relativization in rigid formations of the subject. 33. Against the backdrop of these remarks, it becomes clear why Luhmann's lesson is not to be separated from Luhmann's ascesis. If, with a lifelong practice of observing and redscribing social phenomena, he provided proof that modernity is able to create its own peculiar style of the vita contemplativa, then the virtue of its contemplation seems to consist in its being able to serve as a general background of contra-immersions. This is indeed a genuinely philosophical effect. To it can be joined the insight according to which even the most encompassing of old European immersions are supposedly immemorial, and unrevisable immersion in a construction of reality construed in terms of bivalence is tendentially dissolvable by the praxis of an ironic interchange of immersion. In this affair, Luhmann has chosen a decidedly different path from that of Derrida, who commends himself as a paradoxical therapist by conducting, from a fundamentally neo-skeptical attitude, an endless war of attrition against the fictions that result from bivalent reason, obviously with the conviction that it is always better to dissolve convictions based on worldviews than to validate them, or, to speak in terms of psychological critique, that manias are always more dangerous than depressions. For which reason, depression and paralysis represent a legitimate result of philosophical efforts, while this is almost never true of their opposite. That is something which remains to be examined. According to Luhmann, it would seem that a kind of thinking which goes beyond pathological hues is rather to be sought in the interplay of immersion and emersion, in other words, in the interchange of reality. For the goal of this practice, Luhmann, in another passage, has used the expression becoming self-disinterested, and adds that a painful sacrifice 34 will occasionally be necessary for this. I permit myself to remark that one can only speak in such a manner if one has a greater evil in view. I would suspect that here it is a matter of nothing less than the potential for paranoia that is inherent in all first-order descriptions of the world, and the violence that is contained and sparked by it. Wherever human beings begin to inhabit their world pictures without distance, and to experience their classifications of beings as a whole as an arena of real struggles, they become susceptible to the temptation to fight to the bitter end for their constructs of identity and to kill for their fictions. Here the polemological costs of identity in general come into view. In an especially acute way, Luhmann takes into account the conflictual effects that emerged from the diabolicization of the monetary economy in socialist traditions. He opposes the latter with the insight that money staves off violence for the realm that it can order, and to this extent a functioning economy always also serves to relieve politics. Money is the triumph of scarcity over violence. 35. Luhmann does not fail to recognize that money, where it is present, establishes connections that justify its accolades as a medium of symbolic universalization, yet in the case of lack brings about divisions that allow it to appear as a medium of diabolical generalization. With these turns of phrase, Luhmann confronts the Marxist tradition at a distance that already observes the catastrophe of Marxism as a peak form of culpabilizing, paracletic, and aggressive naive social theory. It seems we are perceiving a recurrence of forms of sapiential thought at the height of modernity when we witness how emphatically and at the same time cautiously Luhmann indicates that no inclusion happens without exclusion, and no system avoids the embarrassment of paying for the benefits of one of its achievements with disadvantages in other places. Yet is there not a transition from operative to contemplative theory here, and does this not rather represent a case of philosophical reflection that Heidegger calls for in view of the technological world as only one form of self-reflection in sociological discourse that has become complex? In essence, one can hardly object to Luhmann's argument, concerning the entanglements between violence and worldview, or to use one of Peter Fuchs's expressions, concerning the noxious lack of ambiguity in the world. 36 The burned children of the 20th century are more in the know on an existential level than every previous generation, even if they are still in a bad way when it comes to the theoretical refinishing of this complex. In our time, where unambiguous worldviews and their inherent practical counterpart unambiguous fantasies of elimination came to power, the consequences were disastrous, not least for the practitioners of naive belief in one's own construct. The only literary genre that registers the serious consequences Ernstfall of naivete is hence the Black Book, for which, in any case, the Black Exhibition stands aside. Only in media of this type can one show what the ruling subcomplexity brings about. But did we ever leave behind the era of the Black Book? One can hardly doubt that we have only just reached the coastlines of the logical New World, of the continent of post-paranoia, of polyvalence and of the mental dampening of violence, and do not yet know what awaits us in the interior. Furthermore, it becomes clear that the suppression of ressentiment as an impetus of judgments and theoretical formations is a much more tedious business than readers of Nietzsche to this point have suspected. The overcoming of ressentiment is a cultural project that, in its logical and psychological scope, demands hardly less effort than the Buddhist Dharma, the greatest effort at mental hygiene ever yet attempted. It is no accident that, in view of the state of things, the first results of landing on the new coast, to which belong the theory of second-order observation, the autopoiesis theorem, and the doctrine of systemic paradoxes, are defended with a certain colonizer pathos by the otherwise so pathosless Luhmann. The pathos of the systems theoretician is repetition. Having said this, we can now explain without forced antithetics why there must be paths of thought that follow non-Luhmannian priorities, in my view, especially when we are dealing with the question of how human beings participate with one another and in surreal or symbolic or imaginary spaces that are interactively instituted. That there is a deficit in Luhmann's thinking when it comes to the philosophy of language is clear to any attentive reader. 37 That the social naturalistic or systems naturalistic options of this approach have not yet passed their probationary exam in real political crises also gives us something to think about for the future. And that, with his construct world society, Luhmann has on his own behalf introduced an idealization into the world, will be clear to anyone who has chosen a more empirically determined approach to phenomena such as languages, cultures, peoples, and nations. Thus it is no accident that, in the indices to Luhmann's main works, these entries are hardly or not at all to be found. But it appears less fruitful to me to insist that Luhmannian lessons yield less direct gains in relation to so-called vital or existential concerns and result in almost ruinous side effects for the needs of a life that would like to belong to a sufficiently good collective. In any case, thinking with Luhmann does not benefit the libido d'appartenance. 38, to take up one of Michel Serres's expressions. That systems theory is rather useless as a civil religion represents, to my eyes, one of its advantages. There has probably hardly ever been another form of theory that knew itself to be so explicitly dependent on the protective climate of its cultural niche, in this case the academic preserve, or one that would have had more to fear from what in other contexts is called the eruption of the real, whereby under the real one may always also understand the effects of violence that simplifies. In my view, it is more important to show how existentialist motifs and anthropological themes are presented after they have passed through an alienation by means of systemic observations. There is every indication that anthropology can only again become a discipline or even a mode of thought that carries weight when it is reformulated into a second-order anthropology, a thought that, to my knowledge, was first articulated by Dirk Beecker. As bizarre as it might sound, a second-order existentialism, and why not, a second-order erotics, could correspond to this upgraded theory of the human being. In turn, one could even see a second-order love of wisdom hinging on this. If Luhmann was actually the Hegel of the 20th century, as is sometimes maintained, then that will prove to be well-founded, not least through the emergence of young Luhmannians who make their presence felt through a renewed existentialist deviation from systems thinking. Luhmann's ironic statement that to be a human, and even to want to be a human, is only possible in a dilettantish way is perhaps not the last word on this point. 39 Even if this were so, one would have to essay a discourse in defense of the dilettanti. On no account can it be disputed that in the future the question of the human being will bring with it answers of an increasing theoretical oddness. I allow myself the remark that in my Spheres project I have provided explanations that I believe at least tentatively illustrate what I claimed at the beginning, that doing theory in our time, regardless of whether it is inclined toward the scientistic or the literary pole, is a practice through which one professes a contemporaneity. Thinking after Luhmann, for me that means reconceiving the venerable concepts of love, the soul, Spiritgeist, or to put it in terms that are a little more current, participation in the other and existence in bindingly common spaces of animation and motivation, in such a way that in their presentation itself the complications that are given with the current state of the world, Hegel's word, once again become palpable. 3. The domestication of being. The clarification of the clearing. 1. Extreme situations. The following reflections are best understood as a variation on Heidegger's statement that, as one cannot see the forest for the trees, ordinary understanding cannot see the world for beings. 1. In its laconicism, this statement not only expresses the notorious and not easily intelligible ontological difference, but also recalls the civil war that has never died down since Plato's day between philosophy and ordinary thought. The two levels of meaning in Heidegger's statement are obviously not to be dissociated. If philosophical reflection is only possible in its opposition to the everyday use of the understanding, then it is by its very nature compelled to wrest itself free from its handling of individual beings and to conceive of the world in its world being as such. If we do not see the world for beings, this is because for the most part we do not look up from the given, the phenomena, toward their giver, being. The philosophical turning of the intellect would accordingly not merely be linked to that which after Husserl is called withdrawing Zurücktreten or the Epoche, the logical holiday from the routines of dealing with things, states of affairs, and ideas. It would moreover presuppose an ecstatic eye-opener that goes beyond individual givens to the appropriative event-ariness of the gift of the world as a whole. Such a total regard for the appropriative event of opening cannot be learned according to discursive rules and can hardly be anchored in academic situations. By nature, it belongs to the realm of attunements rather than to that of statements, and hence is transmitted not so much by instruction as by retuning. The philosophical moment, like the musical one, is a tremor that pervasively attunes those who have been touched by it. In actual thinking, a danger is thought. Thinking that exposes itself to the Heideggerian lesson certainly possesses the features of a study. Still more, it is a school of ecstasy in which a retuning from the average activity of the intelligence to the philosophical state of exception would be carried out. The fact that the scholastic is not actually compatible with the ecstatic belongs to the bizarre premises of the instruction which Heidegger, as the uncanniest of professors in his discipline, knew how to impart. Not coincidentally, in his early phase, when he carried out his introduction to philosophy as an initiation into the Putsch, he invoked anxiety and boredom: the first, because it devulgarizes the ordinary subject through the loss of the world; the second, because it achieves a similar result through the loss of the self, and both together, because they derail everyday Dasein and evoke an inclination in it to meditate on the monstrous side of the fundamental situation, i.e., being in the world as such. Thus the path to philosophical thinking leads only over that which the religious tradition called fear and trembling, or that which, in the political language of the 20th century, is called the state of exception. Philosophy, conceived of as a meditation on the state of exception or wonder about the world, is a counter-scholastic dimension. For the school embodies the interest in normal states, and then becomes aligned precisely in an anti-philosophical direction when it pursues philosophy as a discipline. In its scholastic state, philosophy feigns a normality that cannot possibly belong to actual thinking. Thinking, as Heidegger understands it, is not only an exercise of ecstasy in the existential sense or a reflection on being; above all it is brought about by an eruption, which is always to be carried out anew, from the scholastic state that it has in each case reached. The paradigm for this is the break with the epitome of school philosophy, that is, Platonism, a break which every modern generation of thinkers must make. Heidegger rightly remarked that Platonic philosophy had already undertaken the task of technically and scholastically organizing the forgetting of being when it went about establishing a theory industry. By erecting the first school it saved philosophy, and with the same act betrayed it or its concern not only by restricting truth to the beholding of eidetic forms but also in its scholastic immobilization of the human being's ecstatic relation to the openness of the world. Here I do not wish to expose to closer scrutiny Heidegger's intention to see an element of errancy and the advent of nihilism at work already in the Platonic institution of philosophy. It suffices to point to the fact that Heidegger radicalized the topos going back to Plato and Aristotle, according to which the origin of philosophy and science lies in wonder thaumazein, in a way that remains symptomatic for the metamorphosis of philosophical thinking in the early decades of the 20th century. Heidegger modernizes wonder, turning it into horror and thus basing philosophy as a whole upon a darker logical affect. He takes it beyond the rational wondering how or wondering from where, which is traditionally considered to be the sister of curiosity and which is credited for being the first to kindle inquiry into the reasons for wondrous appearances. Lying concealed in the concept of wonder is European reason's destiny of drive, which reaches from the medieval devotion of the intellect to the modern expulsion of wonder from knowledge until the 20th century, when wonder becomes terror mimetic and transitions to meditation on the monstrous. Heidegger emphasizes a radicalized pre-rational wondering that, which ignites in view of the non-datum that is the world. Such wonder, beyond the question concerning the reasons for what is discreetly wondrous, bends over the abyss of the wonder of all wonders, that beings are. For the historian of ideas it is obvious that the ontological intensification of wonder must have a connection to the catastrophic distortions of life in the era of cosmopolitan civil war. It provides the existential foundation for the breakthrough into modern revisions of the world picture. If 20th century wonder changed its colors to alienation and horror, this is because the convulsions of the age have spread into the innermost recesses of philosophical discourse, although it is not easy to describe how incidents within the series of gruesome action can be transposed into incidents within the series of rigorous discourse. Nevertheless, the detonations at the Battle of the Marne and the Battle of Verdun continue to reverberate in the statements of Marburg and Freiburg phenomenology. The screams from the Gestapo's torture chambers penetrate existentialism's fundamental conceptions. The monstrosities of the politics of human extermination in Germany, Russia, and Asia force many a thinker after 1945 to question how, faced with the fact that one's fellow human beings have been struck by or are threatened with obliteration, the thinking of being can be converted into a thinking of responsibility. It is Jean-Paul Sartre whom we have to thank for the clearest words on the consciously adopted impregnation of contemporary thought with the terror of situations. In his essay What is Literature, from 1947, Sartre speaks for a whole generation of writers who labored under the spell of terror when he notes, "It is neither our fault nor our merit if we lived in a time when torture was a daily fact, for the generation of intellectuals of the resistance the task of creating a literature of extreme situations 5 arose from the resonance with nearby terror." This formulation sheds light on a basic feature of 20th century thought. Not only does it interpret the horizon within which the sublation of the specific difference between philosophy and literature had to be carried out, it also motivates newer authors break with the reconciliation in which bourgeois culture had bathed. With an unparalleled disdain, expressionist authors from 1918 and existentialist authors from 1945 looked back on that literature of middling circumstances in which for them the essence of bourgeois existence was plainly manifested, as well as on the forms of expression of liberal indecision and of progressive compromise. They had promised their consumers a world in which the absolute remained suspended and in which one would never have to choose between good and evil. The authors of extreme situations or of great circumstances could surely not have acted out their hatred for the bourgeoisie and its cultural appurtenances with such lack of restraint had aspects of the philosophical and literary praxis of the time not been prepared that waited for radicalization. Only in the confluence between immanent and external motifs could extremism become the intellectual style of an epoch. Only in a specific conjuncture was the radical mode and tone able to form a common matrix for excessive thought and revolutionary action. This extended over almost the entirety of the 20th century. Already in 1911, George Lukács had postulated redemption from mediocrity when he wrote, "When something has once become problematic, then salvation can only come from accentuating the problems to the maximum degree, from going radically to its root." 6. In 1933, Heidegger lectured that essential questioning means not closing oneself off to the terror of the untamed Ungebändigten and to the confusion of darkness Dunkels. 7. It hardly needs to be said that it was Nietzsche who already in the 1880s had opened the auction of extremism, the spell that fights on our behalf. Is the magic of the extreme, the seduction that everything extreme exercises, we immoralists we are the most extreme. 8. Let us hold fast to the claim that there were authors and artists from the time before and after 1917 who established the tone for what was to come. What from then on and in hindsight was called expressionism was the beginning of a long conjuncture of hyperbolic worlds of expression that were invoked to correspond to the monstrosities of the history that was transpiring. The radicalisms that emerged from 1945 onward under the titles of existentialism and Freudo-Marxism form only the next variations on the epochal configuration of radicalism and hypermorality, a connection that necessarily ran into hyperamoralisms. The conjuncture was operative up until the 1970s, when it again allowed a neo-Marxism that was tolerant of terror to come on the scene with the addition of the subjective factor. This recollection of European philosophy's prelogical presuppositions in the first half of the 20th century is of significance for understanding the current cultural dynamic and its mode of handling problems, because the epochal premises of thought at the end of the century have begun to change again. Under the buzzword postmodernity, a post-extremist state of consciousness has played itself out over the past 2 decades, in which a thinking of middling or, in the better way one now puts it, integrated circumstances is consciously called back. Internal and external motifs can also be distinguished in such thought. As regards the first, it is above all the balance between this century's left and right politics of terror that has elicited an abandonment of not only the means but also the ends and their justifications, especially the phantoms of the philosophy of history and related projections of an overextended, teleologically engaged actor reason. The results of these post-radicalist, post-apocalyptic, neo-skeptical, neo-moralistic reflections flow into a social situation that has been permeated as it hardly ever was before by the myths and rituals of communication, of consumption, of willingness to perform, and of mobility, a new El Dorado of middling circumstances, the globalized just milieu. In this neo-mediocre climate, the willingness as well as capability to critically appropriate the heritage of the epoch of extremism deteriorates. Today one must as a rule take the detour through biography if one would still like to promote the work of radicals who have been compromised or have been pensioned by the zeitgeist. Rudiger Safransky did this for Heidegger a few years ago with brilliant results, and Bernard Henry Levy recently achieved a comparable reconstruction for Sartre. 9 One should also approve of the welcome reception these books found, because they came along at just the right time, in the final minutes, as it were, before the thread of recalling the adventure of intellectual existence from out of the spirit of extreme circumstances would have been entirely yanked out. What the 20th century was will one day be known when a synopsis of its radicalisms can be written. 10 It would be, as a history of grand politics and its terror, also a history of the moral general staffs and cognitive missionary orders, in a word, the history of intellectuals, if we define the latter as groups who embody the spectrum of discursive positions toward the violence that is happening, from the activists clamoring for violence through the expressivists' mimesis of violence to the pacifists' abstinence from violence. 11. 85 years after the storms of steel of the German-French fronts, 65 years after the peak of the Stalinist mass exterminations, 55 years after the liberation of Auschwitz, and just as long after the bombardments of Dresden, Hiroshima, and Nagasaki, the swinging back of the zeitgeist to the preference for middling circumstances is to be understood as a tribute to normalization. In this regard, it has an unconditionally affirmative civilizing value. Furthermore, democracy per se presupposes the cultivation of middling circumstances. As is well known, spirit spits what is lukewarm out of its mouth. In contrast, pragmatism holds that the temperature of life is lukewarm. 12 Thus the impulse toward the middle, the cardinal symptom of the fin de siècle, does not have only political motives. It symbolizes the weariness of apocalypse felt by a society that has had to hear too much of revolutions and paradigm shifts. But above all, it expresses the general pull toward the conversion of the drama of history into the insurance industry. Insurance policies anchor anti-extremism in the routines of the post-radical society. The insurance industry is humanism minus book culture. It brings into shape the insight that human beings as a rule do not wish to be revolutionized, but rather to be safeguarded. Whoever understands this will bank on the fact that in the future contra-innovative revolts from out of the spirit of the insurance claim are most probable of all. As regards philosophical thought, which is called to radically for internal reasons, this turnabout into the moderate also has, in addition to its great advantages, its problematic side because it runs the risk of being all too contemporary. It increasingly accommodates itself to the new routines of the just milieu and sinks into conventional academic autisms. This diagnosis applies all the more when the invigorated thinking of middling circumstances is no longer at eye level with the major events of the epoch and loses its correspondence with the enormities of the current process of civilization. More powerfully than ever, yet under changed forms, the present demands a thinking of extreme situations in a correctly understood sense, precisely because the paradigms of the trenches, torture, and the camps no longer have any currency for the Euro-American world. The extreme that gives pause today is hidden in the routines of the permanent revolution, of which we know that it belongs to the momentum of progressive societies animated by money, desire, and envy, and will sooner or later provoke a renewed counter-revolution of the political against the primacy of the economic. The extreme becomes apparent, if one can still speak of appearance here, in the banalization of the monstrous, which converges with the trend toward the intellectual defense of middling circumstances. It has, today as always, its natural molecular presence in the lives of individuals who do not escape their intimate catastrophes, yet it is also present in the trends of the course of the world, which, if the great networks should ever be torn apart, will reach heights from which any fall would prove fatal. What is monstrous today comes from the extreme middle. It has long presented itself as a mere phase or a surging trend that the consultants say must be rode since the illusions of central governance have burst asunder. From the point of view of contemporary history, for decades after Hiroshima the monstrous manifested itself in a planetary game of omnicide, in which the nuclear powers had taken each other as hostages. It reaches a new phase in the present through bionuclear engineering insofar as this produces a situation that, if it goes off the rails, could degenerate into taking societies hostage by their own advanced technologies. In view of what has been said, Heidegger's recollection of ontological ekstase, of that reflection which sees, beyond individual beings, the world bestowing thunderbolt light up, suggests a currency that does not expire with the conditions of its emergence. To be sure, it arises from constellations of expressionist extremism in the first half of the 20th century, but it is not permanently bound to them. Even the resonance between radicalism and pre-Socraticism, characteristic of the early Heidegger, does not exhaust the impulse of his interpretation of being and existence. Like many a first-rank intellect who embraced the word in the Weimar Republic, he may have been a deserter of modernity 13, yet he was just as much its diagnostician, whose insights transcend personal, regional, and epochal conditions. Hence he remains, I believe, for the foreseeable future, the logical ally of those who revolt in thought against the trivialization of the monstrous. 14. In what follows, I want to attempt to show that Heidegger's meditation on existential ekstase is also of significance for understanding the present crisis in the biological self-definition of the human being, that crisis in the modes of human access to the human being, for which I introduced the term anthropotechnics in my speech Rules for the Human Park 15 recently. In a wide-ranging debate, this term was misunderstood as a synonym for the concept of a central egoistic, strategically planned human biopolitics and set off emotions that would have been more suited to a religiously motivated battle for the human being. However, the expression anthropotechnics, in the context of the work undertaken here, stands for a clearly outlined theorem of historical anthropology. According to this theorem, the human being is from the ground up a product and can only be understood within the limits of our knowledge to this point by analytically pursuing his methods and relations of production. If according to Heidegger's tremendous definition technology is a mode of unconcealing, namely a bringing forth and a making before of beings by means of applications of tools of a logical and material nature, then the question of which productions gave rise to the fact that is the human being takes on a significance that cannot be separated from the question of the truth of this being. In fact, the human being, both as a species being and as a matrix of opportunities for individualization, is a magnitude that can never exist in mere nature and that was able to first form itself only under the retroactive effect of spontaneous proto-technologies and in living communities with things and animals in protracted processes of formation in which a paranatural tendency can be observed early on. Thus, the human condition is thoroughly a product and result but a product of manufacturing that to this point has been seldom fittingly described as such, and a result of processes whose conditions and rules are too little known. The moment has come to note that one can only maintain an alliance with Heidegger as the thinker of ekstase and the clearing if one at the same time decides to bracket his hostile attitude with respect to all forms of empirical and philosophical anthropology and to put a new configuration between ontology and anthropology to the test. It is now a matter of realizing that even the apparently irreducible fundamental situation of the human being, which is called being in the world and is characterized as existence or standing out into the clearing of being, represents the result of a production in the original sense of the word, a leading out and uncovering of a being which before was rather shrouded and concealed, and in this sense inexistent, a leading out and uncovering of this being into an ecstatic exposure. One of the ventures of the following reflections is that they will give the expression ekstase technology an ontological sense. They wager that it is possible to read the ecstatic position of the human being in the world, interpreted in Heideggerian terms, as a technogenic situation. We will skip over a few thresholds of problems and thus act as if we already had the conceptual means at our disposal to lecture on the history of hominization as a coherent narrative of the exodus from uncleared nature into the danger that is called the clearing. I am thus asking, thinking with Heidegger against Heidegger, how the human being has come to the clearing Lichtung or how the clearing has come to the human being. We should know how the flash of lightning blitz was generated in whose light licked the world, as world, was able to light up and be cleared sich. Lichten. 2 Etsy homo non deritur 16. I would like to present the following reflections under the somewhat irregular generic term of a philosophical fantasy, because they can be appropriately characterized by neither the ordinary title for reflective reasons acts of daring, i.e., speculation, nor by the formal reference to the subjective risk of thought, i.e., the essay. The designation philosophical fantasy corresponds to a discourse in which the reconstruction of an evolutionary product of the type human being in history is attempted. With the help of fantastical reconstructivism, the two mistakes that are as a rule inherent to evolutionisms can be avoided: the spontaneous propensities to either always already presuppose the human being that is to be explained or to forget him in the zeal of explanation. Fantastical reconstruction is distinguished by the fact that it never leaves behind the starting point in the clearing and at the present state of civilization. The dignity of the clearing shall be inviolable. Hence our investigation is anchored, if anchored is the correct expression, in that which Heidegger has called the wonder of wonders, in the awareness that beings are at all, whereby the meaning of are here is tantamount to lying open for human beings who reflect on the fact that they are in the world or in the presence of being in a completely simple, unconditionally marvelous, exposed way. But our investigation refuses to stop with this discovery, and it denies that this represents a finding that cannot be surpassed and at the same time a presupposition that cannot be overtaken. I do not want to withhold the fact that in my eyes the lesser evil would consist in persistently mediating on the clearing with Heidegger, without wishing to derive it techno-anthropologically, while positivism is in fact a plague because it belittles the human being with its determinations. If one actually had to choose between the piety of thought and the profanity of blind praxis, then the reflection that wants to be philosophical would have always already made its decision. Yet I am convinced that the alternative between meditation and positivism is incomplete, We are not committed to the choice between a pietism of uncanniness and a forgetting of the human being in the machinations of the everyday, strategic understanding dulled by its own instruments. In what follows I would like to sketch in outline how one ought to proceed if one wants to narrate the history of human genesis in a polyvalent style that is superior to primitive antitheses. It is not enough to let the apes climb down from the trees in order to then let the human being descend from the apes that have climbed down. Even recourse to the extinct preeps, although this is meaningful in paleontological terms, cannot improve the situation in regards to philosophy. Rather, the ontological version of the novel of descent must keep in view, at the same time as the pre-humans becoming human, the pre-worlds becoming a world, a thought that is not thinkable as long as one is fixated on pre-constructivist ideas of the one being and the one truth. What is decisive in this arrangement consists in the resolution to heed the fact that in no case may one presume the human being in order to somehow find him once again in pre-human stages. Just as little may one assume an open and established world for the human being, as if one only had to wait until a pre-ape made the effort to arrive at it like a passenger at the central station of the clearing. The difficulty comes from beginning with an authentic yet precisely a fantastically authentic pre-humanity and pre-worldliness. With them we must begin with the avowed goal of arriving at the result that exists in the form of developed sapiens cultures and of constituted, ecstatic, and world-forming sapiens subjectivities of a historical type. In doing so, at no point may we regard the human fact any less highly than Heidegger conceives it when he speaks of the clearing of being. Whoever points to the clearing speaks of the coming to presence Vorstelligwerden of being in a living being that resonates physically, neurologically, and technologically on such a high frequency that it can encounter the world as world. We thus intend to recapitulate Heidegger's ontological interpretation of existence in an onto anthropology and to enter into the circle that in this case does not function as a hermeneutic circle but rather as an anthropotechnic one. Research on the human being and what makes him historically possible must run in a circle in such a way that our point of departure, our existential ecstasy in our time or our belonging to the appropriative event, it must run in a circle in such a way that this openness concerns us, is attained again and at the same time never left behind, without it being the case that as is customary among evolutionists the human being is already presupposed and then speciously derived in evolutionary terms. Point 17. Aside from that, it is obvious that here the theme human being can no longer be treated in the style of naive humanist traditions, which, from time immemorial, only help provide an academic cover for conservative common knowledge. The discourse on the human being in historical anthropology proceeds from the fact that the expression human being does not designate any object concerning which one could formulate direct, edifying or lamenting statements, but rather only presents a conceptual container that, to speak with Luhmann, holds vast complexities. Such an undertaking could not have begun at just any time. If it is now attempted, it bears the signature of the moment. It reflects a sum of conditions that have accumulated since the revolutionary break in 19th century thought and the entry into the supposedly post-metaphysical situation. Behind it lies the turn toward human praxis that remains characteristic for the young Hegelian or pragmatic approach. It knows that it is co-conditioned by the event that is marked by the name of Darwin. It presupposes the impulses of Nietzsche and of the psychoanalytic movements. It makes reference to the lessons of phenomenology and the philosophical extremisms of the early and mid-20th century. To a large extent, it draws on the breakthroughs of empirical anthropologies through which, in an odd synchronicity with Heidegger's existential analytic, from the 1920s onward the morphological and species historical question concerning the human being was posed on entirely new bases. I am thinking above all of the work of Louis Boch, Otto H. Skindewolf, Walter Garstang, and Paul Alsberg, which has been little heeded despite its paramount significance for understanding anthropogenesis. Our project further profits from the discoveries of paleontology, historical linguistics, narratology, structural anthropology, and behaviorism. However, the decisive premise of the following attempt consists in the supposition that the history of the human being must be understood as the silent drama of its formations of space, which cannot succeed if the history of things, materials, and symbionts are not more closely consolidated with that of human facts than was customary and possible in the traditional schools of cultural historiography. One suspects why it was a risky proposition for philosophy to pose anew the question concerning the provenance and position of the human being against such backgrounds. To be sure, most of the theoretical approaches just cited offer the advantage of breaking the religious spell that until the threshold of the 19th century had hindered the development of an autonomous worldly investigation of the conditio humana. Even so, due to their dependence on the myth of Genesis, Europeans since time immemorial have unmistakably thought of the human being as a product or creaturely artifact. But as long as they allowed God to be taken as the answer that kept further questions about the whence and the how of creation at bay, they were not able to advance alternative, non-theological formulations concerning the production of the human being. Sacred explanations ceased to think further when they accepted a cause that according to its ontological status was set above the human being. Yet to explain from above means not to explain at all. The theological blockage no longer holds for more recent projects. They have taken the liberty of considering non-divine factors in human formation and of allowing Homo sapiens to arise from a matrix of exclusively worldly conditions. They still think of the human being as a product, but this time as a product of formative forces that according to their ontological status are situated beneath the outcome. Hence, for all their diversity, more recent theories have in common the characteristic that, corresponding to their post-metaphysical and anti-theological basic feature, they think in descent and seek the human fact below in the realm of so-called hard facts and solid reasons. At least virtually, they belong to a form of thought to which the warning of Heidegger cited at the beginning speaks, that, as one cannot see the forest for the trees, ordinary understanding cannot see the world for beings. It could even turn out, and it happens constantly, that historical and empirical anthropology fails to see the human being in his ecosystem, in his world-forming essence, for human and cultural facts. Such theories explain less than the human phenomenon, insofar as one understands the latter, with Heidegger, as that which towers up into the clearing of being. Paleoanthropology is the most exacting and the most incomplete science, because in it the distance between the findings and their interpretation, between skeletal remains and ekastase, is greatest. The approach to the human situation attempted here is rigorous and at the same time fantastical, insofar as it lets itself be guided by the motif that the clearing itself represents a result of history, indeed perhaps the appropriative event as such. Precisely for this reason it is not only to be remembered anzudenken in a meditative way or to be exalted like an absolute discovery. It is impossible for the human being to step into a clearing that is merely waiting there for him, like someone hiking in the forest. Rather, precisely this, that something pre-human opens itself up toward the human, that something pre-worldly becomes world-forming, that something animalistic has outlived itself as an animal and is elevated from out of animality into existing with means, that something which actively feels, which is caught up in its environment, and which is expansive becomes ecstatic, sensitive to the totality and able to be affected by the question of truth. It is this which first yields the clearing itself. In this sense, the clearing and becoming human would be two expressions for the same thing. Insofar as the human becomes a human, being establishes in him gathering points, clearings, focal points. Hence it is legitimate to also consider a history of the clearing from below, without allowing oneself to be led astray by the contemptuous response of confirmed Heideggerians that something merely ontic would thereby be misused to determine that which is ontological. And what if it came down to precisely this reversal, if contemplative philosophy is to regain the lost connection with cultural studies research? 18. To start with, it makes sense to pay attention to the theological connotations of the expression becoming human. The stakes of this onto-anthropological wager are hardly lower than those that were present when the mythos claimed that God created Adam in his own image, only then to add that he himself became man at a later point. The religious statements provide a concept that stands at the level of a task, the human being must be thought in such elevated terms that anything less than the resonance with what the tradition called God is insufficient to state his condition. The accomplishment that had been attributed to a divine maker and protector is now to be taken over by a mechanism that makes an animal so de-animalized and monstrous that it becomes that which is ontically their descendant in the clearing. Heidegger at least indirectly conceded the legitimacy of such an approach when he wrote in his letter on humanism: "Of all the beings that are, presumably the most difficult to think about are living beings, because on the one hand they are in a certain way most closely akin to us, and on the other they are at the same time separated from our inconsistent essence by an abyss. However, it might also seem as though the essence of divinity is closer to us than what is so alien in other living beings, closer, namely, in an essential distance that, however distant, is nonetheless more familiar to our inconsistent essence than is our scarcely conceivable, abysmal bodily kinship with the animal." 19. Seen from this quite specific perspective, the human being is determined as a being that has burst out of the system of animal kinship, but in a manner that Heidegger does not encourage us to interrogate. By virtue of an impenetrable ontological alchemy, the living beings who were our primate ancestors would have moved away from themselves and would have fit themselves into the system of kinship of ecstase beings, with the result that gods, if they existed, would be closer to us than our cousins, the animals, who are poor in world, without language, and ensnared in their environment. Rudolf Bills expresses a similar state of affairs with somewhat less pathos when he remarks, "We are not animals, but reside, as it were, in an animal that lives in participation with those like itself and through sharing in objects." 20. What is animal is what moves within the ontological cage that moderns, after Jacob von Uexkull's ingenious coining of the term, call the Umwelt environment, while it is proper to the essence of the human being to execute a breaking out of the environment and a breaking through into ontological cagelessness, for which we never find a better characterization than the most trivial and deepest word of the human language, the expression world welt. Onto anthropology asks about both at the same time, about human ecstase, which is called being in the world, and about the status of the erstwhile animal that this becoming ecstatic has befallen. From what has been said until now, one will recognize that the philosophical theory of the human fact can only make progress by an adequate interpretation of the ontological distinction between the environment Umwelt and the world Welt. In this pair of concepts, the expression Umwelt seems by far to be the more plausible. Even if it is not older than 20th century theoretical biology, it possesses the compactness of a universal concept that is able to interpret the aspects of world openness in living systems retroactively and prospectively. The around in the concept Umwelt environment, or, literally, world around, traces the ring within which biological systems are interactively engaged and stand open to fellow beings mid-scenes. The closure of these rings relativizes the world openness of the living being to a section marked off from a broader totality. For this reason, Umwelt has the ontological quality of a cage. The proper environment of the living being is the open natural cage in which the animal's behavior is carried out as an undisturbed life process. In the singular natural philosophical layout of his lectures on the fundamental concepts of metaphysics, world, finitude, solitude from the winter of 1929 to 1930, Heidegger determined the position of the animal as a midpoint between worldlessness and world formation and suggested for it the expression poor in world. Within the ring of its environment, phenomena outside are for the animal only ever laden with meaning in minuscule, often innate extracts. The world remains kept on a short leash of biological relevance. As environment, it is only ever the counterpart of a limited openness to it. Only one who had broken through this ring could be described as a being who has come to the world. This is the distinguishing ontological mark of Homo sapiens. His as it were cageless relation to the world turns out to be ecstatic, because in him the bars of poverty and restraint that enclose the animal within limits are lacking. Radicalized openness is what first calls for the formation of world and self. 21 But this openness must be attributed to the human organism as its own accomplishment. A world-forming being of the humankind cannot possibly be thought along the lines of animal development, because animals are at most born or hatched but do not come to the world. The sight of the human being is displaced from the mere environment both inwardly and outwardly. In order to illuminate the spatial implications of the concept of world, one would sooner have to survey metaphysical fields than physical ones. Nietzsche provides a clue for understanding the connection between world formation and ecstasy in a well-known aphorism, which can be read as a paragraph from an environmental science for gods. Around the hero everything turns into tragedy, around the demigod everything turns into a satyr play, and around God everything turns into what? Perhaps world. 22. If one applies this suggestion to Heidegger's doctrine of being in the world, then the suspicion arises that it remains stuck in traditional metaphysics to a much higher degree than it is itself aware of, insofar as it would merely rededicate the position formerly occupied by God. Now it is the human being or Dasein of which it is said that everything around it becomes world. What is here characterized as world must be grasped as an environing world umwelt without boundaries. It forms a circumstance umstand in which what is striking is precisely that the stationary stehend and enclosed character is missing, because, and so long as, it forms a horizon in the face of that which is without boundaries. The situation of the human being in the world befits existential seriousness because the question of truth is posed in it. Thus, just as for the animal in its environmental relations it is a matter of success in life, above all in the fields of nutrition, procreation, and its relation to predators, so for the human being in his relations to the world it is a matter of truth as adequate correspondence to the conditions of existence for individuals and cultures. Two aspects that stem from unmistakably speculative sources enter into Heidegger's concept of world: on the one hand, contemporary infinitism, according to which the world can only count as world insofar as it bears a relation to the infinite, changed here into the figure of the open; on the other hand, a theological residue that amounts to the claim that the human being is only a human being to the degree that he operates in a world-forming fashion and lets himself be encompassed by the world as though he were tasked with repeating poetically and technologically the 6 days' work of Genesis in a second cycle. Thus Heidegger was able to emphasize that the divine comes closer to the Essenswesen or mode of being of the human than to all other living beings Liebwesen. One must understand this thesis atheologically, since it does not aim at religiously enchanting the moderns once more. Rather, it implies that precisely the metaphysically disillusioned human being, for the first time in his recent history, is again able to ponder his own monstrousness in an adequate manner, as perhaps the Greeks were the last to do successfully when they described the world as a compromise reached after the battle of the Titans and Olympian gods. Heidegger thinks of the modern world as a post-Olympian order, in which gigantic impersonal powers vie for supremacy. The monstrous has taken the place of the divine. Hence the valid form of anthropodicy can no longer be an anthropo-theological one, but rather only an anthropo-monstrous 1.23. Around the human being, everything becomes world, yet not because the human being is a god empirically incognito, as ancient and modern idealists who personally stand ready for the airing of a secret suggest, but rather because his positionality is monstrous and because the human capacity for truth proves to be his most uncanny and dangerous endowment. The ontologically monstrous consists in the fact that, around a non-divine being, everything becomes world. Becoming world means being uncovered in a way that is relevant to truth. What Heidegger calls the clearing designates nothing other than this fundamental relation. The term clearing is part of the logic and poetry of the monstrous. Through it philosophy assures itself of its possibility of being contemporary and its ability to converse with the times. With what has been said to this point, we have already gathered together a few elements of the current situation of onto-anthropology. That this perspective, this form of reflection, this combination of the resources of thought, in taking as its point of departure the possibilities of the human sciences conquered by the 19th century, could only now have been formed, expresses the fact that part of the present human race, under the leadership of the Euro-American factions, has begun to conduct a trial against itself in which a new definition of the human is at stake. All thinking that takes part in this trial takes on the character of a plea in the dispute over the human being. The starkest lessons in the modern self-instruction of the human being proceed from two kinds of nuclear technology, by means of which one was able to break into the safe of nature's secrets in the 20th century. The question inevitably surfaces for philosophical contemplation as to whether and how these technologies that open nature up belong together with the essence of the human being. The epoch fades away in which human beings believed that they were capable of absenting themselves into an unimpeachability by the monstrous. Because they have become monstro-technicians, they repeat with current means the position of the ancient theurgists or maker gods. Even everyday consciousness perceives something of the uncanny and epical character of the new technological possibilities that have come into existence. Collective memory correctly identified August 1945 with the two detonations of the atomic bomb over the Japanese cities as the date of the physical apocalypse, and February 1997 with the publication of the existence of the cloned sheep as the date of an incipient biological apocalypse. They are two key dates in the trial of the human of technology against himself, two dates that attest to the fact that the human being can less than ever before be understood from the angle of the animal that he was or that he still sometimes pretends to be. They testify to the fact that the human being, for the time being, we are sticking with the suspicious singular, does not exist under the sign of the divine but rather under the sign of the monstrous. With his advanced technology he conducts a demonstration of the human that immediately transitions into a demonstration of monstrosity. He is the subject of onto-anthropo-monstrology. Unlike Heidegger, we take it to be possible to question back to the ground of the human capacity for apocalypse. This cannot be found in modernity alone. We must conduct our inquiry into the human in such a way that it becomes comprehensible how he emerged into the clearing and how he became receptive to the truth there. It is the same clearing into which the first human gazed when he raised his head, gaining an intimation of world, and in which the flashes alighted on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It is the same clearing in which the human during prehistoric times ceased to be an animal in its environment, and in which the bleating of man-made animals is now to be heard. It is neither our fault nor our merit if we live in a time in which the human apocalypse is a daily fact. 3. Thinking the clearing, or, the production of the world is the message. In order to understand better the provenance and the possibility of what human beings as stewards of nuclear energy and as writers of genetic code are doing today with noteworthy real and imaginary repercussions on themselves, we once again begin with the basic principle that the human being is a product, of course, not a completed one, but rather a product that is open to further elaboration. We add to this the fact that we do not know who or what his producer is. This not knowing ought to be adhered to, above all against the temptation to disguise it by means of the two classical pseudo-answers, one of which invokes God while the other invokes the human being himself as the producer. Both answers rest on the same grammatical mirage, insofar as they both apply the schema of the language game X engenders Y and thereby presuppose the gradient in which the producer precedes his product. But to presuppose this gradient already means to presuppose the human being and to short-circuit the explanandum with the explanans. Thus the human being could only engender the human being because he was already a human being before he became a human being. Similarly, God will only make the human being because he already knows him before he has made him. Such instances of short-circuiting may be meaningful within narrow limits in the case of so-called autopoietic systems. With regard to the human fact, however, which is not a system but rather a historical event, they lead to a blockade against any attempt at a deeper investigation. In onto-anthropological analysis we must begin with an unequivocally pre-human situation in which the result is not already latently or explicitly anticipated. The human being does not hop out of the magician's hat in the way that the ape climbs down from the tree. He also does not emerge from the hand of a creator who surveys everything in advance with his foreknowledge. He is the product of a production that is not itself a human being and was not intentionally undertaken by human beings. The human being was not yet what he would become before he became it. Thus it is a matter of describing the anthropogenetic mechanism and making clear that it proceeds in an unequivocally pre-human and non-human manner, and that under no circumstances may it be confused with the effects of a producer subject, neither a divine one nor a human one. 24. Since the late 18th century it has become customary to invoke evolution in regard to anonymous productions and to make it, like an allegorical subject, responsible for everything that cannot be traced back to the authorship of the human being. There is a certain wisdom in this linguistic convention, insofar as it contains a first allusion to an engineering without an engineer. In fact, it belongs to the elementary tasks of modern systems theories to think artificialities without recourse to an artist. Nevertheless, we should be attentive to the fact that there is a certain risk involved in using this term, namely, that one may be led astray by means of allegory, because all too easily one again thinks of evolution as a kind of divinity, which would have brought about its outcomes according to a master plan laid out in advance according to a cunning of reason that produces mutations and selections. This warning becomes acute when it is a matter of contemplating an outcome such as the existential situation that is called the clearing, of which we said that it should be thought from below but respected in its height and breadth. Thus the task for thought is to observe a living being in its breakthrough out of the environment into world ecstase and to retroactively bear witness to this event with the aid of fantastical reconstructivism. Again we take the liberty of drawing from Heidegger, the opponent of all well-known forms of anthropology, to specify the key terms for this new configuration of anthropology and the thinking of being. We find them once more as in the speech rules for the human park in the letter on humanism, in connection with statements and turns of phrase in which the role of language in the clearing of being is discussed. Not for nothing are they the most famous and most obscure statements of an amply obscure text, statements whose obscure luminosity is for the most part perceived as ridiculousness and to whose extraordinariness the following circumstance also contributes, namely that Heidegger here for a moment debates with Sartre at a distance and in French. The decisive expressions are house, nearness, homeland, dwelling, sojourn, dimension, and the French word plan which is left untranslated in the German text. I would like to take the liberty of citing at length and culling some passages. In its essence, language is not the utterance of an organism, nor is it the expression of a living being. The human being is the shepherd of being. Being is the nearest. Yet the near remains farthest from the human being. The nearness occurs essentially as language itself. But the human being is not only a living being who possesses language along with other capacities. Rather, language is the house of being in which the human being exists by dwelling. So the point is that in the determination of the humanity of the human being as existence, what is essential is not the human being but being as the dimension of the ecstasis of existence. However, the dimension is not something spatial in the familiar sense. Rather, everything spatial and all time-space occur essentially in the dimensionality that being itself is. But does such thinking still allow itself to be described as humanism? Certainly not if humanism is existentialism and is represented by what Sartre expresses, précisement nous sommes sur un plan ouilya seulement de hommes, we are precisely in a situation or on a level where there are only human beings. This should say instead, précisement nous sommes sur un plan ouilya principalement l'être, we are precisely in a situation or on a level where principally there is being. But where does le plan come from and what is it? L'être et le plan are the same. Existence is static dwelling in the nearness of being. The homeland of this dwelling is nearness to being. 25. I do not wish to linger on the assessment that these statements are virtually unparalleled in the philosophy of the last century for their abstractness and hermeticism. Nor do I wish to subject them to an exegesis which could at least show that they are quite rigorous in their logical structure, although at first they sound like sayings proclaimed from the tripod, which exude a malign ambiguity. For now, I would like to draw attention to the fact that we here encounter a Heidegger who no longer ponders so much the equation of being and time, which had made him famous. Rather, the author of these passages is dealing with a different problem, which without any great effort of interpretation one can identify as that of being and space. The metaphors and key terms of the text belong to an attempt to advance a non-trivial theory of space or dimension. Above all, the two logically and ontotopologically quite demanding turns of phrase that everything spatial occurs West 26 within the dimensional and that being and plan are the same point to an effort at a deepened understanding of that which first primordially makes space for a space or that which first gives a dimension its extension. As obscure as these statements are, they appear to ask what it is that enables expansion and extension from one thing to another thing or into something else. They urge us toward an understanding of that upon which a spatial tension, a relation to that which is further, an ecstase into the open, just as much as a lodging and a deepened being at home with oneself basich sen rest. The remaining terms of this discourse, if they are terms house, homeland, heimat, nearness, the nearest, dwelling, sojourn, allow us to recognize that human ecosysting is thought under the auspices of spatiality rather than those of temporality, particularly if one respects Heidegger's etymological pathos, with which he wished to have ecosistence and ecostase understood as standing out or being held out into a spatial and temporal spatial dimension or openness that is not further described. We employ the metaphor of dwelling in the house of being as a guideline for the anthropological movement of thought, and thus ask how an entirely pre-human living being, a herd animal, which, seen from the paleontological perspective, must have lain somewhere in the spectrum of species between a post-ape and a pre-sapiens, can have started out on the path that led to the house of being. In large part the answer is already included in the metaphor as soon as one suspends its figurative meanings and imagines the genesis of the human being as an actual house affair, as a drama of domestication in the radical sense of the word. If one could formulate the theory of the house as the site of human genesis, or better, of housing housens as the engendering of the site, then one would also already possess a paleontology, a doctrine of the being of the most ancient conditions. It would immediately be the theory of the primal site. It would show how the sojourn or the mode of being in sense at a specific site was able to become a motive and ground for the clearing of being, and thereby for the hominization of the pre-hominid. The expectations regarding the investigation of such a primordial bursting site are high, because it must correspond to the state of the art on both sides, the ontological as well as the anthropological. The analytic of the house before the house is the proving ground for the new constellation of being and space. The concept of space that comes into play here is obviously neither trivial nor that of physics or geometry, because, as Heidegger's obscure remark shows, it must be older than all ordinary dimensionality, older in particular than the trusty three-dimensionality by which geometry represents the relations of spatial measurement in a system of places. Like the Platonic Kura, to which Derrida has devoted a noteworthy commentary 27, it must be a space that can provide a matrix for dimensions in general and to this extent be the nurse of becoming, to recall Plato's metaphor for space as the where which harbors what is able to be. I have suggested the expression sphere for this non-trivial space and attempted to show how in it the primordial stretching out of dimensionality is to be thought. Spheres can be described as places of inter-animal and interpersonal resonance, where the way in which living beings are together achieves a plastic power. This reaches a point where the form of coexistence physiologically changes the ones coexisting. This can be strikingly illustrated in the facialization of Homo sapiens. In spherical resonances, human faciality is released from the animal snout. 28 These spherical localities, in the beginning mere inner spaces for groups of animals, are most readily comparable with greenhouses, in which living beings flourish under particular self-affected climatic conditions. In our case, the greenhouse effect extends to ontological consequences. One can plausibly show how a human being in the world was able to come about from an animal being in the greenhouse environment. With the concept of spheres a gap, hitherto unnoticed by and large, in the field of theories of space is mended, one which yawned between the concept of environment and the concept of world. If having an environment can be ontologically understood as being enclosed by a ring of relevant circumstances and co-conditions for organic life, above all by phenomena with the sense of nourishment, copulation, and danger, and if being in the world, in contrast, is to be interpreted as an ecstatic towering up into that which is open and cleared, then one must assume that there is a mid-world position or a between that is neither inclusion in the environmental cage nor the pure terror of being held out into the indeterminate. The transition from environment to world becomes apparent in spheres as between worlds. Spheres have the status of an intermediate openness. They are the membrane shells between inner and outer, and thus media before all media. Without specifically grasping it, Heidegger points to this middle zone with very noticeable emphasis when he introduces into the field words such as nearness, homeland, dwelling, and house, expressions that present the values of acclimatization and Heimalungswort on an ontological level. The spherical is the midpoint between dense animal enclosure and the light apocalypse of being. It allows its inhabitants to be simultaneously localized in the dimension of nearness and in the monstrous immensity of world openness and world outwardness. It establishes the primordial spatial structure of dwelling relations. At the same time, spheres can function as interchangers between forms of animal corporeal and human symbolic coexistence, because they encompass physical points of contact, including metabolism and procreation, as well as distant intentions concerning that which cannot be touched, such as the horizon and stars. How the archaic versions of spheres are formed and how hominization could occur in spherical houses remains to be demonstrated. Now and for the time being I am again using the expression house metaphorically, but with a view to the fact that pre-human beings are, in evolutionary terms, already on a path on which the construction of houses in the literal sense of the word will begin. In any case, this points to the fact that dwelling is older than the house and that housing GE House 29 is older than the human being. If we insist on thinking the human being as a product and not presupposing him in any way, then we must take seriously the site of his production, those situations that in the genesis of the human being must have simultaneously been means of production and relations of production. The metaphor of the house has the advantage of representing a site whose distinguishing feature is to stabilize the gradient between the internal climate and the surrounding climate. It allows us to think of protective climates as technological products and of interior locations as institutions. Houses are isolated enclosures that provide their inhabitants with the advantage of securing themselves and reproducing in an internal space. By setting themselves off against a non-interior for the moment we need not elaborate the difference between vertical isolation, the roof, and horizontal isolation, the wall. Archaeological discoveries in the Olduvai Gorge indicate that for more than 1.5 million years pre-human dwelling places of the Homo habilis grade were surrounded by palisades that kept the wind out. Thus the principle of a wall as a climatic manipulator would already be attested to in a period long before the formation of Homo sapiens. If we want to interpret the genesis of the human being and the clearing by proceeding from the house, then there must already be something in the case of the still predominantly animal pre-sapiens that corresponds to a formation of the interior and to a house building before the invention of the house in the architectural sense of the word. 30 Let us therefore observe how animals that will have one day made the leap to becoming human designed the interior in which the leap occurred. Let us attempt to reconstruct how the greenhouse effect that made possible the flourishing of human ecstasy was established. For admission into the human forming situation the interaction of four mechanisms is necessary, whose intertwinement led early on to bizarre circular causalities. In conformity with paleontological literature, we call these the mechanism of insulation, the mechanism of deactivation of the body corpuscle tongue, the mechanism of pedomorphism or neoteny, which is characterized by the progressive infantilization and retardation of bodily forms, and the mechanism of transference, which makes clear how the human being can be on the way to language. 31. I would like largely to leave aside here a fifth mechanism, that of cerebralization and neocorticalization, on the one hand because its consideration would necessitate a complexity that is no longer manageable for the current outline, and, on the other hand, because in a certain way it synthesizes the effects of the first four mechanisms in an organ developing specifically for this purpose. Taken by themselves, none of these mechanisms could alone motivate hominization, let alone the emergence into the clearing, but in their synergy they operate like an elevator into human ecstasy. The oldest and least specific mechanism is what Hugh Miller has described as insulation from selective pressure. 32 The insulation effect is the formal premise of all creation of inner space. Its beginnings reach far back into the history of gregarious animals, indeed back to the world of plants. It is essentially based on the circumstance that the rather marginal exemplars in biocenosis, with their physical sojourn on the peripheries of their own population, produce the effect of a living wall on the inner side of which a climatic advantage emerges for the individuals of the group that habitually keep to the center. Especially in the case of herd and horde animals, it is the mothers and their offspring who profit from this first-grade greenhouse effect, insofar as they can move within a climate that is less threatened and presents fewer compulsions for adaptation. Where external selective pressure is diminished, criteria internal to the group take the lead in the allocation of prizes for inheritable characteristics. It is already recognizable at the primate level how climatic advantages flow from the existence of groups into developments that result in the intensification of the relations between animal mothers and their offspring. One could go so far as to say that the most important result of insulation consists in the transformation of the offspring into the child. A mother-child space as such thereby first genuinely develops, which facilitates refinements, foments participation, and is extended in time. The fact that already in the early anthropoids a trend in the direction of increased childhood was triggered allows one to recognize that it is the riskier form of life that has come out on top evolutionarily, something which would be impossible to comprehend without a solid increase in security in another regard. For all these phenomena the principle holds that the higher forms of gregarious life tend to play the role of environment for themselves. They do not simply grow into an ecological niche but rather produce and organize the niche in which they will move. In this way a natural history of luxuriating forms begins. The consequences of this extend incalculably far. They show that the laws of Darwinian selection pertaining to fitness are elastic magnitudes that can even be circumvented. A large part of typical human characteristics are formed as if to fool the social Darwinists in non-adaptive kinds of evolution that are imminent to groups. In fact, decidedly better conditions of security for the rearing of young prevail within insulated spaces. Evolutionary variations grow into extended spaces that allow for leeway and in which above all a higher standard of sensibility and communicability between the beneficiaries of the mother-child incubator is set. On the emerging human islands the presence of children permeates human society as no other. Children's needs have to be accommodated to many if not most adult activities. 33 There is much that speaks for the idea that children were the essential innovators of human cultural behavior. The motif of competition in expression to which Rousseau devotes his attention in deriving art from jealously in imitation was certainly introduced by them into culture. 34 Yet on the paths of insulated evolution nothing more than an advanced apehood would have been able to emerge, such as what we see in the case of the current favorite animal of social psychologists, the bonobos, with their advanced group dynamics and their proto-lesbian sexual life. In order to advance the movement toward bodily forms that are closer to the human and toward comportment that is connected to the clearing, a further mechanism must intervene, a mechanism of which one does not say too much if one remarks that its introduction first triggered anthropogonic drift, in the stricter sense. With it begins the history of Homo technologicus as the history of an animal that takes things into its own hands, or better, into its paws that develop into hands through the taking of things, for we ought to presuppose the human hand as little as we do the human being. It was Paul Alsberg, with his book Das Menschheitsratzel from 1922-35 who laid the decisive cornerstone for a theory of human genesis. Alsberg recognized the key mechanism for anthropogenesis in that which he called the deactivation of the body. At issue here is a concept that apprehends the natural historical possibility of cultural evolution at the critical point. With its aid we can show how the natural history of distancing oneself from natural environments can be thought, proceeding from spontaneous insulations that prefigure to a certain degree the protected spaces in nature against nature. A new dimension of nature distancing is formed in the evolution toward the human being in the case of certain pre-hominids, along the lines of an at first contingent but then elaborated and chronic use of tools. The Alsberg theorem interprets the genesis of the human being as an effect of a hyperinsulation whose chief consequence consisted in emancipating the pre-human being in many though admittedly not all respects from directly organismic adaptation to the environment. With good reason, the event that is described as a deactivation of the body was characterized as breaking out of the prison of an environmental relation determined merely biologically. 36 This breaking out is achieved by the space-creating effect of certain pre-human actions. Deactivation of the body depends on a certain activation of the hand handy in Chal tongue. If there were thus something like a primal scene of the clearing from an evolutionary perspective, then without doubt it would consist in a sequence of activities Handlungssequenz in the course of which the pre-human being, supposedly an agile East African ape on the savannah with generalist features, more scavenger than hunter, far advanced in the tendency toward erect bipedalism, endowed with a robust foot for running on the ground and a paw that for the first time approximates to the human hand, grasps a stone, and does so from the beginning in accordance with aspects of handiness Handlichkeit, as though the interesting stones were formed a priori with two sides, with a grasping side for the paw and a contact side for the object, so as to make use of the thing in its paw, which forces phenomena in the environment to yield, either by throwing into the distance or striking nearby. By means of this first work of the paws, the ontological niche of the human being opens up in nature. Consequently, the long formative phase of the human is a Stone Age in the non-museological sense of the word, or an age of hard resources. Here, one may underline Heidegger's observation that language is neither the utterance of an organism nor the expression of a living being. This is already the case a fortiori with the stone and every other hard material that is ready to hand for the earliest and simplest applications, particularly bones and branches. The stone does not express the human being, it gives him a chance to step into the clearing. The first resources already bring primitive truth values in their train, namely successes and failures in their deployment. Hence they have a character that primordially makes space for the world and is eo ipso formative for the human being. In the stone, the fundamental feature of the readiness to hand of equipment zur Handenheit von Zug in the life world gains contour for the first time. But hard resources are more than equipment in the normal sense of the word. The pre-human being produces the first gaps and tears in the environmental ring by becoming the author of a distancing technique by means of striking outward and throwing projectiles, which has repercussions for his very self. The human being neither stems from the ape, singe, as over-hasty vulgar Darwinians believe, nor from the sign, signe, as one finds in the language games of French surrealists, but rather comes from the stone or, in more general terms, from hard resources, provided we are in agreement with the view that it was the use of stones that opened up the horizon of proto-technics. As a primitive stone technologist, as a thrower, and as an operator of equipment with which to strike, the pre-sapiens becomes an apprentice of hard resources. Becoming human happens under the protection of lithotechnics. For the principle of technology comes into play for the first time with the use of stones for throwing, striking, and cutting, relieving the body of contact with presences in the environment. That allows the nascent human being to deactivate bodily contact and replace it with stone contact. While flight is a negative evasion in the face of unwelcome instances of bodily contact, stone technology affects a positive evasion that transitions into a capability. It preserves the dense relation to the object and provides the path to its mastery. Thing mastery thus becomes advisable as an evolutionary alternative to the distance engendered by flight. Technology transforms stress into sovereignty. That holds for the proximate range that can be manipulated by blows and cuts, as it also does to an even higher degree for the relations of distance to objects that one can throw. The limits of my throws are the limits of my world. The gaze that follows a stone that has been thrown is the first form of theory. If the human being is the animal that has a project, then this is because he is disposed to anticipate the results of throws by means of a competence that is acquired early on and that is organismically anchored. The feeling of consentaneity that comes with a successful throw, hitting a target, or an effective blow is the first stage of a post-animal truth function. One must not allow the primitive nature of the first use of tools to seduce one into the opinion that their range would not yet have been great enough to burst the pre-human being out of his environment. It was sufficient to trigger the primary event of anthropogenesis, the first ontologically relevant production in the sense of manufacturing an effect in an observable space. In order to produce, and thus to be able to bring forth and effectuate, an agent must see in front of himself an opening, some kind of space of leeway or window in which a transformation in the environment can be perceived as a successful work of his own doing. Precisely this opening is engendered by the technology of stone throwing and hitting, technologies that were soon complemented by those of stone splitting and cutting, which is based on striking stone against stone. The stone, as equipment discovered to throw and strike with, thus becomes equipment for cutting and thereby the first produced means of production. Some paleontologists would like to view the employment of the second stone as the genuine criterion for distinguishing what is essential in the human tool department from animal usage. 37 There is also the evidence for early preparations of wooden objects by means of stone. Other researchers see the criterion in the tending of fire, which for perhaps 1.5 or 2 million but certainly for 1 million years, as the findings in the Escale cave show, was in use by pre-human groups. Its power for forming niches and spheres and thus the means of emancipation for human groups from climatic and biogeographical backgrounds should never be underestimated. Through the triad of throwing, striking, and cutting, supplemented by manual operations such as tying knots, scraping, polishing, piercing, etc., a window is opened in which productions happen and products can appear. In this opening that which comes forth steps into appearance in Erscheinung in an entirely new way. This coming forth from the results of one's own actions is of a fundamentally different quality than the becoming visible of beings in the plant's budding or in animal births. It is also fundamentally distinct from the occurrence eintreten of meteorological phenomena and from the appearance auftreten of wild animals or sicknesses. We are already dealing with an authentic bringing about of something by labor, in the case of success as in the case of failure the action, factum, and the observed and evaluated situation after the deed, verum, converge for the first time. The pre-human being as a thrower, striker, and one who cuts apart thus represents, if not the sole producer of, then at least someone who cooperates with the clearing. Only in the clearing the realm of the observation of success can truths and activities refer to each other and be on a par with each other. The activity intends success, the success refers to the activity that effected it. The clearing is a work of stones that become suitable for other stones, for nascent hands, and for things that are able to be worked on or struck. The successful blow is the prototype of the proposition. The throw that hits the mark is the fierce synthesis of subject, stone, copula, action, and object, animal or enemy. Cutting all the way through something prefigures the analytical judgment. 38 propositions are a mimesis of the throw, blow, and cut in the space of signification, where affirmations reenact successful throws, blows, and cuts, while negations are born of the observation of missed throws, unsuccessful blows, and failed cuts. The oldest stone artifacts are equipment for work and equipment for signification in one. From the beginning they speak of the power that follows from being able to be vis a vis. Therefore, whoever does not wish to speak of stones should say nothing of the human being. The ontological result of these first instances of bringing forth is thus much more than an isolated product. It is the opening up of the space in which there can first be results. In this window onto the success of one's deeds, labor processes are carried out, throws are assessed, and results understood. The effects of blows, throws, and cuts establish the bond between success and truth, which in elevated cultural situations is, admittedly, stretched taut, though it can never be torn asunder. For which reason the late Heidegger, in my opinion, no longer does justice to the clearing when he tends to align being a reflective human being entirely with the renunciation of the will and with a neo-humble insertion into the play of the fourfold. The clearing is thereby thought too much from the perspective of a freewheeling being attentive that is elevated to the status of releasement Gelassenheit. The inceptual clearing, however, is already in itself the space of success in which technological approaches to things become observable. As a window onto observations of success it is initially thrust open solely by active interventions and an offensive creation of distance before it invites aesthetic and meditative perspectives. In this space the character of hitting the mark belonging to truths and the character of fit belonging to operative syntheses coincide. In it the possibility of readiness to hand is achieved, the clearing in the hand, as it were. At the same time, the horizon emerges for the eye that accompanies the throw. The clearing is the expanding of the space of circumspection. In this sense one may say that the result of the Stone Age consisted in the conquest of that natural distance with which the environmental ring bursts in the direction of world openness. Heidegger is thus incorrect when he says that it was the Greeks who, with their expression aletheia, had first perceived and expressed the unconcealment of phenomena as such. The ability of phenomena to lie open, phenomena that rise to the surface from a prior concealment and can fall back into it, already emerges from the nascent human being's oldest attention to the results of his operations of throwing, striking, and cutting. From these operations truth is read off primordially as accurateness. It manifests itself in a throw hitting the mark, in a grasp taking a fitting hold, in a cut passing through in the right place. 39 Only in contrast to the outcomes of his own doing and making does the gaze wander back to the horizon, which now becomes more than a background against which movements stand out. The horizon itself becomes thematic. As an unattainable ring around the whole, it provides an ultimate context for everything that is present and appears. It is that which no throw reaches, that which no blow harms, that which no cut wounds. From here the classical concept of being in early advanced cultures can be unfolded. It designates and encompasses the simultaneously open and concealed, partially attainable but ultimately unattainable substance 40 that is common to all things. The difference between successful and unsuccessful activities becomes acute in the first openness. Even more, from the earliest emergence of language on, even vocal gestures, shouts, and statements are sensitive to the difference between success and failure. The parallelism between materially successful actions and accurate utterances thickens. To the extent that it is a matter of the truth of self-knowledge and not one of strategic or evocative utterances, the evolutionary preference for truth over error and lies thereby makes itself known. Thus does truth enter into the statement and into the picture. The success of hard resources, the resources of the throw, blow, and cut, is reproduced in soft resources, in saying and signifying. Seen from this perspective, language is nothing other than a medium for representing and presenting successes, hence a form that reproduces successes, on the one hand, while on the other hand it is itself the pure accomplishment of discursive success. With every success that is achieved, spoken, and retained in memory, with every word that hits its target, is striking, and is incisive, the pre-human being's distance from his environment grows as he weaves it into the sphere of successfully said things. The pre-human, almost human animal now becomes expansive and sensitive to distance. Its ecstase begins, its space of leeway grows, its capacity for sheltering itself in technological accoutrement and memories of success and then narratives increases. In this sense all human beings do in fact strive by nature for knowledge, which is success. 41. At this point, the all-decisive feedback between the pre-human being's own cultural accomplishments and the channeling of the gene flow 42 in the direction of the human is played out. One might be tempted to summarize the entire process under the title Natural History of the Distancing from Nature, or even Natural History of Refinement. The one thing that would speak against these formulations is the fact that the concept of natural history 43, which is anchored in British empiricism, always remained too bound up with the standards of a biology that was habitually blind to culture and technology. 44 In truth, in the case of these seemingly simple, highly explosive processes, it is already a matter of nothing less than the clearing. The use of hard resources during the entire span of Paleolithic anthropogenesis engenders an evolutionarily singular situation in which pre-sapiens organisms are increasingly liberated from the pressure for mere bodily adaptation to the external environment. This does not mean that the unburdened species would remain physiologically in the condition in which it found itself at the onset of the body's deactivation. On the contrary, the bodies of pre-human beings now begin to luxuriate. They humanize themselves to the degree that it becomes possible for them to cede hardness to the exterior and to drift inward in the direction of refinement, pampering, and variation. Let us note that the concept of deactivation of the body does not entail that there would no longer be any sort of selection or that adaptive mechanisms would be rendered inoperative. But selection becomes increasingly defined in terms of the greenhouse. It does not so much lead to adaptation to an environment that is exerting pressure, but rather rewards characteristics that facilitate the nascent sapiens' elevated distancing from the environment and thus further non-adaptation to it. For instance, the physical and mental qualities of the thrower, in which, alongside tool-making 45, a good part of hominids' primordial potential for distance must be conjectured. 46 In the greenhouse, Tendencies toward fitness and pampering are intertwined and engender an animal orchid effect, as whose outcome the physiological mental organization of Homo sapiens now stands before our very eyes. At this point we can bring up the intervention of the third evolutionary mechanism. It is what elicits the most dramatic and mysterious effects of all the cited processes. They are at the same time effects from which the unique physiological, morphological, and psychological constitution of the sapiens species can be read off most strikingly. It should have become clear from the description of the first two human-forming mechanisms that the situation of pre-human beings in their tool-dependent, autogenous greenhouses amounts to a reversal of the tendency of selection. In the greenhouse of the group it is not the most proficient at proving successful on the front line of given environmental hardships who survives, but rather the most successful at utilizing the climate and exploiting the opportunities internal to the greenhouse. Human evolution is extensively carried out in a group milieu that displays the tendency to reward variations that are aesthetically advantageous and more cognitively capable. In addition, numerous genetic variations become selectively neutral. From now on the human being is on the way to beauty. Beauty is conferred as the bioaesthetic prize for sightliness. The luxuriating of feminine forms and the clearing up of human faces testify to this effect in the most conspicuous way. 47 Moreover, it is above all the human brain that in this situation begins to luxuriate in an enigmatic way, insofar as it rushes ahead, as it were, in honing a potential for accomplishment that points quite far beyond the strain it is currently under. 48 All of these effects combine in an evolutionary drift whose results can be grasped in the bodily image of Homo sapiens, which was extremely improbable in biological terms. Sapiens beings, as paleoanatomical research has unmistakably shown, exhibit a set of features that can only be understood as retentions of juvenile, indeed even fetal, developmental traits into the stage of adulthood. It is the proprium of sapience that monstrous results of pampering were able to be stabilized in these sapiens over the long term thanks to the privilege of the greenhouse. This goes as far as the retaining of intrauterine morphologies in the extrauterine situation, as though this dissident animal could permit itself to escape the laws of maturation. All of this points to the fact that the house of being in which the human being will be invited to dwell is attained not only and not even primarily by the clearing power of signs. Before language there are gestures of the hard type, technologies of throwing, striking, and cutting, which distance one from the environment, and which engender and secure human incubators. The specific site of the nascent human being thus functionally possesses the qualities of a technologically supplied external uterus in which those who have been born enjoy privileges of the unborn their whole life long. Thus do living beings who will one day be human beings reproduce initially and exclusively in a preserve that can most fittingly be characterized as an autogenous park. The preserve in which there are human beings is an effect of primitive technology. What Heidegger calls enframing Gestell and understands as a dire sending of being is initially nothing other than the housing house that accommodates human beings and by means of such accommodation imperceptibly fabricates them. 49 This prompts the unsettling conclusion that human beings are living beings that do not come to the world, but rather come into the greenhouse, admittedly, a greenhouse that signifies the world. In any case, what the late Heidegger said about the region Gegend and dwelling can be read as a rediscovery of primordial housing. The exploration and formulation of these contexts is connected with the name of the Amsterdam paleoanthropologist Louis Bock, to whom the fetalization theorem later modified by Adolf Portman essentially traces back. 50 In essence it implies that a time revolution took place in the case of modern Homo sapiens whose consequences continue to keep us in suspense. In this turning point there is a risky acceleration of the period of birth and a much longer delay in becoming an adult, two processes that are guided by endocrinological chronobiological mechanisms that in evolutionary terms were acquired late. In fact, the preeminent feature of nascent sapiens groups is the unprecedented expansion of infantility. It is intensified by the introduction of retained fetal features into the adult phenotype. For this trend the luxuriating of cerebrality is jointly responsible, which can in part be explained by elevated evolutionary rewards for increases in intelligence, probably also by constant access to nourishment from animal protein. This leads to a dramatic increase in volume in the brain, to the more advanced development of the neocortex and to a risky intrauterine cranial growth, whose immediate side effect is the necessity for premature birth. Both tendencies, cerebralization and premature birth, depend on each other in a circularly causal way. They are also supported by the fact that the stabilized group greenhouse is over long spans of time able to guarantee the functions of an external uterus, indeed far beyond the period of postnatal symbiosis between the human mother and child, by means of which, as we know, the uterine deficit of the newborn is counterbalanced. According to psychobiological findings, the human child would need a gestation period of 21 months if it were to reach, within its mother's womb, the state of maturation for birth that primates have. However, it must be born no later than 9 months in order to have a chance to pass through the maternal pelvic opening. Thanks to depth psychological explorations, it is well known that even this tends to be too late for countless newborns, because the already very precarious dystocia experienced in complicated human births not only frequently leads to the death of the child, but also after problematic births can induce traumas of enormous scope. This is testified to not only by a series of sexual and religious perversions typical of traumatic births, but also by manifold distortions of the existential fundamental attunement into that of panic and catastrophe. In the case of the modern human type, one can proceed on the assumption that the traditional anthropogonic greenhouse already entirely takes on the characteristics of an incubator. The uteromimetic qualities of human housing subsequently reach all the way to adolescence and the adult members of groups, and even unleash tendencies in them to delay mature forms. In this way, existential time emerges within the dimension of human space. It is first noticeable as the dimension of retentions, delays, and pamperings. They constitute the substance of prehistory as the time of hominization, later also as the dimension for anticipations, accelerations, and fortifications. They are the substance of history as the era of rival cultures and wars. The human time machine is subject to the principle of regressive revolution. The depth of regression indicates the need for progression. 51 The extent of refinement determines how much hardship must be directed outward. The achievement of the incubator in turn specifies how far refinement can go in its interior. The clock that tells the human being the hour that has struck for him is set in motion by the fact that the increasingly delaying, juvenilizing sapiens body is challenged by means of its intelligent potential to take care of its own cultural envelopment, not only its present, but also its future cultural envelopment. Precisely because humanly risky bodies were, on the basis of group incubator technology that is stable and successful over the long term, able to afford taking features of their fetal and early childhood pass along with them into the present, they had to learn to tend, in an increasingly explicit manner, their own incubators, to use another kind of terminology, their laws. Pampering compels provision. Vorsorge, provision stabilizes pampering. What Heidegger calls Kehrsorge is the self-insurance of the context of pampering. This feedback becomes necessary because the improbability of the luxuriating condition unleashes a sense of danger. It becomes possible because the means for the defense of its pampering are given to the pampered animal, that is the nascent human being, along with its high-performance brain, its innate thrower qualities, and its quasi-universal hand. Having arisen from the process of pampering, these evolutionarily acquired endowments must serve further pampering. The future is initially nothing other than the dimension in which the improbability of an almost impossible condition, in biological terms, will be stabilized with technological cunning. In this sense, human beings are luxury conservatives a priori. Only because the human being is condemned to provide for its luxury, Luxusvorsorge, can being be understood as time. Heidegger comes very close to this insight with his theory about care in being and time. However, because of his anti-anthropological interests, he does not succeed in making clear that all care is initially care for and housing, for which reason he will later separate large opaque intuitions of a highly advanced technological civilization that constitute framing from the simple form of housing, and lament that the former are disastrously excessive. The care for housing and the care for self are not to be distinguished in the beginning. Because pre-human bodies become bodies of luxury, and all luxury begins with the license to be immature and with the retention and enjoyment of an infantile past. Human beings must tend to themselves and even more to their cultural incubator, their greenhouse of technology, art, and customs. They must become care animals, which means living beings who take precautions for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow because they already live now, thanks to the opportunity for delay afforded by the incubator, more in the past and in the future than in the continual present of the animal, which on one level they can no longer be and which on another level they nonetheless forever remain. Thus the dichotomy in the human being's essence, striving for pampered carelessness and submission to the imperative of care, is insurmountable. The human being luxuriates ontologically because he physiologically luxuriates, and he luxuriates physiologically because he lives in a greenhouse that must be offensively stabilized. One day, these greenhouses of human groups will be called cultures, which one could translate as systems of self-care, assuming that one understands the self of care not in a Foucauldian manner as the individual that labors on the work of art that is his life, but rather as the civilizing residential community of humans, devices, animals, spirits, and signs. Only an animal of luxury, a mature fetus, who hearkens at night in the steppe and gazes wide-eyed at the falling stars, ends up in the dilemma of feeling obliged to assure his own future capacity for luxuriating. The time of deliberately securing luxury, and its drawn-out foundering, is history. History begins much earlier than its narrators to this point have believed. To begin correctly, all anthropological thought must become a way of drawing nudes, a logical and historical meditation regarding the naked human body of both sexes. Point 52. Human physiology unequivocally shows on several points that are essential for humanity how that which is prenatal has been carried over into that which is postnatal and fixed in place. The female genitalia, whose subventral position in human women is only to be understood through the retention of where it is in the fetus, as exhibited by the unborn of female primates, belongs to the most spectacular phenomena to which Bock refers, and Gellin follows him here all the way to reproducing anatomical drawings. In this case, normalized premature birth to a certain degree overtakes the female genitalia, which no longer receives any later maturational imperatives to shift to the ancestral subcaudal position. Human face-to-face sexuality with its psychical and symbolic extension depends upon this fixation of the female sexual organ in the frontal fetal position. By means of it, human childbirth becomes a literal bringing forth in distinction to the direction of mammalian birth. The formations of the visceracranium, unmistakable human faciality in particular, can only be conceived if one meditates on the bioaesthetic wonder of all wonders, that from out of the uterine past a smooth, worldless face a front side that sees emerges and stands before the open world. Experiences are inscribed into this fetal slate, but whatever it is that impresses itself, that which was a face can never again entirely revert to an animal snout. The clearing as face remains. Every face is a snout formation that has ceased to take place. In addition, the loss of fur and the unique evolution of human skin only make sense in light of the Neoteny hypothesis, as forms of retardation, and as fetal formations that are set in place permanently. In the thin skin of Homo sapiens, its existential program is expressed in an organ language, the clearing as epidermis. Point 53. Human eyes and ears are organs of the happening of the clearing because they function as biological institutions, as it were, which have taken control of the coming together of the perceptual world and the organism. The organs of the clearing testify to the transition of the biological into the metabiological. Human intelligence's being at the home in the world Bader-Weltsen is thus not to be thought of in some kind of spatial sense as being outside itself or going beyond. The human being does not comport himself in the world like a bewildered tourist in a foreign land. Rather, human ecstasy must be regarded as the self-accomplishment of the humanized organism, which has preformed in itself its being able to be in the world and being able to be at home with things bei den Sachen können, and actualized its ecstasy in each case according to what the circumstances offer. Human brains are the general organs of the clearing, in them is concentrated the epitome of possibilities for openness to that which is not brain. The ability of sapient brains to learn amounts not only to a self-proof for organismic intelligence, but together with that to a proof, however indirect, for the reality of the external world. Its dramatically luxuriating development made the most perfect means available for the exodus of the human being from poverty. 54 Through the embedding into the concert of brains like theirs, the exemplars of Homo sapiens first become world capable in an endogenous way. What is crucial is that the largest part of human brain formation occurs in the extrauterine situation. Through their readiness for late formations, waiting and being open for non-innate, situational, and historical information definitively achieve the upper hand over that which is innate and brought along. The human brain retains continuums of the first world embedding that are formative for trust just as much as it accumulates incisions, lesions, and losses of world that are formative for suspicion. Thus it becomes the workshop for the relation between a priori and a posteriori, that is to say, it becomes the organic condition for the possibility of experience. 55 It is the most elevated spawn of the incubator situation and at the same time the organ of the ecstase that points beyond incubator Dasein. If we wish to explain, against this backdrop, how housing emerged as the house of being and how it was furnished and acclimatized, then we must emphasize that it represents above all a repetition of uterine achievements in a space that is publicly open, common, and objective. Housing is an open incubator. Only through the application of crude technological means for distancing one from the environment can it be produced and established in perpetuity. But only sophisticated technological means of a communicative and symbolic kind media in the stricter sense are fit to order and acclimatize the internal space thus produced. The incubator is the intelligent space that language and attention animate. Hence it follows that language is initially the second house of being, a house within the dimension that promotes and demands houses, which here we are calling, with differing emphases, good framing, housing, the greenhouse, the incubator, the anthroposphere, and sometimes simply the sphere. In view of these contexts one can maintain that all technology was originally and for the longest time unconsciously greenhouse technology and ipso facto indirect genetic technology. From the perspectives of evolutionary theory the pre-human, and even more the early human, praxis of distancing from the environment is always already a spontaneous genetic manipulation, a technology of housing the self selbst Behausungstechnik with the side effect of becoming human. Its initial effect consists in the enabling of evolutionary plasticity for the inhabitants of the bizarre space that emerges to the degree that it is opened up and extended by a kind of ecstatic inhabitation. Because human beings exist only as creatures of dwelling, they are unstable, fleeting, by their nature as unfaithful as every animal before them. But they are for that reason by no means without essence. They are essentially pampered and essentially disposed to defend their pampering with the most extreme commitment. Thus they take innate instances of stress programming with them into cultural situations. Indeed, it appears as though cultures to this point had only been routines for bridging between extreme stress that was cooperatively overcome, which is experienced in historical time as war, and the next apex of stress to recur with certainty, the anticipated war. 56. When Merleau-Ponty says we must therefore avoid saying that our body is in space or in time. It inhabits space and time. 57. What he means is that this dwelling cannot be an inert filling up of a volume given beforehand. Inhabitation in Wohnen is what creates space in the first place and allows itself to be carried from a plastic drifting over to progressive habitability. Wohnlichkeit. It cultivates a being that is pampered verwohnt by dwelling Wohnen. From this an abundance of regional biological differentiations result, from the fabulously hypertrophied labiae minori of certain Khoisan women, macronympha, to the innate resistance to malaria among specific West African populations and the presence or absence of certain digestive enzymes among Europeans and East Asians, to mention but a few among thousands. Primordial dwelling has breeding effects on the dwellers insofar as it draws local gene flows 58 toward forms that are physiologically successful in the greenhouse, but also only possible in the local greenhouse. Thus from the beginning the human being is everywhere a hybrid, or to put it in the language of the 19th century, a decadent, the product of an unconscious domestication, a state within a drift in which the features of the species begin to flow in a dramatic fashion. Insight into the workshop of evolution has been complicated by the fact that this widely unnoticed, pampering, progressive, refining fundamental tendency of human evolution in numerous cultures of the historical era was masked over by secondary inurements and masculine virtues of war all the way up to arbitrary brutalizations. One has allowed oneself to be overly influenced by violence and its internal and external precipitations. The time has come to see that, with regard to the human being, nothing is more successful than decadence. 59 In the intensified harboring of pre-human beings within self-incubating spaces we can see a paradoxical preparation for the world openness of human beings. The pre-human being first had to be domestic before he could become ecstatic. In this respect, his dwelling and his ekstase signify the same thing. The spherical constitution of his sojourn in the world makes it possible for him to exist out there on his own basisdrasen. With the emphasis on dwelling, nothing is said about a primacy of autochthony bodenstandigkeit in the sense of territorialism. On the contrary, only because human beings have lived since time immemorial in, roaming or locally improvised, group-houses could they already in a relatively early phase build palisades against the wind and huts, and in a late phase of their history stationary houses, indeed even settle down long-term in celebrated lands and hallucinate land rights. The being that celebrates its land is the later manifestation, the nomos of the earth its latest delirium. One must detach the capacity for dwelling from an adherence to constructed houses and occupied cultivated territories in order to conceive in a sufficiently radical way the primacy of the space-forming togetherness of human beings with human beings before the architectural construction of houses. No one has brought this to conceptual formulation in a greater way than Heinrich Heine, who characterized the Bible as the portable fatherland of the Jews, a word which makes clear that the territory does not make the community, but rather the speaking and cooperating community is in itself already the site or symbolic incubator in which those living together cultivate their particular manner of being their déjeuner. Consequently, the space between us is older than the land in which we live. The conversation that we are is more fundamental than the soil on which we stand. Naturally, for the nascent human beings, certain side effects and personal risks in their evolution of luxury do not remain hidden. They see themselves compelled to put themselves in relation to their heightened physical and emotional vulnerability, to their motivational lability, to their endogenous unrest caused by unbound drive surpluses, to their group dynamic excitability, and all the way up to the unleashing of paranoid, orgiastic, and self-destructive violence. Thus do conventions become necessary for the reduction of the risks of coexistence belonging to living beings in the incubator. Arnold Gellin in particular has drawn attention to these phenomena, to be sure in a quite tendentious manner, reaching back to Herder's only somewhat clear conception of the human being as a creature of lack Mengelwesen. From insight into the labile and luxuriating constitution of Homo sapiens he drew the one-sided consequence that this species must continually feel the strong hand of stabilizing institutions. Heiner Mühlmann corrects this authoritarian-style theorem of the creature of lack in his essay The Nature of Cultures and shows that it is not so much the weaknesses and lacks that dictate the trajectory of the human modus vivendi, as it is the necessity to civilize the evolutionarily inherited stress programs and to tame their belligerent derivations. 60 With this, German philosophers chatter that the essence of the human being is to have no essence collapses. Human cultures gravitate around the only all too essential connection between pampering and stress management. In order to cope with the self-endangerments that increase for sapiens beings from their unique biological position, they have produced an inventory of procedures for the formation of the self, which we discuss today under the general term culture, an expression in which normative aspects converge with the invitation to bring in other possibilities for comparison. 61 To the culturally effective techniques for forming the human being belong symbolic institutions such as languages, origin, narratives, rules regarding marriage, logics concerning kinship, educational techniques, the normalization of gender roles and age-based roles, not least preparations for war, as well as the calendar and the division of labor, all those ways of ordering, techniques, rituals, and customs with which human groups have taken their symbolic and disciplinary formation into their own hands, even more justifiably one could say, in whose hands they have first become human beings and members of a concrete culture. It is these ways of ordering and formative powers that characterize anthropotechnics in the proper sense of the word. Primary anthropotechnics compensate for and elaborate on human plasticity, which emerged from the definition and definition of the living being called the human in greenhouse evolution. Anthropotechnics is an appropriate name for this because it aims at shaping the human being directly through civilizing impressions. It encompasses what was both traditionally and in modern times described by expressions such as education, Erziehung, taming, disciplining, cultural formation, Bildung. Yet it goes without saying that these procedures would have never sufficed to produce the human being as such. They presuppose an educable human essence, but they do not engender it. The more primitive anthropogenetic technologies that triggered auto-domestication must have predated them. We must repeat that these technologies engender the human being in only an indirect and completely unconscious way, insofar as they open up a space in which sapiens were able to be drawn into the genetic drift toward their anatomically and neurologically/cerebrally luxuriating forms together with their symbolic extensions. If modern biotechnology should one day go so far as to conduct direct interventions into the genetic text of individuals, then such augmentations will also be of an anthropotechnical nature, but in a new, more explicit sense. For the first time, secondary anthropotechnics permits the short-circuiting of hard and soft resources. They are still hard resources, insofar as genetic technology presents a continuation of technologies for cutting, albeit subtler, and yet soft means, insofar as they remain conditioned by the symbolic operations of the sciences and embedded in social discourse. Such interventions would only be justified if it could be demonstrated that they were insightful and foresighted updates of incubator evolution on behalf of goals that are locally and possibly also universally recognizable. This would presuppose that both the research community and societies inquire into the evolutionary and cultural conditions of the exceptional being whose genetic information they intend to manipulate in individual cases. In particular, it is a matter of keeping away from extravagant ideas about optimization. What, in the American debates concerning genetic technology, one characterizes as enhancing the human 62 in relation to human potential, will, if it ever achieves practical application, in truth present not so much a betterment of human genetic inheritance as rather the active relinquishment of a part of the potential for morbidity that for 100,000 years has been carried along in the human gene pool. But whatever could be brought about by targeted interventions in the case of individuals, it would scarcely be of consequence compared to the already accomplished facts about the human genetic situation as a whole. On the one hand, this is characterized by the almost complete deactivation of natural selection, on the other hand by the trend toward the globalization of genes that over a long period of time will bring about the leveling of historical differences between peoples and races. In the long run, 63 a post-racial situation will arise, governed by the evidence that the variation between individuals is always greater than that between ethnic groups. 64. The stepping out of Homo sapiens into the open thus does not mean a spatial state of affairs in the ordinary sense. It also testifies to more than the neurophysiological and anthropological findings that humans are beings with curiosity and a natural endowment for neophilia, stress appetency, and readiness for expansion. What happens in the clearing goes far beyond the lifting of a living being out into a biologically disarmed, more pampered, more experimental mode of being. It would hardly be significant if human beings turned toward the open without a world arising from the side of things with which they exist to meet them. World formation means the gathering of coexisting beings in something that encompasses them. In this light, Heidegger was right when he insisted on the fact that in the constellation of the human being and being it above all comes down to the latter. Being is the world-giving authority instance, and the human being is the recipient who, by receiving beings, becomes attentive to the sender, which however can never be present as a being. In this outline of the situation it becomes clear why one ought to hold fast to the ontological distinction of the human being. The affective and somatic refinement of the incipient human being enables him to take notice, beyond the merely perceptual world and the environment, of the fact that from the side of the world more is always to be expected than what has been shown in and by it to this point. With this experience the human being becomes sensitive to what Heidegger will call the ontological difference. Because of it the human being can be called world-forming, if to be world-forming means gathering and further writing the world text. This implies that an environment can rise up as a world only to the degree that the entire circumstance makes its inexhaustible plenitude and its indecipherable ability to be otherwise palpably evident to the emergent human being. World is the circumstance in which human beings understand that something always approaches them that extends beyond what is standing about, what is present, and what has been opened up. In the clearing it becomes manifest that not everything is manifest. The manifestation is never complete, and the suspicion against what is veiled and not appearing is in principle never to be put to rest. 65 The world attains contour as a composite of evidence and veiling. It is never merely the sum of all bodies or states of affairs, everything that is the case, but rather the horizon of horizons in which what is present in each instance is separated from what is concealed in each instance. Ever since there was organized research, the question has been raised as to whether beings as a whole can be shifted from being veiled to being opened up, all the way to the point of achieving the goal of virtual total unconcealment. The Enlightenment is based on partisanship for total unveiling, while the thinking of being remembers that every unconcealment remains bound up with the flip side of concealment. If one wished to follow Heidegger's recommendation, then it would be necessary to correspond to that which is still veiled, perhaps coming toward us, perhaps turned away from us forever, only with a stance of available releasement, Gelassenheit, a stance that was hardly ever given to empirical human beings in their historical existence. Either they have aggressively resisted the fact of veiling by means of enlightenment, i.e., techniques of unveiling, or they have subordinated themselves to it religiously, if not in a manner hostile to knowledge, then in any case coweringly and without releasement. But to correspond in an appropriate way to being, as the differential between that which is manifest and that which is veiled, means to brace oneself for further disclosure or discovery, as well as for ever new occasions to be suspicious at the same time as the veiling once more of that which is presently manifest. That is also implied when one says in an everyday fashion that the future will bear it out, or that time will pass something by. One then thinks of the difference between that which has been to this point and is today evident, and that which arrives later and will become clear after the fact, or that which today takes up the foreground and yet could one day be forgotten or vanish.